Futures trying to get back to the upside here this morning as we kick off a brand new month. It is August officially, if you haven't checked the calendar yet. July still positive right across the board for all three U.S. markets. Meta with an impressive, get this, Sharif, 9 months in a row now to the upside for Meta shares. Pretty impressive across the board, not only for Meta, but tech stocks in general. We'll talk about all of them coming up. Some EV strength to start things off as well. We'll touch on the Chinese names specifically. Xpeng Li and NIO coming out with monthly delivery numbers. Not a lot of volume, but always worth a note as we head into a brand new month. Futures session lows right now. A few economic data points to come as well. 9:45 and then 10 o'clock are going to be the major ones this morning. We'll bring those to you live as they happen. Welcome to August 1st, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there you go. Look at where we're at right now. The Q's just ticking out session lows right now, 380 coming into play. We're back downside on the S&P 500. Not huge moves, but 0.5% so far. So is it maybe sell in August and come back in September and then buy? I don't know. Nice. Coming off 5 in a row for the NASDAQ. The last 5 of 7 overall for the NASDAQ have been higher. As I said, Meta impressive right across the board, obviously going back to the beginning of the year along with some of the chip names, NVIDIA as well, but 9 months in a row to the upside now for Meta as of the close yesterday.
It's a monster. What can you say? Digital ads have not abated. Companies continue to spend. We saw that with Google. We saw that with Meta, both reporting. So fantastic. Look, good week, though, for data. We're going to get a lot of jobs data this week. So that's on deck. I'll be keeping my eye on that. So.
Yeah, the JOLTS number coming up today. We'll get some PMI, some manufacturing data as well towards 10 o'clock. If you were not with us yesterday, Sean enjoying a nice week off, vacationing in Rome this week. So shout out to Sean. Hope he's enjoying his time over there. Max back with us. And Neil, of course. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. And Max is already into Nikola. I'm waiting for the 3 break, but the market's headed the other direction. I just saw like Meta's down through 317. I like that 3-team level. Nikola's trying to bust 3, but I saw in the chat, we try to get all of our puns in all the time. So it's not top of the morning to you. That's not what we say around here. We say top of the morning to all of you because once again, Tupperware is up, and I don't know when and where this is going to stop. I have no idea what any possible deals that they may have with some famous people out there that I don't want to speculate on if it's real or not. But Tupperware is up 24%, and that is real. I think in the next couple of days, there's going to be a pullback on the stock, and it's probably not going to be nice. It's at a level where it could be here, like a $5.80 to $6. It could be at $8. It's just, I'm gearing up thinking it's going to make that pullback. Nikola's about to break 3. A lot to get to. Uber earnings, I thought they were pretty good. There's a lot of good things from there, but it never took out that 52 we're concerned with in the afternoon show. And that's one thing that we have to keep in mind. And then NCLH. NCLH, if things don't change, this will open down 10% in SSR just like Xpeng did. 8% short float. As long as it opens underneath 1986, it is short sell restricted at that point. Any bounce off of the 50, 19 even a reclaim of the 20 level can be in play for SSR bounces on Norwegian. So a lot to get to. There goes Nikola. I just took the trade at 01s on the breakout. I'll probably have a tighter stop than Max because at 8:34 in the morning, I'm not holding it back to the 280 level, even if I think that might be support.
I ain't holding back to the 280 level either, but hoping that this can just kind of blast off.
Yeah.
If something's breaking a key level before 9 a.m., then, especially in small cap land, things can get pretty exciting pretty quick. I added a little bit on this 3 break as well. This is looking pretty solid, this Nikola. We've been waiting on this 3 break for a long time on this one, so we will see where this one can go. I was just reading the Trader TV watch list here. I didn't realize that Zoom is down 20% as well. So what is it, ZI?
Zoom
yeah. Yeah, so another SSR name here. This one going to be coming into that key $20 level as well. Kind of similar situation to that XPeng yesterday. So lots of excitement today. Uber earnings as well. I'm ready to go.
Locked and loaded. There's lots to watch here today. We're going to be excited. Probably a couple of names that we will get to in big cap tech, but yesterday there was a few shots out there, but it was not necessarily the Apples and the Microsofts that were giving you the best trading opportunities. That's just not what the market was in yesterday's trade.
Yeah.
Today, I do think Meta has opportunities. I think AMD's got some out there as well, but for the most part, you might be looking at a lot of high flyers out there, even Yell. And that looks like that SNMP isn't in our system again today, so we're not going to be able to trade it. Good luck to anyone that has. It halted like 18 million times yesterday, so probably not a lot of liquidity anyways. But let's get this party started, Brendo.
All right, let's talk about SoFi to kick things off here as well. Big mover from yesterday, obviously. Crazy short squeeze potential up to 1150. Struggled later in the day there at 1150. Was never able to get back above it as it did initially in the morning. Here we are gapping downside 3.25% right now. Daily chart still. I mean, look at the volume yesterday. Was just, I mean, you got to go back more than a year to find the last time it did more volume than that. So here's a couple of analyst moves to be aware of this morning on SoFi. I know a lot of people are watching this, but BTIG here with a positive note, maintaining their buy, but they did lower the price target back down to 13. You have another one downside.
Yeah, well, there's Keefe downgrading SoFi to underperform, but BofA also coming out and saying that they're raising their price target. Truist coming out and saying that they're raising their price target. So mixed bag.
I mean, a bit of a mixed bag as far as analysts are concerned here, but some profit taking possible here, guys, for SoFi.
Yeah, I'd be worried about this gap filling underneath 11 a little bit, because that was a very bullish bounce on the earnings, because earnings dropped at $1. Like, it was a 10% drop and there was no bid in sight. And then they recovered. You got the earnings call that definitely buoyed the stock a little bit. It could not punch through the top. I know a lot of people were probably I was as well, looking for a take of the top because there was room to 13 on the daily. It just never happened. And now you're going to gap down and retest that 11 support. So immediately it said, on the pullback, 11, that's the bounce zone. You would have come in today thinking this is your support level, at least in the short term on SoFi. If it goes all the way back into, say, 10, 10.25, technically you're still in this breakout. So it's really not even that bad on SoFi. If it gets down there, it's just, that's a lot on a pullback not to be thinking about a short. If it breaks 11 even, in the open market, it's already broken in the pre-market, I understand that, but it has not traded beneath 11 since early yesterday in the open market. It gets down under there and breaks out the low. There might be a flat bottom break, like a 90s, that you give back even to 10, and then there's room all the way to that 10, call it 1030 to 1050. That's where I would think the dip zone might be, and Nikola already going. Now, I said I would have a tighter stop. I was kind of joking. I know you're not giving it to 280. Neither one of us would do that, but I also, in the pre-market, I'm always going to ring the register at that first, like, 10 on a 3 even break. I'm always going to get on the offer like 8 or 9. And then if 10 breaks, I always want to take another 10% out on like that. Just in case it goes over and fail breaks, I want to take something out there. Still going to have like 70-80% if it breaks this and gets to those quarter marks. But I'm always going to stair-step this one out. I do think Nikola is a bit of a risk to dip it at the open where you get profit taking up this 15-16%. Like, when you're at a level like this on the daily, you could see some people grabbing some profit. I think there's a lot of room to get to 4, but there's a lot of ways that Nikola can do that. It doesn't have to go in just one shot. It's going to do so much volume today, you're going to be able to get in and out multiple times in any kind of a trend. But yeah, that's SoFi. I don't know. You don't want to break in that 11 area. I just feel like that could gap fill.
Yeah, I think the 11 is looking so juicy for the downside, though, that if this does like a fail break off the open of that 11 or this 1090 area, I guess. Was this pre-market yesterday? I'm going to have to do a little more. Yeah, this was pre-market that we got all the way up there, right? No, that can't be true. I'm going to have to figure that out. But yeah, I think if we do a fail break of 1090 or 11 off the open, I think you could potentially be seeing 1140, 1150 before long. But obviously, downgrades, negative news, you don't want to be going crazy with the long. I think it's one shot for me on this one. That's the only thing I got down for SoFi. I'm not looking short just because they did obviously, crush that earnings report yesterday. It was very bullish yesterday. So that's that's my thoughts on that one. And I think, you know, if we're breaking this 1150, we're probably seeing 12 bucks today, which could provide a decent breakout as well.
I was just double checking, excuse me, series short float here. If you remember going back a couple of weeks, yeah, it's still 31.5, 32. Max mentioned this at the end of the day. I completely forgot this morning that Siri reported, not doing a heck of a lot here in the pre-market, but both top and bottom line in line with estimates here for Siri. It looks like 14.29% increase over what they did last quarter. So 7 cents per share versus 8 cents for Siri.
My contribution here is entirely anecdotal. I just signed up for a 4-month free subscription with SiriusXM. So, you know, usually these are cost of acquisition things that are built into the balance sheet. But here, you know, usually they don't do that when demand is high. So anecdotal, of course, but yeah, make of that what you will.
Obviously, the squeeze angle potential here, guys, for SIRA.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of squeeze, I was just telling Max, there was a move on Siri, and it was like that first day. I remember when it halted. It'll be hard to show because I have a 15-minute chart up, but there was a move on Siri, and we were trading it in the afternoon show where it halted at the same price. It halted at 567 or something like that, which was the high of the day, and then it opened down, and then it halted again at the exact same top. So it had a double top at a halt level, then it opened down a second time, but a higher low, which was basically you had higher lows going into the same top, which was also a double halt top, which made it quite possibly the most obvious long breakout setup. I've been trading 20 years. I've never seen a stock do that, halting at the same price with higher lows going into it. Like everybody and their mother is just like, well, just take that breakout long, and of course you do it, and then it went absolutely parabolic. Now this gets spicy in actually not 13 cents. 540 is the level, but it's trading at 518 bid, 527 offer. That is a 9-cent spread, and it's doing no volume right now on Siri. So yeah, it looks pretty good for a potential squeeze through 540. But why would there even be now it's a 7-cent spread? Like, why would you see a spread like this when they've reported and you know it's a squeezable name? I mean, here's Tupperware doing volume. It's a 1-cent spread. Siri here, it's tightened up now. Like, as I said, someone offered this. This wasn't here before. Someone offered this 6,000 shares at 25. So I don't really love trading these when they don't have a tight spread, because you should be, when it breaks 540, you want to be long at 41 or 42 or 43. Like when Nikola breaks 3, you're long at 01s. In this case, I don't want to be sitting there long 550 when you're breaking out at 540 and it breaks back under and you're getting out at 520 instead of, you know, a tighter stop. So maybe this will open up and the spread will tighten up, and then the breakout potential is there. We know it can squeeze because it was spectacular when it did go last time. But yeah, not much activity here. It's kind of disappointing.
It's kind of strange. Usually like a small cap would have volume, or not small cap, I guess this is a 700 mil float, but okay, you know, a smaller name that's squeezable, that has hype behind it, would have a bunch of volume pre-market. It's very strange that it doesn't. I don't really know where to get long this one, but yeah, we'll see what happens off the open on it. Speaking of squeeze names, Nikola is now at 319. I've taken nothing out. This is this is my strategy on things like this in pre-market. I really try not to take anything out until they really, you know, go or something crazy happens. And honestly, it's just kind of been, I mean, it is straight up, which is nuts, but you know, it hasn't really squoze yet, and it's still only 8:45. So not even 9 o'clock. The 9 a.m. volume may come in either way. I think I'll be making a decision in 15 minutes. If we get to like $4, I mean, obviously I'll have something out by there, but 325 is on the daily, I believe.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I was going to say. Because one of the best things that I think we do here on the show is show you different kind of perspectives, right? Like, so if you're trading a small cap like Nikola that's running, you can have all kinds of approaches to it. Like when 3 breaks, here's 325 in there, and then there's a $4 level. Yeah. To me, I just say if we hold 3 at the open, then there's probably like a consolidation in here that gets you along above 25 anyway. So my approach is to usually take profit into it. I did get some out on either side of 10, and then the same lot out when we broke 15s. And if we get to the quarter, I'll do the exact same thing. And if it breaks a quarter, then I'll have half the position at that point. And I'll be looking to get back in. Maybe it dips really far, or if it consolidates and shows me an entry above that 25 in the daily, then that's where I look to get back in. As I say that, I'm getting on the offer here if it gets to 23, and I'm just going to take 23s if I can, because that quarter mark is a level on the daily. So again, there's so many ways to skin a cat, I suppose. I don't know another way to say it. It's just about finding what works for you. I always know that I want to scalp out, have tight stops on breakout style trades, especially pre-market. I've never been the one to hold it forever. I wasn't sitting there holding on to Snapchat all day long, and I wish I could tell you I was, but you know what? I take those scalp trades where I can. I think you're going to get multiple shots. If we get to $4, it's very unlikely it goes there in one shot on a Nikola. But we're happy that we already can ring the register on this one, and congrats if you got this. We knew it was going to be a squeeze type of day because a lot of the best setups are looking like these squeeze plays, these low float runners. Tupperware just made a double top as well, speaking of those.
Ooh, Tupperware.
Ooh, Tupperware.
Little one to discuss here. Up on an NVIDIA headline that just came across this, HSAI, there's not a lot of volume behind this move so far, but a LiDAR company teaming up with NVIDIA. They'll integrate the company's cutting-edge LiDAR sensor with an NVIDIA drive. So some autonomous angles here coming through, it looks like, for HSAI.
Yeah, we were just basically expecting the overlap between autonomous driving and AI. A lot of people say that, they're two different things, but here, NVIDIA DriveWorks is the foundation for autonomous vehicle software development and a trusted solution for creating and deploying autonomous driving applications. So this is a good look, a nice collaboration between two like-minded sectors.
We've seen overall a bit of a choppy trade the past couple of days here for chip makers in general across the board. You can see NVIDIA, if you go out 2 days in a row here, just absolutely nothing to look at. We had that gap to the upside 3 days ago, and then it just sold off. So we're still kind of inside of that range going back a couple of days. Danielle Shea with us yesterday afternoon was mentioning the fact that some of these chip stocks specifically had run so far. Earnings, overall not bad so far in tech in general, but we've seen some selling coming into this. Here we are downside again, guys, for NVIDIA.
So unprepared. I hate that.
This is not the best looking setup if you're bullish for NVIDIA. At least, if it holds 64 right here, it actually gets pretty good. But this is 464. Nikola did break 325, so there was up there. I just got some out at 23, and it's just they're buying every single dip. So I have half the position left. Max has it all because that's just fantastic. I was like, oh yeah, NVIDIA. So 465 is pretty much it's a good psychological level. But if you look at Friday and yesterday, you had 464, which was your support. You get down under there, and you got like a loose level in and around like the 60 level, but really all the way down to 450 is your trouble. If you start to fill this gap in, you got some troubles here on NVIDIA. It's a lot of room for it to get down, like 10 to 15 bucks. I'll throw you another one out there. If you're into support and resistance, then this is probably a level you're paying attention to. I know we've said this at least 3 days in a row because when 115 failed on the 27th, that would have been Thursday, that was pretty spectacular on AMD. It pulled all the way back almost to 110, a double top. Yesterday, it got to 114.50. I just missed a chance to short it by about 15 cents. And if it breaks 115.10, this would be the breakout setup. If it gets through 115 and takes out the 10, that's just a long for me. It's got higher lows all the way through. It's wedging all the way up. I'm taking some out at 35, and that's Nikola, by the way. Nikola is 10% in the money.
Congratulations!
Damn it, Max. I have a comment about Nikola too, but I'm going to get here in a second. So if 115 breaks, I like a 115.10 long. If it breaks 115 and cannot get through Thursday's high, I almost feel like it's a short back underneath. So if it gets up there and can't get through the 10, you're probably just shorting that level, but just understand that it's been making higher lows all the way through, whereas NVIDIA's got this flat bottom break thing happening. I had just turned to Max a second ago and said, because when Max sat down, I came back and I grabbed my coffee, and I was like, oh, you're Nikola already? I'm like, it's not at $3, is it? He's like, yeah, it's already at 3. I'm like, oh crap, I didn't think it was there because we wanted a 3 break yesterday. So it wasn't in my list of like top stocks at that time to watch because I thought it was trading down around 280. I'm like, oh yeah, it's probably going to be a dip buy instead of a breakout long. And I never want like a stock that you weren't ready to get into and then you're like, oh crap, it's at my level and you're going to be into it in just a couple of minutes. I never want to usually take big risk on it. But this is more of a pre-market thing. Like I feel if this had done the same move in the open market, I feel like we'd both be a lot happier about it.
Yeah.
But the liquidity is very good now. It's much better. Like there's size at 335. There's 100,000 on the bid at 335.
Wow.
Like Nicola's really starting to go here.
Oh.
All
All right.
Yeah, now it's going.
Things are getting crazy now on Nicola.
Things are going crazy.
That,
It just-
I think we just wait.
Yeah, that was wild.
If something bad happens, punch out. But I think when things like that happen, people are definitely kind of freaking out right now on this one. So we'll wait for the FOMO,
FOMO is real.
to come in. 350 break, maybe you add on that. I don't know. Yeah, this is about as good as this could have gotten. I took maybe like, I don't know, 1/5 out here at 335 when it was dipping there. But yeah, this one's going. We'll wait. $4 is the target, I guess. Sometimes you just get into a good position and there's nothing that you can do but hold it. As far as NVIDIA goes, I haven't been trading NVIDIA for a while. I'm waiting for that 480 break on NVIDIA. I feel like this name has been like, it's just too hard to trade when it's not breaking highs. You can take breakouts on it. You can take, some dips when it's kind of in these trends up. But I find that when the volume's not crazy on it, the spread is too nuts. You have to give it like $2, maybe even $3 of risk. And I'm just not really geared towards doing that kind of thing. I find that you can get offside really quick on NVIDIA. So I'm just kind of waiting for the 480 break on NVIDIA. Maybe, I think I saw a breakout spot. 470 kind of looks like a bit of a breakout from a few days ago. But it kind of keeps getting above that level and back below. So I think I'm just going to wait on maybe 475 into 480 is the breakout to have on NVIDIA. When do they report earnings? It's got to be soon, right?
No, NVIDIA's not till...
They're late.
I think they're like 3 weeks. Like they're one of the latest in terms of earnings season. I want to say the 24th is my guess.
23rd.
23rd. Somebody else.
Oh, yeah. And
somebody else is 24th then.
I'm going on vacation on the 24th, so I can't even trade NVIDIA earnings when they go through all-time high again.
Can't you, though?
Remote from from Barcelona, maybe.
No, I'm just messing with you. It's actually...
I can go to the Barcelona
There's literally
office.
an office in Barcelona.
Yeah.
We can get... No, I'm being serious about
I think
this.
I would get in a lot of trouble for doing that.
Why? Luis will probably do a trader transfer.
No,
We can do
with
a trader
the
visit.
girlfriend.
It's like 1 hour at the Open. Which will be like, what time is it? Guys, what time is it? What's Barcelona
6
at
hours
9:30? There's 6 hours, so that's like
2 o'clock.
Oh god.
Oh wait.
3:30? 2:30 or 3:30? That's
wouldn't be
not
so
that
bad.
bad, man. Here's what you do. I already have this plan of action. By the way, it just got to 349 and turn around here. This could, to me, usually when this happens, a lot of times it's going to be a big pullback before the Open or at the Open. So if it doesn't break 350, I'm going to trail here underneath 338. And if it gets under 338, I'm going to take some out. I just almost feel like it makes some sense too. Yeah, if it gets under 338, I'm going to take some out because there's a refresher at 340. But I think there's an easy plan for you, and that would be just have a really good lunch, have some wine. There you go. Just got under. I just got some out there. So now I can hold at this point. But have a good lunch, have some wine, have a good time. Girlfriend will be pretty happy. And then you just set her up somewhere she can relax, and then you go into the office and trade for an hour. I'm pretty sure they have a great location. There'll be stuff to do. And then you trade the Open on NVIDIA, and then afterwards you're done. You make a bunch of money, and you go out to dinner.
Yeah.
If
I start trading in the Barcelona office, I may never stop and not come back.
I can't. Well, yeah, that's a fair point. Fair point there. But yeah, we should hit up Luis, man. Like he's cool.
Maybe we'll do that. I am gonna get some out here on Nicola since that's a big dip. I hit the wrong key actually at 340 because one of our keys doesn't fill pre-market. So
Yes.
forgot about that one on the profit taker, but that's all right. I still got half of this left. We'll see if this dip gets bought up. Every dip's been bought up so far, but we've never had 2 red candles in a row on this move up. I still think we can get to $4. That 325 is kind of a key level that we can hold on this. Nikola was not supposed to be the kind of main watch today, so you know, got to get into some other trades today for sure. So I got to be, you know, I don't want to focus too much on Nikola today. And unfortunately, this happened pre-market, so the size is just.
It is frustrating.
It's very small, very small.
Well, one of the things, like, a winner's a winner, but you got to realize, there's very few names that you would trade the same size in the pre-market that you would in the open market. Like when Nikola did that other squeeze, the 1 to 180. Let me see if it's. I think it was it this? Yeah, this move here, like this day. It was in the middle of June. Like on that day, like there was so much liquidity on the stock in the open market that it was almost infinitely scalable, right? So in the pre-market, you might have like 20% or whatever you choose. I had 20% of what I was trading on the squeeze day to 180, and that's long and short. Speaking of which, I actually don't think I paid for locates on Nikola. So on the off chance it gets to $4, I think I'm going to go ahead and make sure I have some locates, because if it's going to hold here or hold 3, I think there's a potential short. Yeah, if it goes nuts and fails $4, that's a level I do like. So I'm going to go pay for some locates so that I am prepared on the off chance it goes there.
Got a few analyst moves here for you. We'll keep an eye on Nikola, obviously. American Eagle on here to the upside today. Surprising. Bath & Body Works, Gap, Goldman Sachs, all upside. Estee Lauder. There's Rivian. There was a couple of notes on Rivian today, down 2% pre-market. SoFi we mentioned, and yeah, pretty ugly to say the least for ZI getting crushed here.
So we talked about, well, you mentioned this as an SSR play already there, Max, and I feel as if it's almost a no-brainer. You have Rivian on the wrong side of this as well, and I want to get to Rivian in a second, because I haven't traded that in a couple of days, but Zoom Info, on a bad earnings miss, it's 2033 is a 52-week low. So you have a weird setup here. We've got a 52-week low that was breached in the aftermarket. It's already SSR at the open, unless a miracle happens, it's going to open down 10%. So it is at the level and holding the exact level that you want for an SSR bounce. Major support on the daily chart, round number $20. Pre-market low is that support level on the daily. So if it holds this at the open, ideally it wicks the bottom, breaks 20, and comes back up. Chances are you might not get that. So I think you're just looking for anything off either the fail break of the pre-market low, fail break of 20 even, and I want to be going long. I'm not looking for a breakdown short here if it takes out 20. It almost needs to be showing me a lot of sell underneath that 20 level. And even then, like with 19, 18 and a half, you're probably even looking for some bounces in that regard. Like you saw what happened to Snapchat, you saw what happened to Xpeng. There's probably something else that I'm forgetting recently that was an SSR play. But they've been so good that you want to look out for them because the risk to reward is tremendous. Xpeng was $20 and it closed at $20.92. And just if you only had the morning move on Xpeng yesterday, like even if you didn't pull a Brankel's hold till 2090, that's what I'm calling it now, the Brankel's hold. The 20 long double tapped and gave you 70s, 65 to 70s. Now I'm scalping the entire way out, so my average out in a situation like that, it's going to be a 30 to 35 cent win. That's just how I'm going to trade it. But you're risking 5 cents on that trade. And that's with slippage, you were risking 5 cents. And your average out's 35 as long as you're getting out the whole way. And maybe you did hold all of it to 75 or to 2092. So that's what I'm looking for on Zoom Info today. I want that SSR bounce.
Yeah, definitely that 20 level looking kind of juicy for an SSR bounce. Even 2025 there, but I was thinking that this was Zoom video, but this is Zoom Info. This is something different.
It's not as big.
It's not the Zoom, because it's better when it's like one of these household kind of names. I find like the Snapchats, the Xpengs. Yeah. Not that Xpeng is a household name unless you're a trader, or probably Chinese, I guess, since I don't think they sell their EVs anywhere other than
Europe.
China. Do they sell them in
Yeah,
Europe?
they're well. I don't know how much they're selling in Europe. I know they're moving into Europe. I don't know what their sales are yet.
But either way, it's a tradable name. It's a name that people know. We'll see what happens on this Zoom Info. Anything below 20, I'm not interested. I think above 20.
Yeah, you want that break.
I'll try that. I mean, they're down 20%. That's
a lot.
That's a lot. This is a decent sized company. Usually they don't go down that much, and by the end of the day, you know, they're back up at 15 or 10%. So, yeah, I'm interested in trying the bounce on this one for sure.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here this morning. Sharif's going to kick things off here with a look at the market overall.
Yeah, Brendo, we closed above 4,600 2 days in a row, Friday and Monday on the ES. We're below 4,600 right now. We're dancing with 45.95. So if we can get above 46, hold above 46, it's an interesting move all the way up to 46.32. We got to that level on the 27th. To the south side, though, you don't really find much support until you get into that 45.60-ish area, 45.65-ish. Let's see what the day brings.
All right, let's get you caught up here on everything else you need to know as far as individual movers in the pre-market. If you haven't done so, scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that right to your inbox for free every single day. Top of the list today, it's not doing a heck of a lot. We are down here a little bit on Meta, but top of the list on an interesting note from the Financial Times, initially reported this anyways, that Mark Zuckerberg had a talk with important people at Meta and announced that they are going to focus on AI-powered chatbots specifically across all of their platforms. So Facebook, Instagram, now Threads as well, and integrating these AI chatbots for everything, not just Facebook or just Instagram, which I guess is to be expected.
Call me cynical, Brendo, but I think this is a way for them to get more information about you so they can target you better. In fact, that's what they're saying overtly. They're basically saying that your interactions with the AI chatbot would give them a better idea of your shopping preferences, your thinking, and they'll be able to target you better. So I don't know about the privacy about this. We'll see.
The retention aspect is how they phrased it anyways, that they're going to focus on getting people not only to go to the platforms, but to stay on the platforms for longer. Obviously, they're having a bit of an issue with that, with Threads so far competing with the likes of Twitter. Instagram, I mean, obviously a monster on its own, but I mean, AI, all the rage here, guys. Does this matter at all?
Any day. So I'm still selling Max on the whole Barcelona thing. I was basically telling him there's no harm in putting the trader visit in. Because you can only trade on the floor. Day trade the world, you trade on the floor in the office connected to the cube that you are a trader for from risk management perspective. And then if you want to trade on another floor, you have to put in a request. The other risk manager of that office has to approve it so that you can trade on their system for that time. It's really cool. It allows you to be able to travel to any other office while you're on vacation. You don't have to do it, but as long as the process is in, then you've got the option. You always want the optionality as far as I'm concerned. There's no downside to putting the request. You're not going to be here anyways, so you might as well be eligible to trade in Barcelona for that time. That's it. I probably will only mention it 3 or 4 more times to you, Max, and then I'll shut my mouth after that. If they didn't have, there was this opportunity when I started out, when I was young, to trade every single office. There weren't as many locations in fantastic places like that, so I didn't have that shot. But believe me, if I was going on vacation in Barcelona when I was young, and I could trade from there to help fund some of the trip I would have done. So Meta, I have a bit of FOMO for this as well because I had this line drawn underneath 318 since like right here. When Meta dumped off that 330 level, it held the bid in the morning right around the 318 and then broke down there. It's about 317.75. Then it broke out the same level the next day at the open. So I knew this was going to be key. It was the bottom yesterday. That's why I wasn't really rushing into shorts at the bottom yesterday. It was the bottom in yesterday's trade. And if you throw up the daily chart, it is like this previous high that Meta was trying to break through. It was like the July 19th or something. Was that top that it could not get through. So it's a recent breakout price. It looks like it's a key level. It broke it down pretty much right away. Like you had to be, if you wanted this short, it was like 7:30 here and then consolidating under at about 8 o'clock. It's one thing to take a small cap. To take this breakdown $1 away at 8:30, that was exactly the time Nicola was going. So I might have been in this. There's no chance I would have been in both. But if there's a pop in Meta, I'm looking for it. If it breaks above, this 317, it's about 317.65 actually. And if it breaks that and cannot get through 18, like fails through 18, I think it's a short back through. On Meta, if it starts holding above this line, that 318 area, and then breaks out the top, that's pretty bullish. I don't want to mess too much around inside of the range. Like between 317.70 and 318.70, I don't really want to do anything except be looking for the breakdown to be short or be looking for the break up to be long. So in that pocket, I want to be not touching the stock. If it fails up here, I want to be shorting Meta. It's just got room for people taking profit here.
I really like the 310 area where it kind of held after hours during its earnings move up, and then we held there during or after day one earnings. I think, did it get below? It didn't. It did get below just slightly to like 319.80. So I like that 310 if we get there on Meta. I think shorting it for me, I don't like being in the middle of the range shorting. So I think although that 315 does look kind of like a juicy breakdown, I feel like, I don't know, that's just not really what I want. I liked, that 326 area breakout. I wish I was thinking short at the top of the range yesterday, because what an absolute banger, all the way down into like 317, 318 from that 325 kind of fail break off the open. But yeah, I think if we get to 310, maybe we can hold there. Maybe you can find a way to risk 50 cents to try to get a $2-3 move off the bottom there. But that's all I'm going to have on Meta today. Obviously, quite weak after a fairly strong earnings report, I thought.
All right, let's go to Uber. Nice look initially. I'll preface this. We were up significantly in the pre-market here before the report comes out. We've given all that back since, back to $50 though, key level. Obviously for Uber, the number is actually not bad right across the board. Couple of highlights. Sharif's very excited because they were actually profitable, even with a monstrous one-time tax credit on some investments. But 9.2 billion, slightly, ever so slightly missed 9.32 billion expectations, but it was still a profitable quarter for Uber.
Yeah, Uber Freight was the headwind here, Brendo. They say that the volumes and prices continue to decline as consumer spending shifts from goods to services. That's something we've talked often about on the desk here. But some good news, ride-hailing grew 22% year over year. In fact, they grew their driver fleet by 33% year over year. And this is what Brendo was alluding to. The company's quarterly net profit of $394 million included a one-off $386 million pre-tax benefit. You do the math, they're still profitable. That's $12 million, sorry, $8 million of profit right there, baby.
Record it. It's official for Uber, guys.
They make money. The IPO, and I'm pretty sure this is true, but if it's wrong, then you guys can at me if you want. The IPO that has actually, at least to this point, lost the most actual money. I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about how much the stock is lost. I'm talking about the company that's actually burned the most cash has been Uber. And now, look, candidly, I'm long Uber, and I was dollar cost averaging when it sucked. So I'm moderately happy right here. I'm a little bit concerned with what's happening at 52. And I'm going to have to pull up a weekly chart to show you why. We went over this on the afternoon show when it was asked about the opinion on Uber earnings. And it was just simply, this is $52 going all the way back to mid-2021, back in June. It's the lower high on the weekly. And almost all the battered tech names that have gotten to their lower highs. If you have the tops back into the beginning of that year, 2021, late 2020, early 2021, those tops, the lower high in those tops has been resistance everywhere. It was resistance on Meta, now it's resistance on Uber, and a lot of these names have been having trouble getting through it. So you gap up and then immediately fail that level pre-market. Now, we haven't traded up here yet in the open market, so there's always a chance, but it gapped up, immediately couldn't hold on to 52, and this is on light volume. That just feels like it's going to be some profit taking. I'd almost feel like there's a couple of ways the long could work here. It closed at 49.50, so doesn't go red, long through 50, at least that gives you room to 52. Or maybe just breaking out at 52 is the way I'd rather go. I need to see it through that level before I think something crazy is going to happen in Uber today. So So there's maybe some longs in there that you could structure to yesterday's close, especially if they can hold on to the 50 level. But I'm not going to just automatically be in it. Like a 51 break, there's days where if the resistance on the daily was at 55, I might look at a 51 long. Like it was like breaking out here. I'd be willing to maybe take that at the open if I thought the report was good enough, but not with 52 being the big level on the daily. So it either has to be somewhere off of a 49.5 bounce, breaking 50, which is a maybe for me. And if it fails a 52 break at the open, like if I see it wick 52 and slam back down, I'm probably going to want to short that. So that's a level I'm willing to play in both directions. I love the story. I'm really happy here. It just feels like it's got to a level that there should be some sellers on Uber at that 52.
I've never been bullish on Uber particularly, but you look, here's the last earnings report, this volume spike right here. It's at $30. We're now trading above 50. So we're up like, what is that, 60-something percent, 66% since the last earnings report. I think we've gone a little far, and I think it's time for a short. I had 50 breakdown on my list for a short of Uber, but that already happened pre-market, so gonna have to get a little bit more, I don't know, technical in the way that I short this, I guess, off the open. Maybe you're breaking 50-50 and failing there. Maybe it's 51. And if it does get to 52, as Neil says, I think this is a banger short off of 52. But yeah, I mean, I don't know that I want to take like pre-market low since we've been trading right around here in the past couple days. Yeah, 49.50 or 49.80 was the high yesterday. So I kind of want to be up higher before getting into a short on Uber. I'm pretty much going to take any failed break back to the downside on this one. I think we're just up a little high on this earnings report, and I mean it was good, but did they smash it? I don't know.
It was, yeah, exactly. It was good, but not great.
All right, let's move on to Palantir. Nice day, or nice couple of days here to start things off yesterday. We get all the way to 20 before it finally pulls in a little bit at the end of the day. It's a daily chart. We are now down, but it's trying to get going once again for PLTR. A couple of positive notes once again this morning pointing to recent Defense Department contract for PLTR. A number of positive analyst moves, including an upgrade from your favorite analyst. Tell us why.
Well, our favorite analyst here, Wedbush's Daniel Ives, called Palantir the Messi of AIs. You invoke soccer analogies and I'm all over it. No, but in all seriousness, Jefferies maintaining or initiating coverage with a hold today with a price target of 17 for Palantir. And this is a good look for Palantir because, you know, most of their revenue has come from government contracts. In fact, over 50% last time they reported. So it's nice to see that they're actually diversifying into the commercial sector.
Yeah, this was the comment that we were talking about there. Given the company's extensive experience handling customers' data in transition to a pure play AI name is now Palantir, guys.
Well, I mean, it's been an AI play this entire time. I just think a lot of people have been waking up to that on Palantir. We were trading it the last couple of days. We got the hat going. I was in a breakout on Palantir. I was just sort of telling Max here, like at 7 o'clock, a lot of retail comes into the market at 6 a.m. and then 7 a.m. It's like when it just depends on when your platform allows you to be able to trade. Obviously, as a day trading firm, like we can execute early as well. But at 7 a.m., it was retaking the 20 level, which broke after market. It's still a really big level. It was a double top. It failed 20 and went to like 19.10. That was a ridiculous short. Should have had it. Was looking for the breakout, didn't take it. And then it broke 20 late in the day. So I was looking for that 20 breakout. I had it and then got in and out pretty much flat. You know, just pay some fees in there. It either goes right away at 7 a.m. or it doesn't. Like, dude, I'm not holding that one against me. That's way too early. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. That's a bit of a different story. So we could still have a 20 break on our hands for Palantir. It has not traded above $20 in the open market since, I actually don't even know. I'd have to pull, I'd be pulling the chart back live to be able to tell you. It's been a long time since it's been at that price. So $20 sets up as a break. If it fails that breakout, this could be a place that you're thinking short, but it just broke back out of this last channel. So I want to be thinking, when it breaks this long at 19, I want to be thinking long until it's back underneath that 19. Like there's scalp trades in here, but the trend hasn't really been broken yet. We're at 1970 now. If it breaks 20 at the open, I probably take that with a tight stop at 9:30 and then go from there. If it breaks down underneath 19, I'd probably stop thinking about that long altogether.
Yeah, that I think, yeah, for sure if we're below 19, I mean, there probably is a long somewhere because Palantir always finds a way to catch a bid midway through the day, but I don't think that's for me. I like 1950 potentially holding off the open, but we kind of just did that move pre-market right now. We got just below 1950, break right back above. We're at 1975. I was thinking you'd take this trade, you're adding on $20. If that fails, then you bail on the entire position. But maybe we don't end up getting that today. If we do get below 1950, do a little volume for a while, then break back above, that's my trade on this one. Otherwise, I think I would also take that 20 break off the open, but the fact that we were above there in the aftermarket and in the pre-market kind of feels like maybe there's no real edge left on that one. Maybe 2010, which is the pre-market high, basically. Yeah, it is the pre-market high, other than these dark pool wicks. Maybe that's the breakout. It seems like the 10s or the 12s or the 15s or whatever on the last couple breakouts on Palantir have been the ones. So maybe that's how I do that. Pre-market high, 2011. Take that breakout that way, and yeah, then we're flying to like who knows where? Probably 2150, 22. I don't know. Palantir has been on a run, down a full % though today almost.
Palantir 20 long.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. You know that. I know Brendan has no idea where that's from, but I know you know. Brendan, do you know where that line is from?
I didn't even hear what you were saying.
Do it.
No. No idea. No idea. Let's talk Norwegian, NCLH. In a world where airlines are guiding higher, in a world where the rest of the cruise operators are talking about record high demand, yes, we get a small beat here on the EPS. Revenue and sales kind of in line with expectations, but the forecast for Q3 a problem here for NCLH. So not a good time to guide lower if you are a travel company.
No, especially when your peers are not. They're blaming operating expenses here, Brendo. In fact, they're blaming fuel. They're saying that that's actually offsetting the pent-up demand for their bookings. So we'll see how they do the rest of the year as energy prices continue to go up.
Still, not as good of a run as we've seen in some of the other areas of this group. Airlines specifically have been absolute monsters this year, but back to a key level here, guys, $20 for Norwegian.
Yeah, big level. And the weird price that I'm interested right now is it's at 1987 is 1986. That is like 10% down. Once it opens and is a single print at 10% down, the stock will be short sale restricted. And then you're looking for bounce play. So, back above the 20 level would be the obvious entry, and then kind of give it to the local bottom. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, okay, this is going to be a fundamental play or anything, because an SSR bounce has to do with the stock down 10%, and it's not having a good day if it's down 10%. But if you look at where this last broke out, it was at 1985. Like, this is the last breakout zone. So this is setting up almost perfectly that 10% down will be right at that breakout zone. If it holds on to it, I just feel like that's an easy, just take the 20 long, you're risking 15 cents. If it doesn't X-Peng, you're absolutely laughing. If it doesn't, you've lost 15 cents on a $20 stock, and you gave it a big chance to go. And you might even, something might set up with a tighter stop as well, where it takes 20 and then all of a sudden there's a refresher at 20, and you can just be getting out on an even dollar trade. On sympathy, I will at least occasionally be looking at CCL today. It's only down 3%. Obviously, NCLH is the one with the news. But if this were to extend, if these extend to the downside and this breaks 18 even, there is a really big support level on its break down around $17. So if it were to catch up, let's just say, with Norwegian, I like the bid around 17 on CCL. So if we just continue to flush on NCLH and there's no SSR bounce, then something here on CCL around 17 were to get underneath $18 would be a bounce zone for me. But the SSR play on NCLH, that's the first place I'm going.
Yeah, that 1950 level on the daily chart looks okay for a potential bounce for me, and then I'm looking all the way down at like 1860. If we get into 1860, 1865-ish area, maybe 75, that kind of looks like a pretty solid spot for a potential bounce, and maybe you're taking it, all the way up to where we are right now, depending on how aggressive that bounce is. Then you've obviously got the pre-market low there of $18.90, $19. So lots of different spots where you can try this trade. Risk 5 cents, try to make 50. Pretty simple execution. Just look for some kind of big bid to step in front of, basically, and see if we can take this one up. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of the other cruise lines have been very strong recently. So has NCLH. There's been a bid all the way up, so let's see if we can find one today off the open.
Let's talk about some EV names. You caught us talking about food at 9:19 for the record. Chinese EV companies, all three of them, XPeng, Li Auto, and NIO, out with delivery numbers this morning. Typical for the start of a new month. They always do this, but the one that stands out, as it has over the past couple here, Li Auto, I just realized $43 now. Here's NIO, meanwhile, trading at $15. But I mean, all of these kind of in line to slightly higher.
All sorts of regret on my part, Brendo, for not having got into this. 34,134 vehicles delivered, in an increase from the previous quarter of 32,500. However, on the year, it's up 145% year to date. It's delivered 173,251 vehicles this year. Compare that to last year at this time when they delivered 70,000. That's 100,000 more vehicles delivered. They're showing they can do it. NIO, no slouch either. Yeah. 20,000 cars. XPeng, the weakest of the three.
Yeah, it's interesting with this Volkswagen investment as well. They choose XPeng to team up with 11,008 in July. Still 28% uptick though, year over year for XPEV.
Yeah, Li Auto, the volume on it's 180,000 shares. So the daily chart looks the best, and the breakout's fantastic. I think this is the break that Sharif has FOMO over. Everyone has FOMO over stuff like that. It was a great call. No question about it. All of those were really good. XPeng, I think, might be the one to watch. I felt like this one had the local break back here. I'm never getting rid of this line because it'll remind me of the FOMO on the XPeng breakout, which had the most significant level, I thought, for a breakout in a while at that $12 level. And it's really, really starting to pull back here, which it had to. It was a double up from that 12 break into almost 24. So now the question becomes, can it hold on to that 20, which was yesterday's SSR bounce? Over and over again, there is a 19.50 level from the last break. From the last break that's here, and then $19 back there. So there's a couple of places for potential support on XPeng. But if it can't hold 20, it's almost like you got to be thinking the short underneath it. If it breaks 19.90, I think you're thinking short down into 19.50 and then maybe even $19. So XPeng, super strong yesterday to get that SSR bounce. It is SSR again today because that rule lasts for 2 days. So if a stock goes down 10% at any point, it's short sell restricted that day and then the following day. Doesn't matter what it does the next day. It is SSR for 2 days no matter what. It could go up 100%, it would still be SSR. There is always a chance that you get that kind of a rally in XPeng. But I don't like it as nearly as much as, obviously, it was yesterday at that $20 level.
Yeah, the other one, NIO, it has been on like quite the run recently. This 1430 kind of double top area could be interesting. Also, if you look at the 30-minute from the past 3 days, the high was 1480 2 days ago. The low yesterday is 1480, and our pre-market low right now is 1480 or 1475. So kind of a flat bottom breakdown looking like it's brewing here for NIO at this 1480, 1475, whatever you want to call it. So you either take that to the short side if you like the short, or maybe, this fail breaks, only goes 20 cents or 15 cents or something, and then you're taking it right back through. We're right below that key $15 level, which, there's a lot of decisions that are getting made around that point. If we're trading above there today after a false breakdown, I think that's probably a great long into that maybe 16 level. But right now looking like it could be a bit of a short here, potentially back into that 1380, 1360 kind of area on NIO. I might actually put this one up on a chart after looking at this.
There we are. We're through it. We had 5 minutes to go. Not bad. We got through the entire rundown. There's a couple of names that we didn't necessarily talk about that I want to, if you remind people of. If you're watching the afternoon show, then you know about this. Upstart and Affirm, both potential breakouts today. I'm missing some data on Affirm. That's weird. So it's not really showing the end of yesterday. But this is 1935. Bit of a double top. It could be taking this out really early. But the other line here, 1960. Why is that there? Because if you pop the daily up, this is the big breakout on Affirm through 1960. It's down 1%. Not a ton of volume just yet. I don't want to have a stop order because there's no catalyst here. But if it makes the break, I'm going to look to join this trade underneath 20 bucks on the way to 22. I just need to see some volume come in and take it to the upside. And the other one, Upstart. This has been, if you haven't noticed this squeeze, I don't know what this has been the squeeze name. And I feel like if it goes, it's going to drag Affirm with it. This is your level max at 69, double top from yesterday. It's down at 67.5. What I could see happening is this breaking out 69, then in sympathy, maybe that Affirm move will happen for me. So it might not be a name that I'm looking at right at 930. I'm going to have my level 2s on. I got XPeng up, going to have NCLH up, obviously Nikola, we're trading that. AMD is going to be set up there. And I didn't mention, we didn't talk about Tupperware. That's the other one. Very quickly on Tupperware. Tup has a 550 potential break. I think this is getting a little top heavy or Tup heavy here, and if it that actually really sucks. I'll come up with a better one. But 580, this is a big level on the daily. The last time it had a big quadunk, it bounced off this 580 level. So if it gets to 580, I think there's some bag holders that sell, and if it gets through $6, then you have just a ton of room into 8. So that 580 to 6 area could be a bit of a sell zone for me on Tupperware. Yeah, and Mason, that's a bit of a dad joke. I'm willing to cop to that. You'll see, I'm a dad, and I am not that young, so I'm going to make some dad jokes from time to time. Alphabet just made a bit of a move. You don't want a daily chart when seeing it. It just dropped $1.20. Thank you in the chat for that. I'm looking over at my tweet deck to see what in the actual heck is going on. It's probably just the imbalance. If I don't see a news story, then my guess is I'm going to pop the imbalances up for you here that Google, there it is, sell imbalance. So in the absence of any news, the stock drops like that because at 925, you get the NASDAQ imbalances. Nikola's a 600,000 sell, now 500,000, but Google, 1.5 million sell imbalance. That is the reason why it's going to be dropping. NEO, 200,000, NCLH, 200,000 to sell. XPeng, 250,000 to sell. Nothing really too big. I saw Virgin Galactic in there. We did talk about AMD. Doesn't Virgin Galactic report tonight? I think Space reports tonight or tomorrow morning, so that'll be worth watching. The other name I'm going to be watching out of Big Tech at the open is 115 on AMD. They report after the bell. That should be a big one, and that 115 level is just too juicy to ignore. So if it gets to 115.10, I like the long on AMD. But if it fails that break, you almost have to short that price. So 2 minutes to go. Anything else for you before we get the open?
I don't think that we talked about Roku today. And Roku yesterday in the afternoon and in the morning even just topped out below 97 a bunch of times. If I can get the short fail breaking 97, I'm going to be taking that on Roku today. There's also the 100 level, which could be something on the short side. I don't really see the long. I feel like we kind of topped out yesterday, so I like that short. Tesla as well. I always like trading Tesla. It's got a bit of a double bottom. I think it's kind of ruined now. I was liking the 265 hold off the open for the move up into 267, 268, and maybe 270. But I feel like that is now kind of gone. And that Upstart, I want to see 67 break down and then break back through to the upside off the open and try to take that into that 69 level.
I'm just looking for what else. With 1 minute to go, I just want to make sure I've gone through pretty much everything on the list. We mentioned Zoom Info already, so that's good. With just over 1 minute to go, actually, there was also Yellow Corporation, maybe that $2 level again. So it got to $2, but remember we said it was going to happen like right at the end of the day. We're in the long, and right at the end of the day it did. $2 is a big level. They ceased operations. That was the story yesterday, and they could be going bankrupt. But sometimes you get a bit of a bounce when that happens. If it gets through 220, this probably squeezes. But the $2 area to 220 is a short area for me. So I've paid for locates. If it does a pop at the open and false break of 2, that's a short setup. So Nikola has pulled back. I elected to be taking profits on the way up, so I'm really only holding on to 20% of the position. And if it breaks $3, I'm out. I'm looking for it to bounce off 3 or 325 to try a reload on Nikola. Big levels have already come and gone. That SNMPJB, we don't have it in our system. We can show it to you on like TradingView or something, but we can't trade it here at Day Trade the World for a second day. Hopefully day 3 we're able to get it. So apologies there. We'll talk about it when we can pull up a chart, but that's not a name that we're able to trade. So with less than 10 seconds to go, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Fabian. I feel like it was still a little pixelated there. Nothing too crazy. That NCLH, that's the first place. It does open SSR, so it's underneath 1986, so it is short sell restricted, but I need to see it bounce. Like, it's not just that you stand on the bid for a play like that. It has to get through 20, or it has to get back through 20. I'm not really seeing the buying come in. Nikola's already starting to pull back in. That's a NASDAQ stock, Neil. Starting to pull back in here. Okay, it's still in the money. I don't want this breaking 3. I'm long that 301 breakout price, so it's still working, holding on to that 20%. Yellow, look at the stars and how they shine for you. If it gets to $2, as I said, I like that as a short area. And AMD's already falling, so forget about 115. It decides it wants to drop at 114.
Uber did not give any opportunity whatsoever to short. Just absolutely slammed down off the open. Damn. So that 50 breakdown would have been pretty nice if we got it during market hours, but you never get the great trades during
SoFi
during
broke
market
it,
hours.
now it's coming back.
SoFi, did it get back through 11? I do want SoFi,
well,
potentially.
Okay, so SoFi got back to the pre-market low. SoFi broke, I just got in off the pre-market low now, but it broke 11. My stop on XPeng did I not get filled on it? I didn't get filled on XPeng. Do we not have we don't have free locates on XPeng. That's on me. Now we have to pay to short XPeng, so I didn't get the short there. But 11 broke on SoFi, and I got 94s on the way back up. Here it's going now. Damn it. I'm going to pay for XPeng in a minute, but SoFi's already starting to go. So the 11 break, we're going to ring and register on that when it gets to that 80 level. We'll see about like the 75 and then the 50. I know for sure I'm going to take something out if it gets back into that 50. So that's a nice one to the downside, but the other issue, and maybe it's good that I'm not in this one because it's not going right away. XPeng gets underneath that 1990 and holds the pre-market low. But I don't have locate, so I couldn't have shorted it anyways. And if I did, I'd be stopped out at 20. So let's see what happens with XPeng. Tupperware looks like it's coming to the downside. Tesla broke 65 as well. Ooh, wow. So the market really opening up to the downside, 0.5% on the NASDAQ. I do like this SoFi, but I want this one really cratering. If it doesn't, it's already pulling right back into that 1090. So it gets down to 75, pulling back into 1090. There might be a re-entry here, but I don't want this getting back above $11. That would be a little bit bullish. That'd be a wick bottom and then recovering 11. That's not ideal.
Amazon just got through 133 and then looks like it kind of wants to hold. So I'm going to try to play the bounce on Amazon here, but about to get stopped out right now if we kind of take out 80s there. Looks like the market just wants to flush, so probably just get out of the way of that one and wait for a little bit here. Where's Upstart at? Upstart maybe could make that move, but it looks like we've kind of done a little bit of a, I think 67.50 maybe on Upstart for the breakout potentially.
Holy Uber.
Yeah, Uber is just getting smoked.
Hey, watch out for Nikola. Here it comes.
Yeah, Nikola back down at $3. So I've been out of that since the open at 314. I had to stop.
There it goes.
Roku kind of broke.
I held some for the dream on Nikola. Like, I was scalping the entire way up, but once it got here, I'm looking for a place to reload or it goes all the way back in. And again, it's just different styles. Like, I'm going to be aggressive getting out on the way up and then either find a reload on strength or just stop it out. If it wicks 3, I can always re-enter the trade, but Uber is ridiculous. First of all, that could be a wick out. I'll give it a couple. You got to give it that count. Like, is it really buying above 3? Is it really buying? Looking pretty solid. Not a lot of bid on that 01 or 02 level just yet. Now they're starting to step up there. So they just started to step up. So I just took the 3s back in. I'll give it. Now I can give it to like that 295. The reason why I'm going to get out 3 is if it's already gone down 320 to $3. If it continues and you don't stop out there, it actually could halt down. That's how volatile it is. You don't want it going that 10%. So I'd rather get out and get back in. And then if it breaks 294, I've got myself another out. NCLH is really close to back above 20. So it's starting to go. There it is. The second it gets above 20, I'm going long. Above 20 on NCLH. There it goes. It just broke the 20 level. You can play it a couple of ways here. 1986 was that SSR level, but the local bottom's down at like 1960. This is a stock that should be able to get to 20.5 to 21. So if it can hold that 60, I think it looks pretty solid. But NCLH, SSR bounce, it did go under that 10% mark, but is it as good as what we saw out of XPeng yesterday? It would take a heck of a lot.
I'm long Tesla here at 264. It looks like it did a little bit of a double bottom here. Market seems to be bouncing. I like the fail break idea on Tesla. I'm going to be adding if 265 breaks to try to get us into 266. Tight stop here, low of day. We break 80s there. I'll be gone on this one. Yeah, Uber just keeps going down.
Uber is
so
dying.
I loved the short. Maybe I should have loved it a little more, taking pre-market low or something on that one. Zoom looks like it could get up to that 97 level, so that could be a solid
I think
trade
Uber's a
if
long
it does show up. I mean, Uber's got to be a long somewhere.
Pull up the
going down pretty
15-minute
far.
chart. On the 15 on Uber, look at 1465. So that initial move on NCLH does not hold support. So get in. It's going to be an easy in and out pretty quickly. But I'm just seeing 4650. This has got to be a long off that level. If you're looking for a dead cat bounce, it just gave it to you. Now back to 47. So I'd play it two ways. One, maybe the 47 is going to be able to hold itself, or it's just this 46.5. Well, that's a good wick down there. Let's try the 47 level first. If it holds 47, it can get to 48 in a heartbeat. 46.5 is the support when you look at it. You can like the short all you want, but I wanted to short a pop in Uber. Sometimes there is no short to be, so no pop to be shorted. This was just all downside here. But once you find a level, now you're holding 47. I'm going to look for that rubber band action into the 48. If it gets to 48, I got no issues just taking it out. I think you want to scalp some halfway and then see if you can't get all the way to the $48 level. We'll go back to SoFi. I'm going to get to yellow. SoFi's trying to take out the bottom. So if it holds, I think we're getting 1050s. I got my bid out there. But if it wicks this bottom, I'm getting more out at 80. I want it to break down that bottom and continue. So SoFi's been arrows down, which we want. But if it cannot hold on to this 80 level, I'm going to get more shares out of SoFi. It looks like that's going to be the case here. Yeah, there it is. Just going to take more out. Give me, always get. So I just took more out on SoFi. That's been a good short. And Yellow Corporation. So it got to the zone that I would have shorted it, but it just broke right out. So there was no fail break at 2. Now it's halted up at 220. 224 halts. 231 is the current tap. Actually, now it's 226. So it's indicating all over the place. But generally speaking, that's closer to flat than anything else on Yellow. It went right through that zone without stopping. Did not stop. Did not collect $200 or any of that nonsense. It should be a volatility halt. 5 or 10 minutes is when it should open back up. So Uber, it wicked that 47, but then it reclaimed it. I'm probably just going to try this a few times here. But in and out, every time it gets above 47, I just want to see strength above, get back in, and then give it to 47 even. If it breaks down, then I try it off 46.5.
Palantir gave me the trade that I wanted, but I wasn't there. Breaks 1950. We're trading almost at 90 now. I'm going to take the 20 breakout. Super tight stop on this one. Tesla's just consolidating down there. I'm waiting for the break of 265. Not getting anything out here. Looking to add on 265 for a potential market bounce if that does come. And Roku waiting on that 97 to break. It looks like it is getting there. Oh no, it's NASDAQ, come on. It is getting there. Lighter volume than before, so that actually probably helps on the fail break idea. So we'll see if we can get that if it does come in. I mean, this could be at $100 before long if it does continue that 97 break.
Oh my goodness.
So
yeah.
Only one execution on this one, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Gonna get right out of the way, and then we'll try again at 100 there. Nikola did hold that $3. So maybe I should have tried that again. I just felt like the edge was kind of gone there if it didn't go right away.
It was a good wick bottom, but I don't know. I stopped it out. Like that's my style.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to Uber in a quick second, but I did get Nikola. It just got to this 320, so I wicked out of it. That was a long from earlier. I jumped right back in once we saw the wick bottom, and I just got to 20. So that's about a 12-cent win. I want it to hold above VWAP, and then I can think about the next stages. I know I want to offer in front of 330. That's obvious. If it pops up there, we'll take that. Uber also just popped to the upside, so we're going to ring the register on that one. Looks pretty solid off that 47 bounce, but it did stop out. 10-cent stop the first time. If it gets to 48, then we get that dollar win, or at least just under it. I don't care about the round number. If 48's resistance, I want 47.90 out in front of it. And then you take 90 cents instead of a buck, or 80 cents instead of a buck. Who cares? I want out in front of resistance. Brendo.
Another one with a nice earnings report today. CAT, not really a day trading stock, but what a move here for Caterpillar, guys, approaching 5% on the day.
Yes, I will cheer Caterpillar, although I probably won't trade it. I own Caterpillar in the long term. I looked into maybe switching some of that over to John Deere and decided I didn't want to do it. So you can cheer that and be happy about it going up, but I can tell you what's not going up, and that's Meta. Meta through 315. Oh my goodness. Yep. This is what happens when you're looking. Oh, nice Uber. This is what happens when you're looking in the wrong spot. You got to pick what you're trading at the open. Obviously, Nikola, SoFi was breaking down and all that other good stuff. And I missed out on that Meta to try to get through the 318, fail underneath our line. That's like you're short on the way back to the downside. So congratulations if you were looking for that failure short on Meta. Big level on the daily chart. That's why we liked it. Got to go back over to SoFi. We're able to double tap, get out at 1080. Remember I said if it does not hold beneath 1075, get more shares out at 80, don't hold past 11. Exactly the plan, get 80 out, and then get out at 11, so it can be a winning trade even if you don't want to get trapped at the bottom. I never want to get trapped at the bottom and stuck not taking any profits. Thank you very much, Uber. Once you zoom out and find a level like that on an Uber, I wasn't really thinking about this, so as it was tanking, it's like, where's the long? You look up, it's like 46.5 is pretty obvious. So once it wicked that bottom, 47 entry a couple times, there's the 48. I took the 80-cent win, and now we're going to hold on to it. It's either break even or it gets right back up to where it closed. 49.5 is where it closed. I'm suspecting it's going to take a lot for it to get back to green. I want out between 49 and 49.5 if it gets there.
This Tesla trade's finally starting to work, getting off the bottom. Kind of light volume for Tesla today, but keeps kind of getting below 264 and then bidding up super fast. So waiting for this one to break. It did just top out at 99s there, and I'm looking to take that 265 even break. Market kind of deciding what it wants to do. So if we do decide to go up, I believe Tesla will make the move that I want. If we go down, I probably get stopped out. Simple as that. Yeah, Uber, nice bottom there on Uber, but I don't know. I wanted that short. Here we go on Tesla. Come on, go break that 265. Let's go take out 267. Come on, Tesla. I know what you want to do. I don't think I traded Tesla yesterday, so getting reacquainted with my friend. Broke 19?
No, Zoom Info broke 19.
Oh, Zoom Info is below. Okay.
So this was the
that
other.
One's getting smoked.
This is the other play. You're looking for a place for it to bounce on the SSR. When it goes SSR, usually you're just thinking even dollar levels. So broke 20, there was nothing there. 19.5, nothing there. It broke 19, got to 1884, and already came back above once. Shout out in the chat, Scott H. Scotty H in the chat. Thank you for that one because I had my level 2 over on yellow, and I'm still looking at that. That might be. It's still at that 220. If it holds 220, that was a big level on the daily, and then maybe a breakout through the top. But at that price level, a failure there, that's in the short range for me. So I'm not really looking for that long just yet. But Zoom Info, if it gets back above 19, I like the long and then give it to the local bottom and then look for the SSR bounce. So there it goes. Oh, of course, I just hit a refresher at 01s. I mean, it's the same entry point anyways, but the bottom is 1884, so you can probably guess exactly where my stop is going to be, and you get 0 points for guessing it because it's obvious. But there was just, it broke 19, I hit 01s, and there was an iceberg at 01s. So if it chews through that, great. It might be a place to add at 01, but I'm not adding to that position until it's through that seller that's sitting there at 1901. If it does that, I can add to it and then look for the VWAP bounce. I'm not necessarily going to try for the Brankles hold because this is a dog, and it's not like this is not as it's not a name that a lot of people trade as often as they would like an XPeng or a Snapchat. So yes, it can bounce, but I don't know if it has as much oomph to it as some of the other SSR bounces.
Yeah, that Palantir is kind of lagging here. I don't know if I want that 20 break anymore, although it is kind of picking up right as I start to speak of it. So maybe I'll leave that order in. Tesla might look like it actually wants to break down. So, you know, whatever on that one. Not going to get out. Not going to do anything. Not changing the stop. Low of day stop on this one. Hopefully, we have that low of day as, you know, expecting kind of another muted day out of the NASDAQ today. I don't think we're making a big move. Upstart is almost at 69 now.
Affirm's going.
Affirm's going too?
Yeah, Affirm's already going.
Interesting. So Upstart did give you that 67 hold. I mean, you had to probably get in and out a few times, but it finally does hold it here. And now moving back up. I didn't really like what I was seeing out of it, so didn't take that, but clearly should have. Maybe, do I want the 69? And I believe we're going over to Brendo at the big desk.
I just got the final reading on last month's S&P manufacturing PMI. So 49 expected, comes out exactly in line at 49, guys. So again, the S&P manufacturing PMI final reading 49 versus 49 expected. At 10 o'clock, we get the JOLTS job openings number.
Jolts, but as you were going over Upstart, I was just mentioning very quickly, Affirm here got through yesterday's top and is kind of dancing around. 1960 is a big level on the daily. I know, like above there, it's an easy break. Inside this range, I need to see it holding a bid above that 40, maybe taking out the current high. So it got into the range, but it couldn't take the second level out, so no long entry just yet. If anything, that's kind of like a failed short entry. Not that I was looking to take it. Yellow is holding up really nicely, so I'll be ready for Affirm if it gets there. It doesn't look like it wants to. But now yellow's starting to hold up here at that 220. Dipped under, hasn't really shown a ton of weakness down there just yet. The halt price now resets things at 225, so above 225 it gets back to that halt price, and I'd look for it taking out the top with a stop underneath the halt. So that'd be like a 238 top. If it breaks along, your stops, my stop would be at like 24, where it has that halt. Zoom info, still unable to get past that 91. I'm long at evens, and my stop is pretty tight under here. With slippage, probably 20 to 25 cents at absolute worst on Zoom. Uber is starting to pull back. This is why you scalp some out and take some profit. Got to 47.5, got to 48. If it breaks 47, I'm out. So essentially a break-even stop. I risk about 10 cents, looking for a continuation play on this. And Nikola, sort of a similar story here. Yeah, Nikola, it was good off the 3 the first time. Got back in there, got some out 20s, got some out when it couldn't hold 15. Now it's going to retest that 3 even. So you've had to take your profit on Nikola when it's been available. Otherwise, it sucked for you. It's been a great stock, but not unless you've been taking your profit out along the way. Always ring the register. Do not look that gift horse in the mouth. And as always, I'll show you, my stop was exactly where I told you guys. Right underneath that local bottom on Zoom info. If it doesn't work to the low, that's the SSR bounce. I'm not sitting there holding it or averaging into it or getting stubborn about it. Either works or it doesn't. It's binary, looking for the playback into VWAP. Keep the losses small when you can. You're going against the grain. They had crappy earnings. I'm just looking for a gimmick bounce.
AMD's screaming into that 115 level, so I'm going to take this breakout, looking for that 115.10 to break, and then potentially, I don't know, 116, 117 would be the idea on this. This is a long-term breakout. Whoa. These are the kinds of trades that I want to have, and I'm also waiting on that 69 on Upstart. I'll take that if that does show up, but looking like that one wants to pull back right now. This AMD position, not going to hold it too far, maybe just like 20 cents here. So we got to kind of bid up right now on this one in order to hold it. But I think we can do that. AMD is looking super strong. Market's not very strong, and AMD is still kind of flying to the upside. So this does look decent. Some reserves on the bid there. Looking for it 15? It did break 15. Come on,
but it didn't
AMD.
get through 10. My stop's at 10. Went to 09.
Yeah, 10 is that high, right? I figured, 115 was kind of the level. But yeah, we'll see if we can get back up here on AMD. Willing to hold it a little bit. I think that this kind of long-term breakout makes a lot of sense here. 115 has been a level for quite a while now that has been shorted. So, if it finally breaks, that's when people stop out, I figure. And we got earnings tonight, so maybe a little earnings move. Pre-earnings squeeze move like we've seen in the past. Maybe I'll just add on that 115.10 break since that is the actual level here.
Speaking of adding, I'm actually thinking about tightening things up in one of two ways. It broke that local high, So if I add to it, then I'm adding at 250, and I'm going to tighten up my stop. I think it would be to around that 240 level if it breaks the top. Right now I have less, and I'm giving it to the halt price underneath 225. But if it breaks 250, it feels like that's I have an offer sitting in front of 270. So if it goes crazy, I'm already getting out there. So I've got my stop in place. But if I add to this thing, there goes AMD. It just broke that 10. So I don't want this getting back too far underneath that 114 level. To me, it should be working off that 115 level. It should be working off that level. But here comes Yell. As I say that, of course, it's not going to actually break this 250. And I'm sitting there staring at it, looking for a place to add. Come on, get through there. There it goes. It just broke. So I want to immediately, first thing I want to do is then change my stop up to a tighter stop. Sometimes this is a good idea. Sometimes it's a horrible one. But it's another local break. If it goes through, I'm thinking 70s and 75s and 3, but I want it working right away. Super strong stock, but this is somebody going bankrupt. I don't want this getting back to the halt price. I want to now stop it out underneath that 235 area. So pretty tight stop on Yell. AMD is starting to go. There it goes. I haven't scalped anything out yet. Don't know why. It's gone the first quarter. I'm long off the 10 level. That was yesterday's top. Ignore all that pre-market mumbo jumbo. Last week's high was 115.10. There you go. 115.10. That's what I was waiting for the long. So AMD breaking despite the fact the market just failed 15.8.
Yeah, AMD is
so I hate to
I
hate to caution. I'm not even in any shorts right now, but 15.8 just wicked the top, and that was yesterday's support level. I am taking some out here in front of 50 on AMD. Yeah, it's just we just wicked that's not good. Support turning into resistance on the NASDAQ. I just dumped some, now holding half the position when it got that first $0.50. I don't like where the futures are at with that a lot of times. So that's a good win, but you see me taking that profit. I'm now giving my stop. I don't even want it underneath one break even. It gets anywhere, if it sniffs 115, I'm out. I'm going to get out underneath 115.09, essentially break even. Going back over to Yell, it's crazy to only be in long breaks at this time. Stop is still in. Hasn't really gone anywhere just yet. I got 45 long, giving it about 10 cents plus slippage. I'm looking for a break of 60, then I can start getting out of that. Uber's holding out okay. Nikola's holding out okay as well. But it can't. I was about to say I'm going to get that 325, but this is exactly where it failed before. So this is position management. If I'm looking to take some out here in front of 330, but it's showing me the same weakness, just take it out underneath. Get that 18 out again, trim the position, make sure you're getting some profit out of that trade. Checking back in on AMD was the right call to cover some at that 50 level. If it holds quarters and then gets a run back up to 50, I do not want to see it wick this high again. If it wicks that high again, I take more shares out of pure caution. So that's the plan over there on AMD, but I've already taken some out, so not too much concern there. Once we punch through 60 again on Yell, I have not taken anything out, so that's what my focus wants to be. I haven't taken profit on Yell just yet, so I want to make sure I'm getting something on any kind of a break of 60.
Wild move on that Yell. I didn't even notice that we were trading that high. AMD, did I just get stopped out? Oh, great. All right, yeah, stopped out on AMD there. All right, interesting. Maybe I should just punch back into this. No. Market's kind of weak. I did get some out there in front of 50s, but I was kind of expecting like a longer-term squeeze move. A lot of people talk about these dark pool wicks on the pre-market. I think that's a little bit tinfoil hatty, but that's exactly where we stop in this move up, right at 60s there. So interesting there. Other than that, Tesla stopped out quite a while ago. Roku did the same move as it was doing all afternoon yesterday, so it won't even give you that 97. It just gets up to 80s and then fails. So absolutely should have just stepped in front of that 97 level. Maybe just getting in small size in front of the 97 in case it doesn't break is the way to go. But now I feel like this is kind of setting up for a much bigger kind of breakdown of this 94 level. Probably back into 92, maybe even 90. I think once these kind of squeezes give it up, they can go pretty fast back to the downside. So I'm maybe taking a 94 breakdown later on this morning.
That's not for AMD. You're still in AMD. I got it out. I had to stop if it couldn't hold 115. I'm looking up at it and it might still be a bounce play. But yellow got to that 70 level. There was a refresher at 60, and iceberg was sitting at 60. So I took some out when I saw it and tightened the stop up to the 50 level. I still have the stop now break even under 50, but now that it's hit 70, there's a seller at 75. I think through there, you're looking at the $3 level for Yellow Corporation. They're still going bankrupt last I checked, but it doesn't really matter. It's a squeeze play. So, yeah, we did take some out. We got half out at that 50-50, 115.50 on AMD, but then I wasn't letting it get back underneath that 115. Looks like I should have given it some more room. But again, that was sort of my read, a little bit more conservative with that play. Keep the win in your pocket. And let's go to Brendo.
Volume coming back in here to the upside for this one. Pfizer, 50% hit in Q2 sales for COVID-19. So downside as far as vaccines are concerned on the earnings front. But overall a miss for Pfizer. We were all the way down here at 35. Just took out the highs there, guys, for PFE.
Oh, Pfizer. So we had Pfizer and Merck, but this is why you take that profits. We got 60s and 70s and tighten up our stop to 50. If it cannot hold on to that, I'm getting out. So I never want to, we added to this one, once it looked good above the 40 level, added to it at 50 to be able to get an average price of 245. Now I'm essentially only holding the 50, so I don't want to take an L on that higher low. If it cannot get through the 75 and hold, it's gotten to 275 only, then I think this could pull back. And you could have halts down to the downside in a stock like this, all that bad stuff. So I never want to turn that into a mess. Now Nikola's turning through that 320. Next stop would be breaking 330, but I realized I didn't have my offer back in front of 330, so I just got another leg out in front of 330. Nikola's been fantastic. We'll take it. It would have been a home run if it could have broken that 350 in the pre-market, but it never did. The longs have been essentially in squeeze type names and then a dead cat bounce in Uber today. You've been trying long big tech. I hope it was AMD because everything else has been a dumpster fire for you, although Meta is trying to hold a little bit of a bid. Still long and strong in some of these squeeze type names. Uber is starting to pull back though. So the last one to manage, again, I have not reloaded Uber. It got to that 48 level. That's where we took profit. Now it's curling back under to 47. If it can't hold on to 47, we get the heck out of Dodge. There's 280 on yellow. Get up, get up, get up. We want $3 on yellow here. So I'm going over to away from Uber. It just got 280s. I got a 290 offer. Well, it's like 92s. And then if it wicks and fails 3, I get out of everything but like 10% if it fails the $3 level. But always tightening my stops. Every time it takes another 10 cents up, I'm tightening my stop up because I do not want to get trapped in a halt down.
I really figured Nikola would be the one doing the several dollar moves today out of these crazy squeeze names. Not that yellow, but I got back into AMD here. It's kind of holding this 80s low, so I punched a little bit in the 90s and looking for the continuation move, but pretty tight stop on this. Obviously, market is not doing the best, although we are getting a bounce right now on NASDAQ. So this would be the time to go on AMD. You know, these longer term kind of breakout plays are very bullish, very, I'm willing to try them more than once is what I'm trying to say. So want to get out some ahead of this high of day again and then see if we can get that move into 116, 117. If you look at the daily, you got, where are we? Right here, this 116 kind of even area that we kind of topped out at last time. So going to see if we can get into there. If not, if we take out this low, then I'm just going to get out again. Simple as that. I don't really see anything else at the moment. I do like Zoom breaking 94, but I tried that trade so many times yesterday. Or not Zoom, Roku breaking 94. But I tried that trade so many times yesterday and got stopped out that I'm kind of nervous about that potential trade.
ZI's still holding the bottom.
Is it?
Yeah, it's doing, so if it doesn't work right away in SSR bounce, maybe just look for it to hold support throughout the morning rush. So if we come back at like 10:30 and this is still making the same low underneath 19, I go back to it. But you really want to see the buying come in. It's just not as exciting, to be honest with you guys. I'm looking for a re-entry into AMD because I might have been too hasty to get in out of it. A winning trade's a winning trade. But I should have thought about where I want to get back into that 115 long because it held 114.8. So now you have a pretty decent stop out zone. The problem is the weakness in the overall market. Like my gut's telling me big tech under 15.8 should be a short, but AMD's got the earnings. There's a reason why it could go counter trend. I don't want to be talking myself into a trade. And just a quick update on yellow. If you have this runner, now it just made a bit of a double top here and kind of a wick at 75 with a refresher. So I have my stop up to 60. Like every time I've been moving my stop up from 35, 40, 50. Now I don't want this breaking down at 60 because it looks a little bit top heavy. And were it to dump here, take the profit on the last little bit, and then look for a dip play if it's got one in it. So my stop's underneath the 60 level, which will be a winning trade. It's always good to get stopped out or trailed out, and it's still a winner. Caterpillar, I guess it was a good day trade after all, eh?
Wow.
Sigh. That's not bad. I'm happy about it in the long term, but maybe we should have sniffed out a long on this. You can't trade everything. It's been a good morning, but sometimes look at this on the daily. 270 break? Yeah, that's not that bad, but it's 10 o'clock. Let's go to the desk.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. A couple of data points just coming across. U.S. JOLTS job openings last month, 9.58 million, lower than expected. 9.6 million was expected there. The final ISM manufacturing PMI number, 46.4, again lower than expected, 46.9 on that. Just be careful. We're also getting some comments here from Fed's Goolsby again this morning, just starting at 10 o'clock here. But overall, the market a little bit mixed to kick things off here this morning, despite a number of overly positive earnings, including Pfizer. I'll show you the chart here in a second, just straight to the upside. As we mentioned, this one as well, AMSC, little tiny superconductor corporation to the upside this morning. No real significant reason that I could find on that, but about a 30 million share float on that American Superconductor Corporation, a heads up there. Cybin back to the upside as well. We did get some data over in Europe this morning that was below estimates. That's the Qs right now, just kind of chopping around at session lows. If you're with us in the pre-market, we talked about Meta announcing more intentions for AI right across its group of platforms. Uber topping earnings. Q3 forecasts only in line with estimates. Palantir, more positive chatter as well. There's Pfizer. Yeah, that's just straight to the upside ever since the open this morning for PFE. Uber, on the other hand, as the guys were mentioning, trying to hold the lows right now, guys, for Uber. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time, and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
Okay, let me get beaten up. I was just like complaining to Max about Pfizer because I had just started back dollar cost averaging into that stock. And now it's going to bounce too early. So NCLH round 2, maybe? So it just wicked a fresh low, which is a pre-market bottom. So I was looking for the 20, hold the low, break the 20, and then tight stop. Now I'm looking at this current low at 1880 and thinking back through 19 is your SSR bounce, and then give it to that low. So I want it breaking. I'm gonna put a stop order. Oh, never mind. I was about to put a stop, and it was like, as I was putting it in, it broke, so I just punched long. I got 3s. So we'll get my stop order in. There's 2 ways you can play this. You give it all the way back for the 20-cent stop. Or if it breaks out at 10s, I'd probably throw the stop at 19, and it's even better. I don't know if it's a Brangles hold trade, but it is an SSR bounce. It is 13% to the downside. Going to have orders in front of 20. That'll be the first out, and then probably that 1940 level, which was a lot of trouble before. So let's see if NCLH wants to go now. Checking back in on something that was good. Yeah, maybe a little too aggressive, getting some more shares out of 75 on Yell, but that's fine. My stop's at 60. If it breaks the top, I'm not offering. I want to play off the $3 level. That's what we're looking for on yellow. AMD, it looks like, it could not hold on to that 115. So when it came back in, there was no real opportunity to show any strength above 115 for that long. That's where I like the long. It's above 115 on AMD. Oh yeah, XPeng. I knew I was forgetting something. XPeng holds low and back above the 20 level. Oh, I hate you, XPeng. If this ends up being a long off 20 again on this stock and we don't have it, it's frustrating. But hey, we're looking in other places today. You're never mad when you have a good morning, but you do get some of that FOMO when the stock that was your best stock yesterday don't have a single trend. Like it was Tupperware and XPeng, my best two stocks. I haven't even looked at Tupperware. I have no trades in XPeng despite 20 holding the open here.
AMD stopped me out. There was a huge bid, 1,700 lots on 75s, which got filled, then hits VWAP, comes right back above that price. So I just got long again, right above that 75, and now I'm adding above 115. If this wants to just wick VWAP and then start going again, I'm going to try it one more time here. Stop is basically 114.69 at the moment. Looking for this to kind of blast off right now. NASDAQ's starting to go. It's got to get, really trading above that 15.8 to go, but it's starting to look like it maybe wants to. AMD still looking pretty bullish here despite me getting stopped out twice. So hopefully it's not a third time because 3 strikes and this trade is out for me. But I do like the bigger picture idea here, and hopefully we can finally get flying here. Looks like it has the juice. It needs to get through this 30. It's been having troubles with 115, like 28 for some reason. So, yeah, there we go. Come on, AMD. Come on. Blast off. Come on. Get to 50s. I'm not looking to take any profit yet, but maybe I should be getting a little bit out here, actually. Around that 25. Let's just do that. 24. Take a little bit of profit if we get there. If this flushes out again, whatever. Zoom is kind of, or not Zoom, why do I keep saying
I
Zoom?
just keystroked out of yellow.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it broke 3. I'm like, okay, we're gonna set up a trail, look for a place to add, but I didn't trail it to 75, I just punched out. So,
Ouch.
And then I never, of course, took the break at 3. There's always the off chance that it ages pretty decently on yellow, and it's not bad. Like 250 to 3 is not that bad of a play, but I ended up punching out at like 90, I think like at like 95 out or something as I was trying to place a trailing stop at 75, but that's what happens when you put a keystroke error. I will look for a place to get back in, but the last thing you want to do when you make a keystroke error is then buy the top. So, I don't want to be sitting here like, I'll just get back in at 25 or something. No, I'm going to let it calm down. Do not want to throw away profits chasing it. It happens. That's a little bit frustrating. It just dipped into 3, maybe a play off that, but it just went parabolic. It's not a great time to be entering the long. You want the next consolidation. Like, you want the pullback, and then you want the next play, which is either bounce off consolidation or take the next available breakout. So it hasn't really done that just yet. I'll allow it to calm down and do it. NCLH. That was kind of nuts. So it was weird because I was just getting filled. There it is. So there's a wick bottom. It filled me in front of 20s and then immediately stopped me out back under 19, but now it's back over 19. Maybe I just get back into this. See if I can get 3s again. Of course, I just bid 3s and went to 6. I'm going to try and bid in front of 19 again and then just consistently stop out under 19. So try going longs, 1s, 2s, and 3s on NCLH. And see if I can get back into that trade for the other SSR bounce. Meta's going. Meta's back above. Good shout out to everyone in the chat that just mentioned Meta. It's back through my line. I got my line set up, and that's at 317. It's like 317.65 essentially. That was a key bottom. Now it's through 318. Hold above 318. 15.8 on the futures. This is a NASDAQ. If we can hold above here, I like some longs above that price for a nice little red to green action. And Meta would be the one because it's trading at the right level, which is breaking the 18 that I can give it to 317.5. Give it a couple of counts of the bidder showing up. Right now it's a really thin bid above 318. Now it's starting to show up more strength. There it is. Now it's starting to go. I just tried to get quarters and didn't get filled. I don't want to chase it too far in front of 318 here. Maybe I was too late to punch into this. Let's give it some time to pull back.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little heated here on AMD as well. Finally takes out that 30 top. Now heading towards the high. I think that we can get through this and get to 116, maybe 117 today. So try not to take any profit ahead of the high here. Taking 10% of what's left and then trying to hold the majority of the trade for the move.
Oh, top rate.
Come on, get up there, AMD. Get up there. Doesn't even get to my order there at 59, but I don't know. I'm not scared. I'm trying to hold this. This looks really good. The VWAP bounce kind of stops everybody out and then blasts right back up. That's the kind of thing that I like to see on these large cap stocks. So hopefully we can get through that high. For whatever reason, 115.60 providing some issues for this one for now. But my stop's going to be break even now, and we'll see if we can get this move. That NCLH, I absolutely should have taken with you there, Neil. That 19 level looking pretty good, looking like we might get a little
but I got
reversal
stopped.
there. Oh, you got stopped?
I got filled at 17, and then the next tick down was breaking 19 again, and I was out. It was weird. It was very weird. I am back into yellow at 5s in front of that 3 level. I'll get to that in a second, but Meta's starting its pullback. So this is where I wanted to try to grab it before. Let's wet the old beak if I can get the quarter area here. AMD just filled as well. Okay. AMD, did it take out the top? No, it did not.
No, not yet.
No. AMD didn't take out the top. That's not right. I'm going to get out flat on that. I just got Meta, but I'm like, why did I just get into AMD if it didn't break the high? So I just punch out of it because it hasn't broke the high. I don't want it. So I've got the dip buy on Meta. I want it long into this 317 half area. It's like 317.60 is kind of that line. So if it gets to 318, I add to it. But just to show you on AMD, I'm not really sure. Yeah, that should never have triggered. Never mind.
There was a weird kind of volume spike there on AMD, so they might have done one of those little kind of scammy take out the liquidity and fill everybody on the breakout scenarios.
Okay, so that's what happened. Like, if you don't think you should have been in, and I didn't, so I got in and out flat on AMD there. Maybe back into 115 is going to be a bit of a level, but that's what we'll look for. I'll go back to yellow. Yeah, it was a bit of a keystroke to get out of yellow in the first place. But I was able to just it just bounced off 3. Like, it held 3. I punched long 05s on the way back up. Immediately, it broke 10s, and there was a refresher at 12. I took some out there. I'll scout more out to the high of the day than try and hold through the high break. So that'll be in the 20s. I'll get an offer into the 20s. If it gets to the high of the day, I'm not sure I want to add again. It's too big of a range over the $3 level, so I'll just take some out and hold through the break instead of trying to add. So I definitely like this yellow if we can break that top. I just do not want to be adding through the breakout of the high of the day. That's way too aggressive. There's something else I wanted to get to. We had Nikola. Still kind of working off that 3, but you see what happened here? Like, I got that 25 fill right back in. So Nikola's still putting in lower highs. It needs to take out 330. Then it can really run. I'm back into NCLH. So back in at the 3 level, that's where we had it before. If it holds on to 19, great. I don't want to give it to 1980 because it's already gone 20 cents here. So it should hold this 19 area, maybe give it like half a cent. I always want to see the offer be underneath. So it can break 19, but not really have an offer underneath there, and then I can still be in. But if once it breaks to 99, I'll be out of it for sure. Going to get some out at that 19.20. I want to make sure I take some out there. Oh, there's yellow. Yellow ran the stops. A pretty tight stop on the reentry of yellow, and there goes NCLH as well. So NCLH out, tight stop. Yellow, where did it just go to? 85. Oh, we got a good out there. We got 99 out there on yellow, so 05 to 12, and then we get out at 99. Want to have these tight stops and not be giving up profit as you're chasing the move to the upside. It can still go, but at this point, it's starting to run out of some steam here. And Meta couldn't hold on either. Like, Meta got the dip, waited for it to come back in, but it does not hold on. So we get in, we get out. Never want to be fighting anything. That's the plan of action. Like, I don't want to be sitting here like, oh, I like the long Meta above here. Average, then get kind of blown out through VWAP there. Not the way that I like to play the game. AMD looks a little bit stronger than Meta now. Like, look at it hold that top. This could be a higher low off 115. That's more strength than Meta. So if there is a long left in big cap tech, I feel like it's going to be AMD.
Yeah, I'm still liking this AMD long. Just kind of having to do some dips in here because the market's not strong. So, if the market was strong, AMD would be probably trading at 116.50 by now or something crazy like that. I put the stop in for Palantir again. It's going back up to 20. So I still want to take that 20 level, I think. I'll watch the volume as it comes up. I want it to be kind of strong going into 20. I don't want to see, kind of mixed tape going into there because then it's probably a fade off of there, and maybe I switch it out and take the short on a fail break of 20 on Palantir. Other than that, Tesla's really quite relatively weak today, so my long idea clearly not the right one. This one just breaking that 265 to the downside and not looking back really. I don't think it ever actually printed back through that 265, so good breakdown short there. And Nikola is coming right back to that $3 level.
Yeah, it's right
so
here.
If you want the $3 on Nikola,
Market's at the bottom right now.
yeah, market is really really dropping.
Coin just broke 90.
Coin broke 90?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't have a stop for that.
Oh, that's a big bid on Nikola at $3. Let's see if this holds. See if,
You're thinking the same thing I am. If 3 holes, punch long ones.
yeah, I think that's probably.
That's all I'm doing right now. If it's a decent level at 3 on Nikola. If it holds that, I probably punch long ones. And my stop right now is at the local bottom. I think that's like 94. But if I punch more long, I probably tighten up the stop as well. I'm gonna try and grab something on coin on this 90 level, if it comes back to the upside for a short. But right now, Nikola, it's either gonna break this 3, I can think about getting out, or I'm gonna add to this what we have left on an 0-1 breakout. So Nikola's probably the next trade here. AMD's retesting 115. So the market's through the bottom. If the market wicks the bottom, AMD looks like it's the probable long, but not at this point, not with the market potentially making a fresh low and holding fresh lows.
Yeah, that AMD is probably going to come out for me very soon. That's, too bad on that one, I guess. This Nikola kind of stopped printing the bid there, but I'm not really that excited about it. Maybe I'll try it here at 302. All right, we're long 302 on Nikola. Let's see if we can get going. I'm just going to punch out on $3 if it looks like it's going to break. Ideally, we're breaking this 312 previous high pretty quickly and then trying to get into 325 again. This 3 breakout was a great, idea for a long time. So I think trying it more than once makes a lot of sense. So let's see if we can hold here, get up. I don't know. I mean, do we have the juice to get all the way to the high again today? I feel like probably not. I think the shorts are probably pretty confident off of that high right now.
They're feeling good.
Yeah, they're feeling really good right now. 50 cents in the money on a $3 stock, assuming that you somehow got the high, but let's call it 35 cents in the money on a $3 stock. 10% would be pretty nice for a short. So I think we got to get up past this 335 level. There was actually a huge offer on 335 on the way up that I was watching. I think it was 2,000 lots or something in that kind of range, and it got filled on the ask, and then we kind of broke down from there. Haven't looked back, so 335 is probably the breakout price on Nikola as I get stopped out of AMD, break even there. And
watch out for these futures.
Away. Yeah, futures are going right for the low at the moment. So I don't think being, really into these big cap tech longs makes a whole lot of sense, even though I really do want to be long AMD today.
I think if you, right now we're at a pretty decent inflection point on the futures. This is this 15.75 level. There was resistance last week. You broke out. When it broke this level, look how far it went, and it supported it. When it broke down, it absolutely flushed. When we broke it on Friday, we made a double top, and then it held above that all day long. So if it wicks this bottom, that's not a bad entry point, really, for some longs. So AMD 115 just wicked. If this ends up being the low, and you've wicked that previous support level, which is also resistance, it's not a bad entry if you like a strong stock. That's why I'm looking at that AMD. I was going to take coin short at that 90, then I realized where the futures were. I'm like, I don't like that, and I wasn't watching Bitcoin, so I didn't even know what's going on in Bitcoin. So getting short Coinbase at the low, when I'm not even watching crypto, makes no sense. But this little wick here on AMD is going to get me back in. I was looking for the futures to bounce here. Don't chase too much. There we go. I was able to get 15s. So I wanted us holding 115, hold a higher low, trend up. Now if the futures have made a bottom at that level, AMD has a chance to take out the top. I can stop it out to that local high, which is like 30 cents worth of risk, maybe a little bit of slippage in that. There's always going to be slippage in a move like that, so call it 35 cents worth of risk on AMD. If I really like it, the futures can hold green above. I would add to it, but there's no adding unless the futures show me more strength. Ooh, Nikola did pop a little bit, so I did take some. I'm going to show you guys. It got back to that local top 10, so I took some out in front of it, still holding 70%. do the same thing we did last time, which is like that 20 level. If it gets to 20, I want profit at that 20, so I'll ring the register there. AMD does not hold on, so I get that quick bounce play, immediately just take out that stop. Suddenly the strength is just not there on AMD. Like, it's got to work right away, otherwise I'm going to have a tight stop out and take the profit where I can, because you're fighting it on these shorts. You never want to be sitting there being relatively stubborn about it. It's the one I wanted when the futures hit that level. Now you're breaking down, and we're the other way. So the futures just broke more convincingly. Yeah. If you haven't guessed, coin is still at 90.
Coin's still at 90.
I looked over. I'm like, if coin's still at 90, then I'm shorting it.
Those clean like $10 levels on coin seem to be like good spots to get into positions. I think anywhere else is like really quite difficult to get into positions on coin, at least
90, 95.
Yeah, exactly. 90,
100,
95,
obviously.
Yeah.
100
110 as well was a very key spot on that stock, which I played to the long side one too many times.
If you were here that day, the day that it,
I remember that day.
The day that it squirrels. I mean, the way that you trade now. Like, so remember when it squirrels that one day from like 80 something to like 110. It was like a pre-market play, like right into the open. If you were the way you were holding on Nikola today, if you did the same thing on Coinbase, like you'd already be moved to Barcelona, straight up. I'm like, thank you for the super chat, Mr. Westermeyer, but trust me, and you should still go to Barcelona and trade there too. I would do that if I were you. That's the first time I said it in an hour, but I'm going to keep telling him this.
I feel like your ability to convince me to do things is unmatched. I mean,
I got
a
that
very persuasive guy.
It's a Jedi mind trick. You didn't see me when I did that. It was like trade in Barcelona.
Oh, and all right.
And I did that. For those of you just tuning in, Max is going to be vacationing in Barcelona when NVIDIA has earnings, and there's a policy at Day Trade the World. You can visit another office, have a temporary transfer, and trade another floor as long as the manager approves it. And it just so happens we've known the Barcelona trading floor manager for like at least a decade, and he's been on the show, and he's a good friend. He's a great guy. There's no questions asked. I'm pretty sure he's going to let you trade on the floor, like barring something ridiculous. So it's a great feature to have for sure. Luis is a great dude. You guys have seen him. He comes on some Thursdays. In the summer, he's been on vacation, so we haven't had him on in a while. So I was able to get the short under 90 on Coinbase right when AMD turned. And the futures went under the bottom. I got 89, just under 80s. It tagged the low and then is already bouncing. So I do not need this getting back above 90 here. So I'm going to stop out. This is the point where I always want to have a really tight stop on every single trade. Like the open, that's where you hammer your home runs. But here, like if the futures resolve lower, you want to have something short. But I never want to get trapped at the bottom. So if we resolve higher, I'm stopping out for a 25-cent hit plus slippage. But we're just able to take pretty much a 50-cent win on our first leg out on Coinbase. So I like the R&R here, and I want to hold on through the low break, but you also don't want to be giving this to 91 even, because the futures could bounce, and then all of a sudden it's just nasty to the upside, and this wasn't the low. What else? Hamster won. Luis wanted to trade in Canada. He can trade here anytime he wants to. It's just, if you were in Barcelona, the weather's really nice in Barcelona. There's probably some other things that are really, like the food's really good there and some other things too. So I'm sure he's absolutely fine. Just going back to Nikola, this is just chilling above that $3 level. Chilling above that $3 level. Not really a heck of a lot happening. As long as it holds 3, we're in the long. We like it. We'll hold out for it. I think it can be a good one. But it needs to break VWAP sometime soon. And going back over to Yell, looks like it's holding VWAP, but that was the right decision, I think, to get out at that $3 level. I got to zoom out so you can even see. Yeah, we dumped out of this at 3. We're along several times on the way up, but I think the strength might be off VWAP at this point. It's 10:20. Wow, past 10:20. Let's go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
A few interesting movers here, guys. Let's jump right into it here. ABVC, little one. Huge move in the pre-market. So all of this was pre-market all the way up to almost $6 at the high. That actually happened. Licensing agreement. This is a therapeutics company working on the cancer side of things. Could earn them up to $20 million in royalties. Gives more than 50% of that back after the open here. 340 trying to hold as support for ABVC. Tupperware, as the guys have been talking about. Yeah, trying to get back to the upside right now. Just took out $5 trying to get going for Tupperware. It's only quintupled in July, so maybe some more upside for TUP. Siri, as we were talking about, if you were with us in the pre-market with earnings, tag 575, right back down through to session lows here. $5 a problem now for resistance for SIRI, guys.
Whoa. Let's see.
Oh, I was just looking at, so I did just get out there 90 on coins. We took 50 cents, and then we take on the back half. We're going to end up losing 25 cents. So okay, but don't want to get trapped at bottom. Like I said, the futures are at an inflection point where you could trend right back into the upside. NCLH has now made another bottom. So it had the wick bottom. We had that one long that was working, and then it went right back into 19. We got 20 cents on there, 15 cents on it. If it holds this low, it could be good. Zoom Info is doing a similar thing here. It's trying to hold as well, but really, like top is back above 5. This was so good yesterday that this might be the place to be. Watch out for 580 if it takes out the top. It's a big level on the daily. I could see resistance at that price, but that just held right here at yesterday's resistance. That is a great place to base out from. You put in a higher low, and actually that's another higher low above 5, and maybe there's a long off that 5 level for Tupperware. That might be next for me, but Palantir, shoot.
Yeah, Palantir's about to go.
Palantir's about to break 20, so maybe we're not taking Tupperware because
It's like 11,000 lots up there.
I was long above 20 at like 7 a.m. I'm taking it again. Greg was just about to hit some putts, and then he goes, it's at 95, talking about Palantir, and now he's back at his desk right quick. Yeah, that'll get him back to his desk in a heartbeat. 10:25, you can't play golf when Palantir's at 95, brother.
I got back into AMD as well at 114.70. I really wanted 114.50s on this, so I could only take kind of a whole lot less size than I actually wanted. So sadly,
There's huge size here.
I'm not into as much as I wanted. Palantir, yeah, the size is crazy on Palantir. So
I'm short. I'm shorting 99. It's stupid. There's a lot of size there.
You're getting short 99. Interesting. Okay. Well, I got the breakout order on, so we'll see what happens on this one. I think if it does fail this breakout, that could be an amazing short right back down to like 1950. Palantir has shown the ability to give it all up before. But, I do like the idea of potentially getting into, I got to scroll back a long way on the daily on this one to show you where we can get to. We haven't been at these levels for quite some time now. So I'm thinking maybe we can continue, maybe we can trend. Depends if this NASDAQ wants to break.
I got to show you guys level 2, because this is why I quickly flipped to 99 on Palantir. So that's New York book is 500,000 shares. The EdgeX book is 500,000 shares. You got ARCA NASDAQ. So you got over 1 million on the offer. You throw in what happened yesterday. Why is this? There we go. You throw in what happened yesterday at 20, and it went to 19.99 and ended up with a bottom at 19.10. So even just a scalp trade here, I've already taken some out 95, 90, and every 5 cents until it makes a bottom or it gets back up to 20 even. So that's to be the play. If it was no size there, I'd probably only be going long. That was the plan of action, was only to take the breakout. But you show me 1 million shares on the bid, on the offer, and I think you got to do that scalp trade. So got my bids out every 5 pennies just out in front. Never bid 75 when you can bid 76. Never bid 90 when you can bid 91. There's probably size sometimes at every 5 cents, so you just go in front of it. There's a term for that when I was a trainee, but I feel like I can't actually say it because it's a little bit. It was called like shaving a level, and then the trader on the floor gave it like a euphemism in front of shaving that I can't say on YouTube. What's Tupperware doing? Breaking the high.
Tupperware is going for the high, yes.
You got to pick and choose, man. Palantir was at 20, so we went to Palantir and shorted the 99. But Tupperware is breaking out. It was probably, this long was definitely better than the Palantir short.
Halting up.
Halting up on Tupperware. My goodness. It's not going to give any fills on this. Just give fill the bid, fill the bid, fill the bid, fill the bid. Oh, I got it. I got filled. So if a stock goes into a halt, I would never go full size into the halt. I just want to see if it can open higher and play that like from break to break. But you can only get filled by putting a passive bid in there. So I just bid a reverse gateway and was able to catch a fill 66. But I would have stopped out for 1 cent. Now I just want to see what will happen here if it can open higher.
Yeah, we do have that weird thing going on with the New York stocks where it doesn't look like they're
that's doing
halted.
that
So kind of
That's good.
interesting there. It's looking okay on the blotter, but got to be careful on those for anybody at Day Trade the World. These can, if this weird thing happens where the system doesn't think it's halted, it can punch you out. But yeah, this is looking good. I did actually just buy high of day there with whatever my default size was, which was not enough. But whatever. This could be fun. We'll see what happens after the halt. That $6 level is what you were highlighting previously.
Yeah, I think we can get there at least.
AMD broke the high. I got my tiny little size here that's like a quarter of what I've had all day, and now it's going for 116. I'm going to take the 116 break and look for 25 cents on top of that for the first take, and then see what happens after that. Nikola, I have the trail in, or not the trail, I just have the $3 stop. If it touches $3 again, I'm going to bail out of Nikola. I'm looking for it to make the move through that 312, I think it is, it's the high. And here goes AMD, so we're filled on that breakout. Let's go AMD, keep going, show us what you got. I think this can get to 117 pretty quickly here. Obviously, the market's kind of getting to VWAP, which is a definite turnaround spot, but I think
Oh, there goes Nikola.
I think we can go. Oh, Nikola's up
There
too?
goes
Oh,
Nikola.
wow. All right.
Nikola
Everything's just going
finally
at the same
finally
time.
got to VWAP there, so it just kind of punched through. I got some at 15. I got to back this other order off to like maybe the 320 level, just above 320. Maybe we'll throw an order there. I'm reversing on Palantir. I was going to take the break no matter what, but I wanted to go for that scalp short. It never ended up filling anything beyond the 90 level. So I put my bids in, locked and loaded, ready to go. If it flushed down into VWAP and just take all those fills. If it breaks, there's still the same size on the offer at 20 that there was before. I'm not going to reload it because it only went 10 cents. Like, that wasn't even that good. And I didn't really get that much out of it. I essentially got 20% out. So I'm not going to reload it. If I had taken half out there in that dump, I'd probably reload it. But there's no point reloading right here. Tupperware is a volatility halt, so it's open in 2 minutes. I'm instant trailing stop on Tupperware at 350. It's currently saying a flat open, 566, but that could just be, people aren't putting their orders in, or maybe our system's not really showing the tab correctly, but it's indicating a flat reopen. So yeah, there's the reverse. And instantly, we're right back underneath 20 on Palantir. Oh, that's going to be maybe a bit of a trap there. That might be a trap. Do not get under 97. I'm getting out.
Yeah, I'm out of Palantir.
That's a trap.
That was a nasty one. And the fill wasn't very good. I got filled like 03.5, which usually on Palantir
this is
you get
usually a short
02s.
after.
That should be a good short.
Usually that's a good short.
I got enough positions on, so I'm not going to take that one. AMD is working at 116.20. It hasn't taken out 116 since breaking, so this is looking pretty good. I took 25% of the profit, so half of this entry out. Looking for 116.50, 117 to continue to take profit on this one. Nikola, I've taken nothing, so I'm just going to take a quarter out right here at 16s. And then that TUP, when is TUP supposed to open? I will have to find out as we go over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, just keep my eye on crypto here. A couple of different moves to consider here today. Again, it has been a very quiet couple of weeks, quiet couple of days anyways for Bitcoin. This analyst this morning kind of pointing out a few reasons why we could get going. One of them, the ETFs that are currently going through the approval process, Ethereum growth on the use side, and then more world government adaptation into crypto, always going to be a positive catalyst. But went out to a weekly for Bitcoin versus the US dollar. Again, just kind of chopping around here around that 30,000 mark as we've been. 28,830, down 1.6 so far today. Ethereum, same story, 1.5, 1832 coming into play. Mostly red on the board today, guys.
So just back to what Tupperware is not halted, it's suspended, but you can go to NASDAQ Trader and then look at the trade halt page. It is a volatility halt for Tupperware. So it should open up in 5 or 10 minutes. That's how it works. Like I said, I got back into Palantir on that wick. If you're going to wick that top, I'm going to get in. Top opened up and must have immediately run my stop.
Yeah, that opened down, it looks like.
Yeah,
So
it
I'm
opened
out.
down, failing. So I had my stop just essentially right underneath, like right at 550, that previous high. Like I'm not really messing around with something like that. I'm not gonna, if it breaks back out the top and halts up again, goes another 10%, there's plenty of places to get in. But that other works right away, or it doesn't. I like that binary trade action. If it can take out the high, maybe I go for that long one more time. When you're playing, to me, when you're playing the halt trade, I'm getting in, I'm getting out, and not wanting to fight it too far. Not that great on that. It was about 15 or 16 cents. Palantir, as I told you guys, if you wick the top, I'm going to take the other direction of it. The last time it failed 20, it got all the way to 19 even. There's the wick, and just kind of trapped everybody into the longs, and then immediately jams back down. I was able to get some 95s and 97s. It's already pulling back into the 80s. I think we can get to VWAP on this move for Palantir here. So it was a false break. I remember when Apple did this at 180, and the short reversal was gold, and I didn't take it. So we did grab it this time, immediately on that wick out on Palantir, and it's already starting to work. I just wanted to flush the VWAP, and if it gets to VWAP, I'm half out, and I'm looking for a bigger play to the downside. Nicola's still holding on. That's not bad. What else is going on here? CCL, shout out to G Del Core. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before. If it's your first time, welcome here. I hope you're enjoying the show. If it's not, then speak up more, because this is, I love it when people point, I'm hoping you're up a ton on this bad boy. We're talking about CCL for like sympathy this morning. I really didn't look at it. Look at it break 18. Like look at the back and forth, 10 cents back and forth off 18. When it takes it for good, bye-bye. That's nasty. I like 17 for support. We talked about that. It's got a lot of room to get to 17. And you've essentially pretty much filled in this gap here if you get another like 15 cents on CCL. So I'm assuming you're probably deep in the money on this. Just note that underneath this gap, this was the last close on that side of the gap was 17.65, it looks like. Not a bad place to be taking profit, but 17, I was looking for that for some support on CCL. Absolutely tanking here. Stop shorting Palantir, they say. It's just a trade. Really, I mean, if you think about it, like, why is Palantir so strong to the upside? Like, why when it breaks is it so good? Why when it turns it's so good? Because it's running over shorts. You actually want day traders stopping out at these levels if you want it to go up. That gives it more fuel to the fire. It's not going to make one iota of a difference if day traders are shorting this in terms of stopping a long move. If Palantir is going to go, it doesn't matter. It's going to go. That's just how it is. Like, forget about it. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what any day trader does. It's going to go if it's going to go. And if it's people breaking out or stopping out at 20 like myself here that cause it to continue to go, that's it. All kinds of trades can win. Like, I'm scalping out into VWAP. That could bounce off VWAP, put in higher lows, then break out the top. The short could work, and then the long could take you to 21. Because I'm not going to hold it past that 20 even. So there's lots of ways that the market can reward everybody. Thankfully, one of us is at least giving that AMD more of a chance.
Yeah, AMD really starting to work here. I mean, it was starting to work a long time ago, but the ad is starting to work now. So AMD looking really solid. I got half of Nikola out. That looks kind of trash at the moment. That turned around off of the 20s there. I did get something out at 16. I had punched out something at 08, which kind of sucks. Probably should have had some profit takers in there. I was kind of hoping that this would just, blast off and get through that 35 price that I was talking about, and maybe we see 350 again. But, I mean, Nikola's had a good move. Sadly, it was all pre-market. Not that, I didn't profit off of it then, but yeah, pretty solid move for Nikola today. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe they gap it up again and we're taking out $4 or something crazy on that one. Tupperware, pretty disappointing. I figured, first halt on, I don't know if this is halted before in this run up, that Tupperware.
I don't think it has.
I don't remember it halting. So usually like the first halt ends up being pretty good. It's kind of sad that didn't turn out. I thought we'd be trading above 6 before long, but you had pointed out that resistance level at at 580 or 570 or something in the pre-market. So
yeah, that's sort of
makes sense that it turns around there.
But I also, that's one of the reasons I like the halt, is that it's giving me a binary trade. I'm just getting in. I just realized NVIDIA broke my my 264 line. It wicked underneath 463.50 and then breaks back out above. I'm like, okay. Like, what's still there now that the NASDAQ has wicked the bottom, gone 15.8, what's still available? And this is what I found. I went back to my key levels, went back to my notes. I can give this to 63, sorry, and try to add above this line at 64 and see how far it can go. But why I did like that Tupperware to give it a chance is because it could have gapped that resistance level on the halt. So you go to the daily chart, you go back to here, like this 580 level, you halted at 66. There was every bit of a chance that this was just going to straight up open up, taking out that level, and I could just hold it through. If it opens lower, I'm just stopping out instantly. I like that kind of a binary trade. You know there's going to be liquidity. Very rarely in a situation like that is something going to halt to the downside like 50% or 10%. However, understand that that is part of the risk. In one instance, I've seen them not open up when they're supposed to. That is a lot of your downside in the trade. That was it was Funware back in the GME days, and they halted that for like an hour for no apparent reason. There is some risk that happens to you. You have to understand that's built into how many shares you take. Yeah. So I'm not taking an amount of shares there where if they halted for an hour and it drops $1, then I'm getting shut down. You just don't want to do that because your risk isn't that 15 cents that I want. 99% of the time, that's your risk, 15 to 20 cents. There's that 1% where your risk is $1, and you want to factor that into your trading sometimes.
That cat just took out the high according to Trade Ideas here. That's,
what a beast.
What a beast, absolutely.
So
and that Roku breakdown that I was saying I might be taking, well, it does the same thing that it was doing yesterday. So apparently, Roku wants to do the exact same thing that it was doing yesterday afternoon, which is fail break on 94 to the downside and not quite get to 97 on the upside. Now if it takes out 97 this afternoon, I feel like that's got to be a long on this one. What's the volume like today? It's not bad, 6 million. I feel like, yesterday, the day before, it was at, 35 and 60, I think that is. So, yeah, that's a whole lot more volume the last couple days. This one has kind of tapered off. But I think over 97, anyone who's been short the last little while is now getting out. And AMD, I got all of this entry out. So the second entry is now trail stopped at 116 break. I'm thinking that that 117 is imminent at this point as we now have a 71 high. Lots of volume going off, lots of green printing everywhere. Size getting filled on the offer, everything that you want to see when you are long. Nikola, pretty disappointing.
Just to remind everybody, you're in AMD. Congratulations there. Marcelo, you were correct. AMD has earnings after the bell today. That's another reason why it should be on the watch to trade. I want to go back to, just for a second here, Uber, which it was a good bounce. We played that wick bottom through 47, grabbed the 47 halfway and then into 48, stopped out at break even. Probably could have reloaded it and taken $0.50, but it just broke under 47 again as the market's breaking out. So if the market, if this starts to play some catch up, then it's got room to VWAP here. So I'm looking to see if it puts in a higher low. I do like the re-entry into Uber. We're going to go to Brennan for sector watch. I want to see some strength, and then I'll look for that re-entry into Uber. And I got to get over to Palantir because I was able to get more shares out there at 85, but it never got to VWAP at 75. So might still take out that 20 again. I'm out if it gets through 20, but we did have that nice scalp trade getting out 90s and 85s. Brendo.
Looking for strength, you say. Let's see if we can find a few here. There's not many, mostly red, unfortunately. Broadcom down here, AMD as well, as you guys mentioned. Head of earnings, 0.8 to the upside. That's basically it. There's a few others in the semiconductor group that are higher on the day, but very slightly. NVIDIA, Apple, Google, meanwhile, making up the biggest part of the downside along with Amazon up here. Some of the banks also in the red, 0.6 for GPM, BAC, WFC, Morgan Stanley as well, all negative so far. Meta just went red, 0.7 to the downside, 0.27 for Microsoft. Want to point that out. Tesla, 1.8%. Maybe the pullback has resumed here in Tesla today. Amazon, I mentioned, their oil under pressure. The entire group essentially downside so far today. So strength few and far between. We mentioned Caterpillar here, guys, 7% on the day coming off earnings.
So Caterpillar's an absolute beast. There's no question about it. You got to respect it. It's a great stock. Not usually something we day trade, but Tupperware just wicked that previous high. I know 580 just wicked, and that's resistance. But for it to already pull back once, bounce off VWAP, if this gets back out and takes the top again after wicking the big level on the daily, it's got to be a long this time. So I don't usually love taking breaks. That was more of a halt trade. But this is setting up pretty nicely. If we can get back above that halt price, I'm going to be looking for a long into and adding at 6 on top. It's not there yet, but that's what I'm looking for. Yellow is also trying to make a move. Well, let's go back to that. Like that actually, I mean, yellow was probably, Nikola was pretty clean, but that was a pre-market trade. That was money in the pre-market. Yellow was the one after, and I didn't get this dip into 250. That's where it was before, and now it's trying to churn again. So yellow, VWAP's great. That's where we took the original breakout. Maybe you can get through that top. Once you're above 3, I'm looking for a place to add into that long. Palantir, I could have just reloaded Palantir. Didn't do it. I didn't reload Palantir. It gave you 97s again. But I got to respect the fact it's higher lows, get more out at 85. If it gets VWAP, it gets VWAP. You always want to make sure you're paying yourself out. Not every time is it going to completely flush and go from $20 to $19. Sometimes it's a 20-cent move on a $20 stock, and you should be happy with 1% because that's actually a pretty good return. NVIDIA is kind of chilling out here. I want the market holding 15.8. I did not add on that dip. At this point, it's almost better if it can take out 65. So I'm in the range. I don't want it to break 63.5. I'm looking for a place to add. I love the fact that we're holding above 15.8, but if you break back down, suddenly you wick the bottom, you could wick the top, and then we have an inside day, which would really suck. You want one of these days where you wick the bottom, break out the top, and go green. And if that's the case, I don't have AMD. NVIDIA is the one that's still set up for me because AMD was too far gone. So a break of 65, and I add to it, and then trail it, you kind of tighten up the stop. So I wouldn't be stopping it down here. I'd be stopping out more locally, that 64 level. So yellow, Tupperware, they haven't given you that take out the top just yet, but I feel like those are going to be next. It's been one of those mornings where it felt like it wasn't going to be the big cap tech, and now they're starting to wake up.
That is true, and Tesla went right to my level actually at 261.50, so I should have probably been involved in that, although I had like 4 longs on at one point, which is highly uncharacteristic for me. But
is it though?
The chat, yeah, I take one at a time, usually, but chat is talking about Carvana. Thank you to the chat. I wanted to take the high of day break. You can see on, yesterday's high break, sorry. You can see on the daily, yesterday's high was this 46.30 in the afternoon, and those high of day breaks have worked in the past on the previous runs up. So wondering if we can get a little bit of a squeeze here above 46.30 on Carvana. Not going to let that go against me though. So it's going to be a tight trade. Looking for kind of an aggressive move off the top. See if some shorts get squeezed out there. If not, then they don't, and it is what it is, and I'll just bail out on that. Target would be this 48 level, I believe, has been holding since that earnings kind of move up and then move back down. If it'll load, there we go. Yeah, 48 right there. We also got like 47.50 areas, so 47.50 would probably be where we start to turn around, and I would be taking a good amount of profit out in that spot. But yeah, Carvana is starting to heat up. The spread's pretty decent. The liquidity looks all right on it. Volume's not really there, but we'll see how this works. See if we can get a nice trade into that 47 level.
I just saw Streamlabs do what I was about to do, which was this. We haven't done it all day long.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Shout out to Streamlabs for reminding me. And there's Katrine. There's another pastry on your desk. So there, you can barely see it. There's like a plate there, and she has a covered pastry. So I'm very curious what that is. A lemon loaf? Oh, the marble cake? Oh, so it's a marble cake, which is okay. I don't know. They had some cinnamon in it. Marble cake's probably not. I
I like the coffee
I can get away
cake.
from that one. I can get away from the coffee
Yeah,
cake. I do
the
like.
coffee cake is good.
I'm always hungry at this time of day, if you can't tell.
Blueberry muffin, pretty good too.
I find the muffins are very heavy.
Yeah.
Muffins are not
Sometimes
that-
they're like
not that
slightly
good
underbaked right at the top. Sometimes you'll get one and you'll be like,
Yeah.
why is this gooey up there? Kinda weird.
My beef with muffins is if I'm gonna drop as many calories and if it's gonna be as bad for me as a donut, then I might as well just eat a donut. So I'm not
fair.
gonna eat some crazy unhealthy muffin, which a lot of times they are. Like 90% of the muffins you eat are just they're not that good for you. Just eat a better pastry. If I'm gonna eat a pastry, I'm gonna enjoy it. If I'm gonna have a cheat, I'm gonna really, really enjoy it, or it's no point doing it. Someone just asked me if I was still in Nikola. You can see the positions. I am still in the 303 long. I did have the one stop out from the original long at 3. I did stop out under break even at 97 and jump back into it at 03. Then I reloaded off 03, but you've been getting lower highs in, so yes, it's been a good long, but it's starting to slow down, obviously. NVIDIA's about to take out the high. Okay, technically, actually, okay, so I just added on the 65 break, but it looks like the high was really 465.25. It doesn't matter because now it's through it anyways. So there goes NVIDIA. I'm gonna give it to
There
what
goes
was the local
Carvana.
top before. So come on, NVIDIA. It's now my average blended price is gonna be $1 in the money here, so I should take something out. Where's my offer? I just do an offer. Gimme. There we go. Just took my first profit on NVIDIA, so we'll ring the register. That's starting to power up. But we longed off to 64. We added through 65. Now I don't want it getting back underneath 64.50. I just want this running to the close of yesterday, which is 67.
Carvana just took out that level, so I'm now long 46.33, which is a great fill on this name. Liquidity is pretty good on Carvana today, surprisingly. So we'll see where this goes. 68 high, I believe it is. So wanted to get through that. Wanted to get to $47. There we go, another new high. So Carvana volume high of day now, looking pretty solid actually for this potential squeeze move on this squeeze name. We've been kind of beat up on. Oh wow, AMD 117 just got taken
Holy
out
crap,
too.
AMD.
All right, everything's going well for me at the moment. Just got another profit taker ahead of 117, and I got another one at 117.20. Got to kind of keep my eyes on this Carvana though. Can't have it trading against me at all. But we just made another new high, so looking really, really good on this Carvana for a potential 47.
I don't want to jinx it. I'm not going to do it. I was about to change the bear to a bull, but I'll do this instead. I'll hit this because like everything just started going green. Now the market's not green just yet. My way of saying I think we can get to green, but without changing the bull, because it's when I change this bear to a bull, it kind of halts moves. I've had bad luck with that, so I'm just gonna not do it this time. But it feels pretty strong. That wick bottom. We're getting back up to these highs. Just got 465 half and 466 on the way to NVIDIA's previous close of 467. That's where I think the move can get to. So I'm gonna throw an offer out there. It's just an off chance we do make a move right into it. So good break. Was adding on the way up. So now I don't want it breaking underneath 465. So now my trailing stop when you get to 66 is going to be at 65. As we take you to Money Talks, what a good morning this has been.
Hey guys, dollar strength coming back into play once again. Here is the DXY, 1, 2, 3, 4 now days in a row. Back to the upside for the dollar as we start to approach these levels, kind of chopping around for a while inside this support that became resistance there going back to last week. But we're now back above 102, 102.50, even coming into play for the USD. If you missed it this morning, July ISM and manufacturing PMI comes in a little bit lower than expected, 46.4 versus 46.8. That's an equities downside ever so slightly and gave this, DXY, the dollar, bit of a boost. Yen lower, euro lower today as a result. The pound also downside at this point, guys.
What's the size?
There you go. The pound. We'll talk about the currencies too often. That's what I love about the segments we do, because I feel like it just keeps us in tune of what's going on in the market. I'm looking up and, okay, I'm going to show you. I'm on NVIDIA, but I'm going to show you my black chart for Meta. Yeah, I did not give that one enough of a chance to go. We ended up finding other longs that could work out for us, but that Meta, once it got back above that 17.5, really now holding trend and going back to the upside. That was that key price level. It's through it. It's gonzo. Even everything looks like it's going to be pretty strong. Heck, even Nicola's catching a bounce, which is pretty incredible because that looked pretty weak. I have one short, so if the market's going up and your longs are winning, if you have a short position, that should be the area of concern. But guess what? Tagged VWAP. Palantir tagged VWAP. So I'm going to hit this key. Let's see. Oh no, that one's that's the new mic drop key. Fabian, I don't know if that's really terrible, our mic drop. I need a real mic drop. That really sucked. Because that 20 level on pound, yesterday we didn't take that. It's a really, I apologize for that graphic. I should have known that one still stunk. That's my bad. That 20 level on Palantir was such a good two-way trade. Like it gave you that breakdown. I think the potential there for the up move is obviously going to be there, and you want to take it if it can get there. But when it wicks that top, it's just too easy of a short entry. Now I'm holding some if in case it breaks VWAP, but I'm already out of 75%. That strength that it showed coming back caused me to take more out. I'm only holding 75%. I still have a break-even stop. If it breaks VWAP, I'll tighten up that stop, but you got to find them when you can. Wow, NVIDIA. Well, that was fast. So we took NVIDIA in front of 64. We added it 65, working into yesterday's close, because I think we have resistance at yesterday's close, and the futures are at resistance. Well, that didn't take very long. We target hit already, so I'll hit the props because I'm not still holding on to a chip name. I'm taking the profit and I am running. That's where it would have gone red to green, and this is where the futures are. Right up here at overnight resistance. So I'm getting out of Dodge because if it's an inside day, well, then you get your win and you can move on to the next trade. So that's what I'm doing here. With only 5 minutes to go, man, time flies when you're having fun. And Uber broke support. I'm just reading the chat here. Of course, I get out and NVIDIA's already like 70 cents higher. Uber breaking support when the market's flying, and Uber's getting its butt kicked.
I mean, I had that idea to short Uber, but I wasn't willing to punch that far down, when the market opened, I guess.
Why not? I wasn't willing to do it either.
I liked the 50 level for the breakdown, and we were trading at like 49 yesterday before earnings. So, getting all the way down to 46.
Oh, you had to take it at 920. It happened before the open. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
exactly.
I misread the chart. You had to take that 10 minutes before the open. You weren't taking the 50 short.
And those New York stocks can go kind of crazy between the imbalance period and the actual open, which
because they don't always open right at 9.
Exactly.
No, 100% I get it. I thought maybe it had opened breaking 50. We got some earnings on tap, one of which somebody around here has to the long side. I've been long like 3 times and not still holding it. I hate myself. AMD, that's going to be the big one. It gets traded every single day. You always care about these chip names when they're going. Do not sleep on Virgin Galactic. It's wild. It can halt. It can do all that fun stuff. MicroStrategy, that's always interesting because they're essentially a Bitcoin company now.
Yeah.
Pinterest, there's a lot of names that can move here. Pins has been consolidating for a breakout for a very, very, very long time. I'm sure we'll get to that in the afternoon show. Starbucks, good company. I don't know about day trading it as well.
Starbucks can be a good trade if they miss really bad or they hit really well. But other than that, there's really
you
nothing
want it
there.
extended.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go. There's Prad's favorite company in the world before the bell tomorrow. Ferrari's going to be before the bell. That'd be really early because they trade over in Milan. But there you go. 100%. Prad is probably just looking to gobble up shares. He loves that company to death. But yeah, the big name, of course, going to be AMD.
Yeah. Big name on my board right now is this Carvana trade, which made a high at 47.17. Kind of rejecting 47 for now. I have 47.50 as a possible trigger price for a bigger move. Still got, like 60% of this trade on. Looking for that 48 potentially on this insane stock. You look at the daily and we're really starting to curl up. This level is what? Yeah, 49-ish. I feel like, we can get there today for sure. If, I'm just going to break even the rest of this trade, I think, and see where it goes to. Don't want to get out too soon. I think there could be a lot of bamboozlement in this one. So, if we consolidate around here for like half an hour and then break down, then I'll just bail out of it. But I feel like this has the juice to get through that 47 and kind of blast off here. So not taking any more out. Going to hold the rest of this trade for the moon.
Sip the juice.
Sip the juice.
Yeah, because I got enough to go around. Nothing? No?
I
You're
don't
too
know that
young.
one. Sorry.
You're too young for that one. That's I'm into Uber, by the way, but yeah, it's people don't know the movie Juice. That's like Rakim. He's like he's probably the greatest rapper of all time. The movie Juice was a huge phenomenon. Like when I was I'm gonna date myself, but I was in junior high when that movie came out. And so some guys on my junior high basketball team who used to walk home from school, and when Juice was a thing, like we'd be walking home from school and we'd do dumb things and then be like, yo, you got the juice if you do this. Because juice is like, if you got the juice, that means basically like you got the guts, you got the balls. Like that's what it comes down to. Like there was this bridge we'd cross. Yo, you got to walk across the bridge on the outside, then you got the juice. So dumb stuff like that. So my mom's not watching, so it's all good. But yeah, so I'm into, I can't believe you don't know that movie.
No, I've never seen that
Omar Epps, Tupac is in it. I'm surprised you wouldn't know. If you're into hip hop, then you should know that movie. It's a great movie. See, in the back, these guys know what's up. They're giving me, they know what's up. 46.5, yes, Josh does. 46.5 just wicked on Uber, so double bottom. I did have the 47 SSR bounce. I mean, it wasn't SSR, but the dead cat bounce into 48. Never really made a convincing low. Now a consolidation bottom. Tried to get through 46.5. And then wicked down here to 46.30. So I'm going to try a couple of pot shots. First off, now it can hold 50. Maybe it's just going to break this low. I just want it holding this bottom at some point, and then I want that retracement play. But it wicked that 50 bottom, so I'm out. I'm either playing off this 50 or the 46.30. I'm risking 15 and 20 cents to try to get this to VWAP. That's the name of the game here. I'm not going to sit there holding it or going crazy. I want a little pot shot and then try to hold it throughout lunchtime. It is already 11 o'clock. It's been an absolute blast. Been fun. Great job filling in for Sean. I know he's probably, at this time of day, he's probably at least one bottle of wine in Rome, and that's what he should be doing. But it's been a fantastic show. We're going to send you to happening now before we get to the midday where the boys are going to crush it.
Hey guys, once again, shout out to our friends over at Benzinga, bringing you all the information you need. Once again, if you haven't done so, check out that QR code bottom of the screen right now. Great Benzinga Pro platform gives you the ability to search whatever you want to look for. You can type in symbols, you can type in just words, stocks in this case. Gives you all the relative headlines. Great little drop-down feature as well. Gives you the ability to open each story to see all the details. Great charts in there as well. Again, shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Up and down we go here for the SPY. Up and down we go for the Qs. If you zoom out a little bit on this chart, you'll get a better picture. We're not really doing a heck of a lot as far as the overall market is concerned. If you're with us, meanwhile, in the pre-market, we got you ready for the morning when it comes to Meta, Uber, and Palantir, among others. Ouch, there is Uber. 6% now, about to take out the lows. NIO, we talked about the Chinese EV makers in the pre-market as well. Delivery numbers coming through today for July, a little better than expected across the board. NIO trying to hold higher here. 1450 was that initial support. Let's go over to Sharif and Obi for the midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That is Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm Sharif. Welcome to the midday show, babe. I'm in Yale currently. It's testing 3 as it breaks through, creating a higher low. A series of higher highs come to the screen here as we go. The higher low was at 270, and then we just made a higher high through the break of 3, but could be bamboozlement central. Jumped the size in front of 3. We'll see if this one gets continuity. I've got a resting order here at 320, possibly to take profits ahead of that 330 high a day. I won't be adding to this one because, well, it's a lower conviction trade for me. Up 70% on the day. It's a multi-day runner. Can look at the daily on this one quickly. Glean how it's been moving. Hello. Well, probably the daily is not the right win. Go to the hour on this one. Obi, quickly here. Yeah, good day yesterday. Pops up through that 60-cent range into $1.80. We start the day off today at $1.40, $1.50, and then we just tested 3, breaking down again. Not surprised here, as this one is extremely volatile. Possible double top coming in. My out, the break of this trough right here, which is 270. So right back down. could break 3, but it hasn't made a newer low. So to me, the trade is still valid. We'll see what this one does. Nikola, you saw that Max was all over that this morning. Good on him. We'll just get to that one quickly here. NKLA is the name, and that one is having trouble breaking through VWAP. It's above $3, but it's sub VWAP right now. VWAP on my chart's at 315. It's holding that $3, that 50 period moving average on the 5, but not really able to, break through that. It's going to definitely need more volume. As I look at my volume chart, the volume is declining on this name, so be careful. Back to Yell, still hanging out sub that $3, Obi. While I stress over this trade, why don't you tell us what you did this morning?
Sure. How's it going, everybody? Traded one name, had one level on the sticky note. I don't know if you guys can see it. Amazon 133. I liked it. So in and around the 133, I wanted to get involved. Maybe not the best executions in the morning, but I was having some PC problems at the open, but I got that figured out. Got back into the trade underneath this 133 on this hold 132.50-ish area, and lo and behold, look where it comes down to, back down to that 131.50 holding on Amazon for now. So yeah, took a little bit of a scalp long on this hold, and I got a little cheeky here. Took some longs here, and then the 10 a.m. number comes out. Forgot about it for a second, but I was like, no. A bit of fugazi there. I started to notice that some of these 10 a.m. numbers kind of do the move and kind of revert in the next 15, 20 minutes. So, but yeah, anyways, I like the level as well. The 131.50, added some more on top of that. Maybe I should have added way more on top of that, and then kind of let loose into this this pop back here, back into this consolidation where it started to slow down again. If you know, this is around VWAP as well. So a couple of reasons to sell there, right? Previous consolidation is giving us some trouble, as well as we're in and around VWAP, and we're underneath that 133 still. So that 133 was a little bit of an over-under for me. Yesterday we saw how well that 133 defense was, right? With price compression into the close. So I really like that. That really pointed that level out to me. So I like that 133 over-under idea. Now, again, could have had the shorts there. Didn't really have them, but let's see what Amazon does here in and around VWAP, as I am still going to be looking for opportunities here. Now, I know Tupperware was another one that is blasting off. I haven't taken a look at it in a minute, but yeah, so it had a halt up. Came back in after the halt, and now basically that candle that pushed us into the halt above VWAP, we're stuck in that range for now. But yeah, the thing about Tupperware is like when I was trading at home a while back, like I would mainly try to focus on small cap tickers, very similar to Tupperware, specifically on multi-day squeezers. And like we've said before, this one is definitely a recipe for parabolic, and as we know, like that's what it's been doing over the past couple of days. Just steps up, makes kind of like a range, kind of fails to follow through, and then steps up again the next day. So kind of shorts definitely tilted on this name, as it does qualify for certain swing short type of strategies. But again, if you're stubborn on those holds, then definitely I've learned my lessons that way as well on some of these tickers. So definitely not one to be stubborn on the short side, as it is. I don't know what the short float was for Tupperware
sure.
was.
But give me one moment to look it up here.
I'll have
Sharif
Sharif check that out for you guys. But yeah, no, look, we gapped up above 5 and we're holding above 5 now. So I'm keeping that in mind. Again, not the best way to play this as a chase. 25 to 27. Decent. So you're above a quarter of the float that's sitting short right now. So it's pretty decent. I'm sure some of it, some more has accumulated in the past couple of days. A little bit of liquidity traps going on there that I can see. Yeah, no, let's see what Tupperware has in store for us. I'm sure it's going to stay giving opportunities both on the long and the short side for those who are patient with their entries and not chasing the price action, kind of accumulating the position and selling into the emotional pushes on Tupperware. I feel like that's a that might be a good way to tackle this. Now, I haven't taken any trades on it today, but again, I'm waiting for the right kind of move, something that fits my personality on this trade here. But you know what? Yeah, 520 hold, the hold above 5. I like the long above 5 as long as it can kind of hold that. We've seen that was a pre-market low. We kind of failed to follow through below it. We hold on top of yesterday's highs in and around a 475-ish, right? We hold above that level, and now we're pushing up above the 5. So I think that's an interesting look for today. And Bao, talking about Tesla, dump it. Yeah, man, Tesla is, I definitely got that short bias on Tesla. If you guys remember why, here, let me pull in this chart here. Again, I'll be looking for trends on this ticker today. That was the plan here. So we are seeing kind of the NQs pulling off that 15.9 coming into this morning. So I like to look short on Tesla. As well, because of this reason here, right? We know. Hold on, let me pull up the day chart. Again, we've covered this chart before, right? We did pull off of this long-term resistance, right? And we are looking a little bit heavy off of that long-term trending resistance here on Tesla, just underneath that 300, kind of consolidating above that 250 to 275-ish area. So a range break of this consolidation, either way, right? Yeah, sure, we have this resistance here, but I'm not trying to stay too biased on that short side, because like individual days can be very strong green or red underneath this overall resistance. So bigger picture idea in mind, like I think a great place to short might have been up in the 290s underneath the 300 for this trade here. But yeah, gonna stay aware of that overall picture on Tesla, and let's see if we can catch some days with some strong downtrend on Tesla in the upcoming weeks, because I think there will be a follow through on that move. Tesla has been running like crazy for months on end.
All right, D. Westermeyer tried to give Neil a super chat earlier, $4.99. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Getting my you know what handed to me on M6A. I don't know what that is, man. Long 67.42. Thoughts on the bottom. I'm not huge on contracts, but still, what is M6A? I have no idea. Someone's gonna have to educate me because I don't know. So once I find out what that is, I'll be able to answer that for you. Some other questions here. Scott H. Check out Z. I'm long 1880. Primed for a great rebound off being oversold. Yeah, we saw Z with a big downgrade today. Zoom info, not a good look for them, but definitely possibly still tradable. Let's pull up some charts here. I did a new layout today, guys, so I'm a little bit, I'm having a little bit of trouble. Give me 1 second here. There we go, new window, and we need a chart, Obi, that's what we need. Advanced chart, we just need a regular chart. There we go, so let's go to Z, let's unpin this. Minimize that. There we go. Good job, Sharif. You can do it. Zoom info. Okay, so nice curling bottom here off that big move down. This was the earnings report. Let me just put, these are black charts. I'm going to have to adjust them. I'm sorry, guys. I will get my ducks in a row. Just give me some time. I know they are black charts, but I will fix it. Big move down for Zoom info yesterday. It reported earnings right at 4 o'clock, 4:05. It drops from that 25.75 all the way down to 20. Today we open up, try to hold 20, but no go. The breakdown from 20 comes. Personally, I see 20 as a top. If you're long at 1880, it's nice. Now, high a day is 20.75. Big gap to fill, though, from yesterday's close, 25.50. I mean, I don't see that obviously filling today unless there's something novel that comes in to change things, but it's down 25 points on the day. So you are literally just playing the, the profit-taking game here as we hold, 18.50, 19-ish. I don't know. I don't hold too long. I take profits at 20 if I'm you, Scott. So that's my look on it. I haven't been trading Z. Quite frankly, haven't really been trading most of the morning. Just been trying to do this whole layout. Anyway, back to Yell as we flirt with 3. Here I've got my profit taker sub 320. But I don't know. I think we are starting to lose a little bit momentum on Yell with a possible double top coming. Now, confirmation for the breakdown is going to be through the bottom of the trough there, and the trough is at 250. We are about 40 pennies removed from it, but I don't like how it's looking. If we make a new 5-minute candle, we'll make a new low vis-a-vis a 291 break, I'm going to be out. So I got really low patience today, so I'm not going to be able to hang with a lot of these trades. Let's go ahead and put that in. Stop instituted. Now, somebody messaged me. Let's see if they're educating me. No. Okay, so I need to know what this M6 stuff is, guys, because I really don't know in order to answer that. What is this, amateur hour? Do you want to get blocked, brother? So you know, just actually respect yourself a little bit and don't go off the handle in the chat. Thank you. So we'll continue to watch that. What else we got here? Nikola still hanging below $3. It's around that 315 area. Did you have a trade on Nikola today?
No, I didn't. I was looking at it. I know a couple people on the floor did have a trade on Nikola. Let's pull it up there. Yeah, that $3 area. Again, very similar. It's been running up kind of by itself, right? None of the other smaller EVs are really doing this this move. I think we took a look at it yesterday. I know like NIO. Yeah, see, NIO doesn't really look like that either. But yeah, no, Nikola pretty strong over the past few days on this run up here. Yeah, okay, look at this initial reaction. I don't know what this news was up here. I don't know if you remember on Nikola, but it seems like after this initial reaction, after this news, we've held base above $2 and we're starting to step up. Now, this is a name that's been like it's been sold off for multiple months, right? It's like, sorry, look at the chart on this. Since last January, even let's just say last January. So January, February, we've been in a downtrend until June, right, of last year, and then you start to slowly build back, and then you have these like euphoric pops where the price is holding above. This ticker might be making a comeback, or maybe even a little bit of a relief on the longer time frame here, right? So this ticker was over $50 here in the past. So yeah, definitely has room to go to the upside, because it went all the way back to sub dollars, 50 cents on Nikola. So like a little bit of a reversion on that move on a longer time frame. It seems like that's kind of coming in now, and I'm sure there, like when a ticker sells off like this, there's so much bad news, right? And the bad news keeps on coming in, and they keep selling it off. They keep selling it off, and then they get one piece that's good. There's no more sellers left on the name. It's 50 cents. Like where are the shorts taking this to? They're taking it to zero. Their risk is like so they're taking it for 50 cents, but their risk to the upside, like there's like, okay, one could argue that you might find some resistance up here at $2, which is what we're holding, right? So you sell off for multiple months. All the selling is in, and then just a little piece of good news sends it to the moon, reversion back like what? From the 50 cents, or over 300% off that price, right? With kind of expanding volume. So I like the look on Nikola. I think that's kind of what's going on here, bigger picture. Now, sure, you can have fundamentals, you can have catalysts that drive that kind of action, but when something's been sold off for so long and all the bad news is in, and you get a couple pieces of good, it definitely has potential for catching a bid there. Yeah. Decent swing strategy as well.
Thank you for Dan and Ron. Thank you very much for that. M6A. Okay, so that's the Australian dollar futures contract. I had no idea. Okay. This is the daily on it. It's a bit of consolidative move here. Like look back to March. We've been in a tight range. Obviously, it's pegged against the U.S. dollar between that 66 penny range to 69 pennies. It's been a tighter range. Now, I was reading an article yesterday, very interesting, about the Dixie, the DXY being above that 101.5, and if it were to stay above 101.5, it might be an interesting look here for some of these equities, and I'm talking about to the downside, right? DXY and equities usually inversely correlated, and the DXY has been quite strong. Now, I have no experience, obviously, trading the M6A, but the chart looks quite consolidated from the daily perspective. Let's look at the weekly and see what other levels we can glean. Yeah, much in the same thing, to be quite fair. I don't know. I can't really tell you much on this. On the day, obviously, we're down the day about 1 2/3%. Let's go to the 15 here and see if we have any local levels with which to work. Let's go to the 30. All right, the last time we were down here, Westermeer, that was back July 6th. Looks like we bottomed out right in front of that 66.1 level, 66 pennies I'm talking about. So possible area of support. What I don't like is we made a newer low breaking this trough that we made on July 28th. So if you're swinging this, obviously you're seeing a series of lower highs and lower lows. But that just, that's from the peak of mid-July. I don't know anything about what Australia has been up to or why this moves in the way that it does, but the technical levels look quite straightforward. We're right at that resistance point from July 6th. So possible, interesting long here. I don't want to give you any financial advice, but obviously it does look interesting from a technical perspective. In fact, that was the base that we made late June as well. Look at that. June 27th, 28th, and I believe this is the 30th. We kind of danced with that 66 penny level. So good look on you for identifying that area of support. Amen. It's a good look. I think that's where I'm going to end the analysis there. But yeah, never traded one of these before. All right, back to Yell. Now making newer lows here as it breaks below 3, so possible double top. I know this is probably pay for short situation, right? With Yell.
I'm not sure if,
we'll have to find
they
out.
are, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a pay for short.
All right, Nikola just made a move through VWAP here, so good look on Nikola. It'd been having trouble breaking that 315-ish area, a bit of a consolidation. Look, attempt here at 10:30 to break through VWAP, rejected, drop back down. Right in front of that 3, and now we're getting that continuity finally into 320. So some buying coming in. Looking at the book here, where is the size sitting at? Yeah, guess what? It's sitting at the even dollar at 320. So we'll keep an eye on that as Nikola possibly here making a nice move up, a series of higher lows coming in, and now you're breaking through that peak here at higher highs. But we'll need continuity. Definitely keeping my eye on Nikola. It's very strong on the day. All right, I think we got another super chat here. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for keeping me apprised of everything here. Otherwise, I'd be losing it. Westermeer, 199. Thank you, Sharif. Absolutely. Always glad to help my friend. Yes, Nikola is going. Here comes 324. We're at that 323. Where is the size? The $0.25 has some decent size here. Nothing too crazy, though, Obi. As we're racking a nice move here through Nikola finally. What's the top? The pre-market top, guys, is exactly 349. We don't quite make it up to that 3.5. So it's a good look. Hope you guys are printing on it because it's been a good trade. The Maximilian had that in spades, baby.
Yeah, I got a little long here on Meta just to see if it kind of holds a piece of this trend here. It is looking pretty strong. I saw a couple of people mentioning it in the chat there. So yeah, just in from just above this 321-ish area. Let's see if it kind of holds the trend there, or let's see if kind of trend breaks and selling comes in. But kind of risking that trend hold there on Meta. That's the trade I'm watching right now. Yeah, let me know a couple tickers that you guys are trading so we can take a look at them as well. Yeah, look at that stuff move when we pull back into 320.50 and then you wipe back up 50 cents ish back into the 321. So a decent look there. Let's see if that buying pressure kind of continues up and holds this very strong trend going on Meta right now.
Meta's a beast. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm still dealing with...
I know people are talking about Carvana and AI as well. But yeah, no, AI is moving. I got AI up here. AI, I haven't taken a look at it in a couple of weeks since it had that crazy move. It's been having a lot of volatility as of late, right? So a little bit out of my watch list for now. But look, it's been providing us with decent moves here. For the most part. So I think that's a good look in and around that 40 level as well, right? So decent look on AI.
Do you know what Carvana's up on the year, Obi?
More than 100%?
I'll give you another guess.
500%.
Keep going.
1,000%.
Almost.
Wow.
900.
Wow.
900% on the year. All the while, used car prices are down. The market makes sense, Obi. It's never irrational, right?
I have no idea. I'm trying to make sense of it.
Try to
I'm
keep
like,
it
oh,
straight.
I don't know. The fugazi
No,
is too
a lot
strong.
of it doesn't really have anything to do with the technicals or the fundamentals. It's positioning, right? If big money's positioning in the stock, I mean, it's going to go up no matter what. Yeah. Another one that was on my radar today, but not really tradable, AMDP. This one showed up as a small capper, about 13 million in market cap. The float on it, 2.5 million shares. It's up 244%. I'll get to it quickly here. I need to associate this one with that. There we go. So then I go AMDP. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really hurting with my... what color is that? Okay, it's purple. All right, there we go. I'm hurting today, guys. My setup is new, and I'm not as proficient with it. There we go. AMDP up 244%. If it will load here, done 10 million shares with like 195,000 share volume. Average. Let's load. Come on, guys. All right, we'll load in a second here. Multiple halter to the upside, quite consolidative right now. Sub $5, trying to break up above it, break below. This one might be interesting, really, if it can claim and hold above 5. It had a bit of a nice move there at 11 o'clock, right when we started the show. It popped up right into 6, and then, yeah, you guessed it, huadunk right back down. So AMDP presenting opportunities, but quite volatile. What is the spread on this $1 stock? It's about 3 to 6 pennies. On this $5 stock, excuse me. 5 to 6 pennies at times. Right now, 501 on the ask, 497 on the bid. So not too bad. This one might be interesting to take a position in. Yeah, it'll definitely have to claim 5 and hold above it. So I'll keep it on the side chart here as we monitor this one on the day. I got into a Nikola position above, very small size, right above VWAP. I have a dip trade set up at VWAP. If it is to retrace into there, I want to add for a possible VWAP hold and then a continuation. So small size, trying to build myself into this position, but nothing really too crazy to talk about right now from my perspective, Obi.
Yeah, I'm still holding this. We got back above that 321, so it seems like that pressure is there for now. I really like that stuff move that we kind of got underneath the 321. We kind of bid back up that we came down into the 50s, 320 50s, right? And I was like, oh damn, this position might the trend might be over, and then whoop. Right back into 321, the bids came back in and kind of held it there, and still holding for now. So kind of looking at this kind of trend here. We know that this is kind of a level from yesterday as well. So let's see how well this price holds above end of day consolidation from yesterday, kind of testing into that 322, 321 area consolidation ish right now on Meta. But yeah, no, I'm keeping an eye on the rest of the market as well here. Kind of all over the place here. Microsoft, Google, Nvidia, Meta. A lot of the non-tech sectors looking a little red there, with Microsoft probably the only green one. Microsoft and Meta.
Netflix
out of all of them. Oh yeah, Netflix as well. I haven't really taken a look at Netflix. Let's pull up Netflix. I know I wanted to trade Netflix yesterday off the 430. Wow, take a look at that. It gives you the 430 again, man. God. Wow. So that price might be a decent price, right? Look at that Meta go 322 incoming. We have the 321 long. I think that was a decent entry off of just a trend trade. Let's see if that trend kind of continues. But again, look how tight it is on the trend. So maybe I want to piece off a little bit here on the 322 break and wait for the churn back into the trend and kind of get long again there. So I like that look, about $1 in the money there. For a trend trade, and as you can see, just got out right there. That 322 breaking with some strength. Let's see where Meta goes. Meta looking very, very strong on the day. Let's take off. Let's try to take off a couple points at a time as this trend kind of churns its way to the upside. Looking left, we broke that 322 kind of key area from the past couple of days right now. So let's see. There is a lot of consolidation, 323, 325-ish. Right? So as the move accelerates to the upside, as after I sold, yeah, no, let's see. I'm sure there's going to be more opportunity in here, the 324, 325 area on Meta, but yeah, decent quick scalp there off that
Netflix is squeezing, guys. It's
Netflix
breaking through the top.
as well.
444 came and went pretty quickly because we're about to punch into 445 here. What's going on? How come it's showing me a lower percentage than what I have on my ticker here? Let me just double check that real quick. Netflix for me, 1.69 after the bell. Okay, that was my mistake. I was looking at the change percentage, but I have two columns. One change percentage on the day from 4 a.m. onwards and one from 9:30 a.m. onwards. And so it's almost up 1 3/4 since 9 a.m. But here comes 445. There goes 445. It's printing 10s now here on the ask. 03s on the bid, strong for Netflix. Don't really have a catalyst. Didn't have a catalyst yesterday either. And when you look at the news blotter here, even Benzinga, Netflix shares trading higher, not seeing any company-specific news. That's from yesterday. We know that this one's been squeezing for multiple days now. There goes 445 1/4. Very strong on Netflix on the day, midday mover. Big caps, it really hasn't been their day. They've been mixed. You have Google green after the bell, but red since the open. Meta's the only of the big six. That's at Meta and Microsoft, are the only two of the big six that are green on the day. 0.98 for Meta, 0.54 for Microsoft. But Netflix, very strong. 1 1/3, looking to go 1.5 to the high side now. Suspect volume, though. Again, usually Netflix doesn't do too much. Only 2.5 million shares done on the day right now. For Netflix, they've been reeling a little bit. They had a bad earnings, and then they had the headwind with the Actors Guild and the Writers Guild going on strike, and they have a big platform and been making a lot of noise, so it's been tough for them. But hey, man, I guess the bigger picture here for investors is look more long term, and looks like some positioning here into the stock as it curls back up. Good look on the day for Netflix. Let's flip back to Nicola here real quick. Yeah, it comes right back into 316. I had my resting order to defend VWAP at 315. It misses me by a penny, which is fine. We're back at break even, 322. What I want to see here is a stay and hold above VWAP. If we don't do that, VWAP was clearly a resistance level on the day, and you could look at that in the morning. Let me just load this up. I don't have any of my technical indicators up here. Let me see if I can get this done, OB. No, I don't have any of my, I'm going to have to add them manually. So let's bring in the side chart for Netflix and daily movers. Bring this bad boy in. Here we go. So Netflix. Oh, sorry, not Netflix. Nicola, excuse me. NKLA. This is the one I want to talk about. So white line is VWAP. You have multiple attempts after that initial open at 10 until 10 o'clock. You had one attempted break here through VWAP and a rejection. Then you had multiple rejections off VWAP. So VWAP looking to me to be, a respectable resistance level. Now, hopefully, a current support level just popped up into that 325. Having trouble, though, breaking through the $0.75. Right back up at the $0.75. Here go 326 again. We know that the after the bell high is 327. We got a lot higher in the pre-market. It was up to 349, but on much less volume. So let's see if we can get some continuity on the name. We're already involved.
Yes, sir. You know what's trying to go back to the upside?
What?
Amazon.
No way, you're
okay. But yeah, no, back into VWAP there. Let me just pull that up. Amazon. Yeah, so a little bit. So as we curl back up into these prices where sellers showed up before, the 132.8. Let's see if they kind of show up again on what's happening to my chart here on top of the VWAP right there. So they've shown up in and around this VWAP consolidation before. So just under here, this 132.80, I'll be watching for those sellers to kind of come back in. Or if they don't, and we push to the upside with some strength, that I'll be watching for that as well on Amazon there. Now, something I'm keeping in consideration is bigger picture. Remember, we hold above that 131.50, we consolidate 131.60s, and then we hold 132, and now we're trying to reclaim VWAP. So that's just the picture I have right now with what's been printed on the chart. So I'm going to keep that in mind for this move here. Now, if these sellers kind of choose to come back in, I'm sure we'll see it on the tape with a bit of sweeping of the bid going on there.
I like it. I like it. You always catch me when I'm trying to do.
No worries. I can keep talking. Take a look at Meta over here. Like we said, back into the trend. Is it going to give us a chance? Look at that wick. That wick off that 132. Very distinctly different on the 3-minute chart. We haven't necessarily had a candle print like that yet. So again, let's see. Let's see what that kind of wick brings in. Maybe this is a top. Who knows? Or maybe this is just a wick that we've created in order to catch some buying pressure back to the upside. So I'm gonna keep that on watch. But yeah, that 130, that 322 area, like I said. This is where the selling really came in from yesterday on Meta after this morning session consolidation, and we kind of broke that level 321.50-ish. So we've kind of bounced off of that 321.50 and rejected off the 322.50. So kind of this tight consolidation range as we are having trouble in this area, as expected, looking left, right? So let's see if there's continuation or a range break of this previous consolidation area on Meta. But yeah, decent trade there, looking like it's giving you more of that trend. So if you got back in on that trend, this is seeming like it's very, very strong. I think kind of going back to what Sharif was talking about, like when larger players start positioning into a ticker, like they can't hide. Right? No. If someone's got a buy program going on Meta, or for example, look at yesterday. Like there's definitely like a significant seller all day yesterday on Meta, right? So if it's a large institutional seller or like a group of them or whoever it is, like you can't really hide that price action. You know the rest of the market did not look like what Meta looked like yesterday. So keeping that in mind, it did recently have earnings, so I'm sure people are moving some money around on this ticker as it is one of the AI tickers, one of the contenders for this new era of AI that we are pushing. So I'm sure large banks and firms and whatnot, larger players as well, are positioning themselves on this ticker, and it's being kind of defined with this very tight trend we've been having over the past couple of days. Like Sharif said, when larger players come on the table, they can't necessarily hide what they're trying to do on the bigger picture there.
AI squeezing here. No news catalyst showing up on my chart, but on my blotter, pardon me. Dancing with it here in front of 43. Let's see what it does. Nice squeeze though. I don't know what the short percentage is on AI, but we started off the day sub 40. I think right at 42 actually. Now we're dancing with 43, only 2.5% to the good. This one can squeeze though, guys. Let's look at the 15 real quick, see where the levels are at. Yeah, we got up to that 43 3/4 back on July 27th, but they were just two 15-minute candles, and then we huadoomed right back down. So 43 3/4 possible area of resistance. Let's go to the half an hour. Yeah, this 43 area has been an interesting area of resistance going back to earlier in the month. We can't really seem to take it out and stay above it. Yeah, we were definitely above it earlier than that, going to the hourly here in late stages of May, early June. You'll recall we danced with that high 40s area. I think we got up to 49, not quite making it up to 50. But yeah, good look here on AI. You know, this name can squeeze anytime. It doesn't necessarily need a catalyst. We're gonna give this one a try. If it breaks down, we'll get out. Small size. We'll see if this one can squeeze. Do you know the short float on this?
On what name?
On AI.
AI? Sure, I can look it up real quick.
C3 AI. It's an interesting look here on the name. You know what I read? Speaking of AI, and this is completely unrelated to C3 AI. This is more with OpenAI.
Okay.
And Sam Altman's company with the association with Microsoft. So while they were making ChatGPT, they actually had to have like filters, and they had to have human input to see what the AI was taking from the internet, the generative AI, and what it was spewing back. And some of these people, they had to see, and I hate to say this, but like really bad things with animals and stuff like that, and like really bad.
Yeah.
They had to filter that kind of stuff. It was
AIs need to be
trained.
trained
And so what these people
to be
did,
socially acceptable.
exactly. So what OpenAI did was they actually sought out cheaper forms of labor. They went to Nigeria, and they hired people because they speak English very well to go through these results that were being given by the generative AI. And some of these people had like serious psychological effects from having to digest some of the nastiness that they were seeing on a daily basis. It almost reminded me of the cobalt mining in much the same way that they were using these forms of labor to perfect the technology, much in the same way that we mine for cobalt for our phones. So
yeah,
it was,
I'm curious to know what the lasting psychological effects would be
it wasn't
there.
a good
little
look.
bit of acceleration coming into the markets here.
Yeah, I'm seeing this.
As we're
Anyway,
seeing. But
go
yeah,
ahead.
no, I think that's a good look. I'm curious to know now what type of effects that type
It's
of
not good, yeah.
production could have, and like I didn't even know it was it had that
being
kind of
trained,
expense. Right, because like unforeseen expenses for building new technologies, right? I think that would kind of come under that if there are lasting psychological effects for that type of building. But yeah, no, I think that's definitely an interesting look on that AI news here. On
What is
so
the
got
float on AI?
the float right here, the short float there, 36,
33%.
35 on average ish. So yeah,
Not bad.
yeah, it's pretty short. It's
can
pretty
squeeze.
short. It definitely is a squeeze contender, right?
Yeah.
I know a couple people were talking about Palantir, as Palantir just did a failed break of that 20. I'm keeping it on watch, right? Nothing that the type of price action going into this 20 isn't really convincing. Like we've already had this heavy volume candle at 10:30 that attempted to break the 20. You get to 2010 and then you fail, right? And then yeah, now you're starting to compress between VWAP and that 20 level. So let's see between 20 and this building above VWAP, the price action. Let's see where this can really break towards. It's already kind of shown itself with this high volume candle on this attempted break towards 20 there. So that might be a little bit of fugazi as it rejects literally right off of pre-market highs, right? So pre-market highs, not only pre-market highs, end of day kind of pop from yesterday, and then morning 4 a.m. kind of action high, as well as the 7 o'clock pre-market high as well. So this price has came into play a couple of times, more than a couple of times over the past 24 hours here, as it was yesterday's intraday top as well, and can't really get past this price. So when and if it does convincingly get past this $20 mark, I think Palantir will definitely have some buying pressure in it for that push. But yeah, some of this price action looking a little heavy underneath that 20 right now, as attempted pushes past that level keep getting slapped down. But the build up is interesting as well. Build up kind of caters to the long side into the 20 break. But what's been printed already over the past couple of days is that we've been having some trouble with that 20. So that 20 is definitely a level of interest for a lot of traders there. Taking a look back at Meta, take a look at this beautiful above VWAP, holding a tight trend on a smaller time frame. We can pull it up on the 5-minute as well, right? So 5-minute, you don't get as many entries, but that dip down where we got in on that 320, was it this 321 hold? Yeah, so you see that dip down into that 321 area, 320.50 that we entered in. That happened to bounce off of that 5-minute. So it's not going to be perfect, but you're trying to catch the bigger picture idea, the bigger picture move there, with the idea of seeing the right kind of price action that constitutes a trend hold there on Tesla. And as we speak of that, there's some heavy selling kind of coming in
There it is.
right now on the markets here. So a little bit of the volume kind of dying down as well as we push up into this problem area. So I'm keeping that in mind as well. So when this trend if it does break, maybe we can get a bit of an expansion into a longer period trend here maybe, and then maybe a catch there if it doesn't fully come back down to VWAP. So I'll be watching Meta for that. Let's see what you guys are
AI
trading.
moving.
AI still.
Yeah, just took a little piece out there
Yeah,
through the
Sharif can
break
talk
of
about
40. We got long just right at 40. Where did I get long? 11s. Okay, not bad. Just printed some 44s there. Just took a little bit out, holding that 43. That's what I wanted to see. Kind of can be consolidated with a base really being at that 43. But the bamboozlement can be like real and it can be quick on this name. It's such a heavily shorted name. What is the float on AI? I just wanted to know. I'll look quickly. 90 million shares. That's not that big. There is much, much bigger. So it can be pushed around. And we've seen this one move quite How do you say it?
Volatile?
Volatilely? No, I don't
Just
know how to
volatile.
say that.
Quite volatile.
It was quite volatile at times, obviously. Here it comes right back down, rejecting off 40 back into the teens. So we'll see if it holds 43. I got to adjust my stop now that I've taken a little bit of profit out. Got to see this one. Which one is AI? Yeah, let's go ahead and fix that one for the break of 43. So we'll say, we'll say that, and then we'll give it to that level, Obi, and I'm being a little bit secretive here because I don't want the bots to listen. I'm kidding, of course. I'm looking also for an interesting 444 level hold here on Netflix. Now, it may or may not hold. We'll give it a couple of shekels to see if we get that hold on Netflix, but a nice move up through 445, basing out here at 444. Is this the move for Netflix? Is it done? Are we going to start retracing back down more into that 443? I'll give myself a couple of pennies here to see if we can get maybe a pop into 445. If not, we'll get rid of that trade real quick. Right back to Nikola, still holding above VWAP. At my entry, still break even on this trade. I've still got a dip trade at 315 to defend VWAP. Is VWAP still at 315? Yeah. So it's not a bad look there. If I hold it and we get a better cost basis, possibly, we shall see. Going between the two, yeah, AI right back into the 30s. We'll see if this one can hit 44 bucks on the day. But so far, right now, not bad. Not a bad look on AI. So I'm happy that I got into this one. Maybe a little late after the big pop, but better late than never. But never late is better, right? You remember that? You know where that's from?
No, I don't.
Drake's song.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's totally applicable with trading, right? If you're a little late to the move, then the trade is most likely gone.
Exactly.
So
it's a joke.
But you know what's been what's been going on, running up all day? Carvana.
My goodness.
Carvana.
Won't give
Look at
up,
this. I know we mentioned it before, but I didn't take a proper look at it. But look at this trend, looking very similar to Tesla, right? A little bit of strength there, very similar to Tesla, but maybe not in the same sector, but kind of a related name as they both deal in vehicles. So. But yeah, no, Carvana, look at this very, very tight trend here happening on Carvana. Let's take a look left and see if there are any key levels that we can work with here on the Vannas.
Like that.
So yeah, let me just on the Vanna. So right there, look at these wick tops that we've had kind of trouble with before. Just underneath the 50, can't even get to the 50. You're at 48. 48, 50, 49, so like we are back up in this area where we've been seeing some selling happen whenever we pop up into this, underneath this 50 area. It kind of makes sense that 50 stays heavy, 50 kind of an over-under type of level there as well. We can take a look a little bit further back. Let's get this spaghetti out of the way real quick. On Carvana, yeah, take a look at that, right? Kind of similar to that Nikola trade, right? Where it's been selling off for over a year. This thing has just been straight selling off. It was 400 bucks. Now it's down to like $2-3 bucks. So yeah, a bit of catching the bid. We saw this crazy strength here. I don't know what this was here. On the weekly, got to go back individually on the day and see what catalyst or whatever may have driven this type of volume to come in. But take a look at this. This whole week candle, this unusually high R-vol on Carvana, price consolidates and then trends up off of it. And now we're testing the next level. So I think that that's something to keep in mind on for the bigger picture idea here on Carvana. Now again, 58 here, clear resistance that we've kind of sold off from before, and we kind of wick there now. So let's see if this kind of growing volume, this expanding volume, look at this expanding volume on the longer time frame, can kind of give us that oomph to get back up past this 58 level. Now, again, people getting familiar and liking some of these names for the swing, as some of them have been coming out of the woodworks, getting a lot better, as a lot of selling has already happened on these names, and we're getting a piece of that squeeze where a lot of sellers are kind of done selling. Buyers have gotten in, so it's only the people who are covering shorts and buying longs who are kind of bidding this up naturally. So good look on Carvana there. Here, I don't know if I want to really trade it here. I think the break of yesterday's high, as well as these pre-market highs around that 46, that was probably a clean trade. We can take a look at the smaller time frame to see if it was. And yeah, look at that 56-ish area. You come for a test. Intraday, you fail off of that, so potential short. And then on the re-break, consolidation, hold, continuation, yeah, so that 46 definitely coming into play on Carvana. Up here, not so much. Maybe maybe I would see. The thing is, like, I don't really have the risk allotment for to take a trade like this, but I think I'd feel comfortable selling anything from 50 to 48 on this ticker for we've seen what that price kind of does in the long term looking left. So I think that's a decent place to sell, unless and until it can get above and hold that 50 convincingly on Carvana. That's
AI
the look
breaking
there.
down.
Yeah,
I'm out of
selling coming in.
Netflix. I don't know why the position board says I'm still in it, but I'm out of Netflix. I got out right through the break of 444, so about a 25 or 50 penny loser there, excuse me, as it breaks down now below 443, 444 and a half, mind you. Quick look there. Let's see what AI is doing. We get that pop through that 40, and then we have a retracement right into 43. Are we going to hold this general area, or am I going to get stopped out? So we'll see the remaining amount, whether or not we get the stop. And there, I don't understand why this thing doesn't stop. I don't understand why the stops don't work. I don't know.
You got to cross, bro.
You did cross, bro. All right,
damn.
Rory Alderton. Good luck to all AMD gamblers tonight. Yeah,
they
AMD
got
reports
earnings.
tonight. Yeah, we
Got
talked
earnings
about that. Their video released on the weekend. We talked about Lisa Su and her push into AI and how they're going to need more GPUs to back up their move into AI and compete with the A800 processor by NVIDIA. And so we saw a little bit of a foray last time around. They gave us a little bit of an insight. I'll definitely be looking for more information this time. But yeah, I don't know if it was much of a gamble. We kind of know where the direction of the company is going. We know that they're going to have to push into that field. It's just how much market share
well
can they take?
poised
Yeah.
to get into that industry and really push hard, right? So
Remember they had that. I know the Radeon is for GPUs and stuff like that. What is that called? The AMD Radeon? Is that the GPU?
That's their GPU technology.
That's GPU,
yeah.
right?
They do
yeah.
the Radeons, yeah.
I know that was for, like, I know GPUs for graphics are not the same GPUs that are being used for AI. They're a completely different beast. But
A whole different processor.
yeah, I must have some experience, obviously, in it. I gotta tell you the truth, man. I bought one AMD laptop in my life. It didn't work that well, and it never really seemed to hold up like the Intel processors, and I never really went back to AMD again. So
Yeah, I've always been an Intel fanboy.
likewise.
Built a few PCs in my lifetime, so I always like spending the little bit of the extra buck for the Intel. But
Right.
I mean, AMD actually came out on top for a little bit. I don't know if you remember, they had their processors for a little
Yeah.
bit where they kind of surpassed Intel. And even now, pretty solid processors. They do have some overheating issues at times, but
Intel?
AMD.
AMD.
And even some of their graphics cards. But yeah, no, overall decent product. It does a job extremely well, and decent performance for the price. And I know some people are mentioning that price for performance, AMD definitely a little bit better. But I think for overall bigger picture, like if you're doing a lot of gaming, plus maybe you're doing a lot of like media design, whatever, graphic intensive work and processor intensive work, I definitely kind of, I don't know, maybe it's just my bias. I'm definitely more of an Intel guy. Yeah.
All right. Another
Intel,
small
NVIDIA.
capper, and Intel and NVIDIA.
Intel
right?
and NVIDIA all
yeah,
the
yeah.
way.
Well, who can say no to NVIDIA, man? IDAI. Not sure what this name does. It's a global provider of AI. Surprise, surprise. Identity services for use in multiple sectors, including banking and finance. This one's got a float of 5 million shares. Plus, let's see quickly here. 5.3 million share float. Don't know what the short float is. It started today, though, at about 83 pennies. Decent volume for something this cheap. 133 high, trying to break back above now, trying to hold 1.25 on IDAI. No, is there a news catalyst? I don't want to say. Truist stamps out, increased financial services. No, I don't see trust stamp. No, trust stamp. No, I don't see a particular catalyst for this one. It could be squeezing on the AI news. Let me just double check that. Trust stamp. This has nothing to do with this particular company, right? Because, yeah, this is it. Trust stamp, the privacy-first identity company today provides an update regarding the adoption of its low-cost orchestration platform. I don't even know what that is, man. Which streams delivery and implementation of the company's proven technologies. Okay, so it does have a headline. Nice move, up 50% at the moment. Just showing up on my scanner here. 4.5 million shares done in the last 5 minutes, done about 1.25 million shares. So decent volume. Rejecting off that 1 1/3 though. We'll keep an eye on it. Small cap capper. See what it does. Back to Nikola here. Okay, so Nikola is doing the dance above VWAP, so it's not coming down into my 315 dip. Now, it doesn't care where my dip trade is, so I'm going to go ahead and sit at 18s, Obi. We're going to go ahead and put a dip trade in here for 17. See if we get that filled a couple of shekels higher than we were, because we are holding up above VWAP. Not really making any higher highs, to be fair. 327 is the aftermarket high. Haven't printed a newer high than that in a little bit. We'll see if this one is able to hold VWAP on the afternoon. We'll see that. Okay, so we're getting some curl here in Microsoft as well. Microsoft and Meta have been the stronger names in addition to Netflix. But Microsoft here trying to break through that 338. Let's pull up Mr. Softy. Some big tech names. Yeah, here we go. Microsoft with a 337.90 top. A couple of tests, more than a couple, a few. You get that initial 1050 move into the high 337s. You get it again here at 11:30. And it's almost 12 o'clock. Are you seriously almost done? It's been almost an hour?
I don't know. We've been having too much fun.
That flew
a lot
by.
of trades as well. I mean, not a lot of trades.
Softy looks good though here, Obi. You brought this up earlier. Look at this. A series of higher lows, holding the 50 period on the 1 minute chart and looking to break through that 338. Mr. Softy bucking the trend today. The S&P is down 0.2. The E at, what's the NQ at? Yeah, the
NQ's at 15.8.
Yeah, so sorry,
above 15.8 holding.
ES is down 1/3 and NQ's down 1/4. All the while, Microsoft's up 0.5 point. So good strength here on Mr. Softy as it continues to trend up.
Yeah, I think that like here, the NQ is holding this 15.8 area. We saw that it was having some over/under price action in and around that level a couple of days ago. So as of right now, these 15 minutes have held above this 15.8. So yeah, I think that that's kind of giving this strength to some of the large caps there, as that kind of coincides with this Amazon VWAP hold, and we saw the Microsoft hold as well, right? So I haven't taken a look at Google today, but Google holding above that 131 area, above VWAP as well. So decent holds. Again, a lot of chop, right? So we were talking about this yesterday, where kind of yesterday the market was pretty choppy, kind of range bound as well. So it kind of caters to a different kind of trading style. So that's what I kind of reflected on yesterday, where I was trying to play more momentum and trend trades for the range break, where I could have just taken the range trade when it shows you that, like, okay, we're just consolidating for, like, you know, above a key level like this 15.8 once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So you can either try to anticipate the break, or you can just sit there and be like, okay, well, if this is going to ping pong between these two levels, I'm going to sit there and take pieces off, right? So I feel like I got to really start thinking in that direction, and really kind of adapt to these changing markets as we are pushing towards new highs, right, Sharif? Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of fugays and a lot of positioning and a lot of money moving around as well. So I think the chop an accumulation type of price action is kind of makes sense. But yeah, no, who knows what it can result in, right? I have no idea. I'm not making any predictions, no financial advice here. Just looking at what the chart has printed so far and trying to make something of it. But yeah, no. What are you guys trading today? I know we were talking about Meta. We were talking about, I know a couple of people in the chat asking if Meta is a decent long here, but I took a look at it. I think a decent place was like the 321 entry that I had, and then it kind of gave you that piece again right above at 321.50. But look at how we're kind of printing here, right? Very kind of different. We are going sideways. We are holding trend, right? We're still holding trend, and I'm sure if I put on a 5-minute or something, it's still holding the trend on a longer time frame. So, but I was looking at it on the 3-minute, so I don't necessarily want to switch around time frames too much when I'm trying to play a trend off of a single time frame. But as of right now, with what's being printed, we are holding this 321.50 area. Like we said, like look at these wicks from yesterday, right? We kind of wicked off of there and kind of had some strength there as well. We're showing that consolidation is showing up in and around that price again as the trend goes sideways. So maybe a little bit of continuation before, maybe a little bit of accumulation before it continues here. If we can go sideways and hold above this 321 area, that's what I'll be looking for. If this 321.50, 321-ish area holds, and we kind of continue to the upside. But yeah, some decent strength there after the initial reaction range is broken there on Meta today. Very strong moves overall, right? Strong action overall. Like I said, it does look like there are larger players kind of positioning themselves in and around these prices here on Meta post earnings, right? We talked about this yesterday as well. We saw what happened last earnings, where you gap up on earnings and then you kind of hold those consolidation prices, those initial reaction prices, and slowly start to creep up. So we're getting a little bit of that again as well. So I'm going to be keeping in mind this 330 area on Meta as well as this 310. We saw that 310 consolidation off the earnings action as well, right? So keeping both those levels in mind as that range is being kept well within. So the price is being kept well within that range. So that a range break of one of those prices, I think, will be pretty telling, and I would be watching out for the failed follow through as well. Off some of those prices. So, but yeah, let's see what this quarter has in store for us with Meta. Now, with that, my time for today is up. I'm going to be passing it on to Prad. It's been a blast as always, Sharif.
Absolutely, brother.
Take it easy.
Thank
We'll
you
see
for
you guys
being
tomorrow.
on, guys. We'll give Obi an opportunity to exit there, and we'll also give you a shout out here to Search Trader. We're brought to you by Search Trader. Don't wait until December to save big. Actually, I think that is over. I think that they're done with their Christmas in July. So we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. So we'll see what is up with that. Let's go back to our Nikola trade here, as it's the one that we have on. I put a dip trade at 16 here, not quite getting filled, but the good news is we're consolidating sideways above VWAP, so you want to see that eventual 3.25 break. That's what I've been looking for on this name for the majority of the morning here. But yeah, we're going to have to pack our patience. The good news is, again, like I said, we're above VWAP at the moment. So hopefully we'll stair step up and break that 327 high a day that we after the bell high, obviously, that we made earlier on. I believe at around, when did we make that high? About 9:55, 5 to 10 or so. Earlier on in the morning, we got up to about 349 on a lower volume. That was in the pre-market. We'll see if we can make it up there again. It's up 21%. Yeah, correct. 21% on the day as it flirts with that 3.25 level. Yeah, we're definitely looking for that break, not getting it at the moment. What's the chat up to? We haven't really taken many tickers from the chat today. Let's see what they're up to here. Pump that, Millard says. I like Obi. Keep him on longer, says Lion Trade. Absolutely. He's awesome. Let's pump Cat. All right, Cat had earnings today. It was a good look for them. Talking to Brendo about that at the big desk. You know, I was looking for plays here to take advantage of the housing boom that's supposed to be coming in. Millennials got nowhere to live, say analysts. We need to build more supply to bring down demand. I know that's the fact in this country. I don't know if that's exactly the case south of the border. I hear it's similar. In any event, CAT doing great. 7 3/4 to the high side, 286.25. The high of day, we're at 285.75 at the moment. Much love for this name here. What a bounce up. Where did we start the day off? We started the day off 265, so we're about 20 bucks already to the good, $20.50 actually to the good on the name, and it's still curling up, not really showing you much weakness, to be honest with you. I know this is a 1-minute chart, but it's holding the 50 period quite well. That 284 level has been in play, and if you got the dip off 284 anytime, you know, after 11 o'clock or so, you've been rewarded as it has been trending up. So good look there on CAT. In case you wonder what CAT is, it's Caterpillar. They make construction equipment. So keep an eye on that. What else is the chat up to? Meta 321 breaking down, says Rhodesy? I think I've said your name right. Let's pull up Meta. Yeah, well, a nice bottoming tail candle there, 321.25 got bought up, but you're seeing a series of lower highs here. We'll see if this one can continue to make higher highs. It's up 0.91% on the day, definitely higher than what the NQ is, which is negative, which is down almost 1/3% at the moment on the NQ. Some of the other names that have been moving today, some of the I don't want to call them small cappers, but the daily movers, let's call them that. Let's bring in the daily moving chart. What's up, Pradley? Oh, okay. We'll let Pradley set up there. Yell has been strong, up 60%, YELL. This was Yellow, which is the trucking company that is going, sadly, bankrupt. They tried to restructure their debt with their unions. I think Teamsters represent them. It doesn't look like it's going to work out for them. Who knows? But they've been very active the last few days. Yesterday, it started the day at about 70 pennies. We got up to about $1.76, and I think that's where we closed out the day yesterday at 1 3/4. Take your time, Bradley. So 175 is where we closed off the day. A bit of a bull flag forming right now with a bit of a compression pattern, higher lows. Sorry, yeah, higher lows, but lower highs at the same time. So we'll see which way this resolves. Typically, you know, it resolves in the direction of the trend, which is higher. So look for that possible $3 break on YELL. Good continuation play on the day. The other one I'm in, that I'm actually in, is Nikola. We're looking for that VWAP hold. Let's put the ticker for NKLA. Interesting short squeeze here on Nikola. What's the percentage shorts of Nikola's float short? 15 something says max, so you know, not negligible. In any event, this one got like a contract of sorts. They're saying got some $16 million or something like that from the California government. Let me just scroll back. Yeah, there it is. $16.3 million. Nikola gets $16.3 million more in grants to build hydrogen refueling stations in California. The Phoenix-based electricity vehicle maker said it recently received grants in various groups in California to build additional refueling stations for its hydrogen-powered trucks, including $7 million from Sacramento, which is the capital of California, and $4.4 million from South Coast. AQMD don't have any idea what that is. In any event, they're looking to expand infrastructure so that their vehicles are actually usable. So good look on the day for Nikola. AI, oh, come on, AI, you stop me out and then you pop back up. But the bamboozlement is real on this name, so it's fine there. Let's put in the ticker. Good continuation on the heavily shorted name. We checked about almost 1/3 or 1/4 of the float here is short. This one's pumping to the high side. Here comes 43.50, I mean. 43.48 is the high of day. We just flew off 42.25. There goes 43.5. AI getting strength again, up almost 3/4% now, almost 4%, as this name just printed a newer high at 43.63. Good move, good continuation on AI, but don't be a sucker like me and get shaken out of the trade. The range on each 5-minute candle here is quite wide, right? It's about $1, $1.50 of range per 5-minute candle. Why is that important? Because it's going to have to influence your stop. If you have tight stops on a very wide trading name, you're going to get wicked out like me. The other one that was moving, ADMP. This one was been a multiple halter to the high side. Just load the chart here real quick. It had multiple halts to the upside and one to the down. Since that time, though, it's been quite consolidative at that $5 level. It really hasn't been able to either break down or break above. You had a couple of perfunctory breaks here to test 6, but nothing with any continuity. That 450 level, though, as a level of support is quite notable here. You get the initial touch and bounce off 450 at 10:50 a.m. You get multiple touches here at around 11:15. You get another touch at 11:45, each of which was bought up. So we'll have to see whether this one can hold up or not. ADMP. Netflix has also been strong from the large cap side of things. It's definitely bucking the trend and outperforming the market at the moment. 445.25 high. It's trading just sub 444 at the moment. The day started off for Netflix at that $439 is where we closed out yesterday, so we're well above that at the moment. Good look on Netflix. And then as Obi was talking about, Carvana, been, guessed it, strong again. The very heavily shorted name has a 48.62 high. We're at 48.33. Currently trying to hold above 48. Has been a series of 7 period. The green on my chart, the line, that's a 7-period moving average. And the yellow is a 20. Now, Max uses a 21. I use a 20. Not probably much of a difference there. 48.25 is where we're at trading on Carvana. So have a look. We'll keep our eye on that. See what the chat is up to. TUP says ex-Death Eater. Look at TUP. How to trade on this one for a negligible loss. TUP still up 28%, but not really doing much, to be honest with you. Still very much within the range between that 5.5 to about 5 3/4 range, with several wicks beyond there, all retracing quite quickly. This one halted to the north side earlier on around 10:30 for about 5 minutes, opened down. I don't really think. Yeah, this VWAP dip here obviously was very good on it, but not much else. Yeah, that's basically what I've been looking at all day. Not much else. What did you trade, Bradley? I'll give you time to set up, but maybe give me some trade ideas here.
Yeah, you can see I'm in NCLH.
You're NCLH, nice. So that reported today, right? Did that report today,
Just
Bradley?
trying to reinstall the software here. For some reason, everything's bugged out. But yeah, NCLH did report, and they dropped it like it's hot, baby. We also tried to look for some longs previously at the bottom of those ranges, as you can see at the lower end screen, on Sharif's screen, where he's highlighting at the lower end of those ranges. We tried to look for those infamous SSR bounces, my friend, but we couldn't find any on NCLH that we like. So what we did is actually get back in short right around the 5-minute opening range low, which was around $19.59. As you guys can see, our average price $19.48 at the moment after taking some profits on this move down to $19.05, $19.06. I'm looking for that ride down below $19 over here on NCLH. See if we can have that extended ride for myself to take some more profits over here. Let me quickly also click on this setup button. I believe that's the one.
Yeah, Vegan Trader saying he's still short with you, or they're still short with you on NCLH. Good look there. I mean, it was kind of an outlier. CCL did, well, I don't think CCL's reported yet. Have they? I know that Norwegian reported. They did very good.
RCL did.
RCL did. They did good as well. Norwegian is NCLH. What am I saying? RCL did well. Let me see when CCL reports here. Let's just look quickly at the calendar. September 28th. All right, let's bring in the calendar. Why isn't this dragging down, bro? Okay, I'm not sure. Let's have a look here. Monday options, when do they report? Not really seeing it, to be quite honest. I don't know why this one's not showing me. In any event, travel and leisure have been doing quite well lately, and the fact that they weren't able to pull one out is quite telling. So we'll have to see how that company is being run. Airlines have been doing well. We've been hearing a lot about consumer spending shifting from goods to services, and that's kind of been the look there, but they weren't able to take advantage of that. So we'll keep an eye on them. All right, let's go back to Yell. Yellow, kind of breaking. Let's see if this one can break through 3. All right, we talked about the compression pattern on this guy here.
Bro, what?
The compression pattern on YELL, and we were looking for it to resolve to the high side, finally getting a little bit of momentum. We need to see the volume coming in on this name to really be convinced on it. But yeah, good move here for Yell. If we can break through 3 and continue possibly into the high day of 330, it might be an interesting look on YELL. In fact, let's front run it a little bit here. Why not? What's life without MZ? So we'll take a little bit of size here. We'll see if this one can break through 3. The out for me, probably like 2 3/4, right? It really has defended 275 quite well. So if we can't really hold on to that level, then maybe it's a failed break and we'll look at something else. Rory Alderson, AMD, new high a day. Let's have a look at AMD. Not quite yet. 117.61 is the high. Just broke back above 117. So AMD curling, it held 116 quite well. Look at the bottoms there, all bought up at that 116 level, and then a new high made through the consolidation area here, and then now 117 being taken as a level. So good continuation, good eye on that, Rory. I know that the Mad One was in this as well this morning. AMD still presenting you opportunities, even though it's midday. So good look on that. We'll keep it on the side chart to see what's what on this name. Nikola, the other trade that I'm in, still not much happening other than the fact that it is sideways and above VWAP. My out for that will be probably through the break of 310. I've got a nice dip trade here to defend that VWAP area, but nothing doing on that trade quite yet. Bradley, are you okay? It's all
Dude,
right.
it says
I don't
our
stress you
software
out.
is a virus, and it won't even let me open our software right now.
Call Rob.
This is nuts.
Just tell Rob to help you out, bro.
I'm trying to uninstall the stupid CC cleaner antivirus thing that's on here, see if that's the issue.
It's telling you P Pro 8 is a virus?
It's a virus. That's awesome. Thanks.
Isn't that lovely?
It was just
yeah.
working for Obi, but Obi had a little bit of an issue too, and then all of a sudden now it just won't work for me, and it keeps deleting the software. So yeah, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. Yelp retracing here. We got long 288s. Here we go. Coming 3 incoming. Some good size following it up here at 294. I like that, but there is size at the whole dollar, obviously to be expected. Let's see what we do. I'm probably not going to take any profits here. Not enough size really to warrant taking profits on this move, so we'll have to let it run to see if it can squeeze. Again, if you're wondering why this name is moving, this name likely is bankrupt at this moment. We'll see if they can actually survive. I feel bad for a lot of people who may lose their job here because, you know, they were trying to renegotiate the contract prior to that, and yeah, it's a tough world we live in, isn't it? $3 has just broken, so we're like 14, 16 pennies in the money now. 3 breaking. I see a bit of a top here at 310. It's a level we danced with earlier on, about from 11 till 11:10 or so. Couldn't really quite break through that 310 level. We're also having trouble with the $3 level here. Like, I mean, let's not look past that. So we'll see what we get from this break on Yell. Nicely in the money on this one, though. Narud Harutunian. Shout out to you. Sharif, Neil, how high are we expecting Nikola to go? Today's pre-market high, still realistic? Question. I mean, why not? It's a heavily shorted name. It's got a headline. It's been in the news a lot lately. You know, some good reasons, some bad reasons. You know, you've heard about the truck that caught on fire, and then it caught on fire again, all of which was reported. You know, today it's got a positive headline. They got some funding from multiple different parties in California to build out their infrastructure, so their trucks have actually somewhere to refuel, et cetera. We know that this has been a major issue with the hydrogen names, a lack of infrastructure. A lot of the people I know in California. Yeah, sure. I'll just finish my thought and then you can take it. Yeah, no worries. Nicola was, not Nicola. With respect to hydrogen infrastructure, you know that California has a hydrogen car called the Mirai. I speak to some of the people that own it there, and they have hydrogen delivered to their house. So it's not the most ideal situation you want to be in. You want to have the infrastructure to be able to fuel at will, and that looks like what their objective here is. All right, we're holding above $3 on Yelp. Proudly wants to take over. Meta's pumping here, though, guys. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you. Meta is breaking here, popping up 322.79. It just printed a new high on our friend Meta. Meta in the news today, guys, as a result of this new kind of, I guess, chatbot AI that they want to use. Yeah, so essentially what they want you to do is they want you to talk to this AI so that the AI can learn about you. Obviously, that's not the real intention, but what they want is for the AI to learn about your preferences as an individual so that, you guessed it, they can target you better with ads. And, it's a game of cat and mouse between privacy law regulators and these big tech companies to be able to target you more specifically and at the same time respect your privacy rights. Some people say those two objectives are conflicting, and so we'll see. Nonetheless, it's holding above 322, just made a new high at 322.80, so we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, I know you're Armenian. I could definitely tell with you're Armenian because I have a lot of Armenian friends and all their names end in IAN, which I love because it makes it easier for me to kind of decipher. I'm going to give it over to Pradley right now. I'm going to take a quick break as Randy and the IT team help him recover his computer, guys. Don't.
Sadly, and no, of course, I will not be doing that. Just going to talk about a couple of my trades today on board. Real quick, let's go to NCLH on New York over here. It's one of the stocks that I've been looking to trade all day. Come on, charts load up. I've been looking to trade all day. Finally did manage to find a position over here, which was exactly, I'm going to move this to the 5-minute chart, which was exactly at the opening range 5-minute low around $19.59. So nice little move right back to the downside off of that opening range break low over there. A couple other trades I had on board, man. I had the Nicola long at $3. And I'm not afraid to tell you this, this is just an example of where I am in my journey of trading and how I'm not there yet where I want to be. What I'm talking about is at this $3 area, I had 1,000 shares and I only made $30 on the stock today. That just goes to an example of where I am through my journey. I could not hold the stock properly. I got shaken out a lot between this 305 to 310 area. Most of my profits were taken there. I could have just done what Max usually does, which is just throw my stop out and just hold. But I'm not there yet, right? I'm still learning. I'm still getting better. So it just sucks to see this trade work out with such a banger of a move north. And your boy Sharif, Sea-Dog, is actually in it right now at 322-ish or so. I don't know where his blotter is, so I don't know where his positions are actually. But he's in at 322 over here. Looks like his stop might be at the lower end of these ranges. I like that idea. He's looking for re-entry back to the north side over here for NKLA. Tupperware was another stock that we were looking at today. I don't think I had any executions on Tupperware, but this stock went a little crazy, obviously. Almost ran up for the $6 moves. We'll see what happens over here going forward. And we were talking about, Caterpillar, man. We were talking about Caterpillar last night on the earnings move. Look at this stock, $288 now. At any point, you could have just punched long. All of these prices are new all-time high ranges coming in. So this stock is just at a can't stop, won't stop area, right? Another stock that was actually in on new all-time high ranges and was giving you, or at least giving me a little bit of a trouble today, was ON. I took that ON 108 breakout long. I took some profits at 109, and then I got stopped out at this 108 area. Later on in the day, I got back in at 107. I rode that up to 108, and I got out of that trade too. Looks like right now ON wants to hold 108 and wants to trade above 108. If you guys look at this stock on a longer time frame, you'll see that this 105 was the previous all-time high and a triple top. That triple top breaking off the earnings report, taking the stock to 107 yesterday, 107 holding, and it was giving you some longs off of that area. Give you that same longs again today for ON for anyone interested. I also said I think somewhere around 111 or so, if I remember correctly. You could look at that 111 area for a possible breakout, also for another new all-time high. And I know a lot of you chip traders over there were for sure looking at AM Dizzle, because AM Dizzle was up monstrous, 2.4%, 2.5% up here, ripping to the north side. I need to go back to this position over here just to see where it's trading at, because I don't have a stop out, and you know, I don't want to get burnt out over here. My thankfully my other computer on the back end is still logged in, so if I do need to make any position changes, I can quickly jump over there. But yeah, for some reason it says our software, which Obi was just logged into, is apparently a virus all of a sudden now that I try to log into it. That's strange. Palantir. I did trade Palantir today. Here's a stock that was, you know, a little bit of a scary trade. I took that $20 breakout, was not good. Then I flipped short, which was good. Then I tried to look for that $20 breakout again, and that trapped me again. But thankfully, you know, a fool cannot be fooled again. They could not get me for the second time. I got out quicker. I am negative on this stock. I think Palantir is my second or worst stock of the day. Second worst stock or the worst stock of the day. I am at the moment absolutely flat on the day also. So, you know, I have like 150 executions, and I'm absolutely flat, so I'll take it. Better than being down bad on the day, right? At least I'm not trader down bad. I'm trader absolutely flat. Trader Pratt is my name, and we'll be looking for more opportunities throughout the day for moving forward. People in the chat talking about Tesla. Let's go see what Tesla is doing at the moment. Tesla, yeah, Randy's here next to me. Let's see what Tesla is doing. Tesla is apparently breaking the low of days, looking to go for that 261 at the moment. 260 incoming question mark, down 2.3%. I'm looking for Sharif's overall market barometers. Does this guy not use market barometers? Okay, I guess I'm just gonna go here. What is QQQ doing at the moment? QQQ, I'm guessing, is pulling down. Yeah, QQQ pulling back down to VWAP. Tesla about to test the new low of day incoming around 261 or so. Stinking Palantir is ranging. I mean, guys, if you are watching tape, right? There was a question on the chat not too long ago. I believe yesterday actually. How do you? Oh, you got it working? Let's go, baby. There was a question on the chat and recently, not too long ago, but how do you, look at price action and tape and so on and incorporate it for a trade? If you're watching this trade at the $20 area, the amount of size that we just keep printing into the $20 area for Palantir, the amount of size that Palantir just kept printing into the $20 area and not able to break through it was a clear indication that, hey, this level is a wall yesterday and today. You could have gone short so many times off that area and absolutely printed on it. Let's see if as Neil and a bunch of other traders also say, it can only stand a test so many times, right? Eventually that wall's got to break. Let's see if that wall doesn't manage to break later on in the day. My computer is apparently fixed, so I'm going to go and try and log in while Sharif comes back here.
We were gone. Let's see. Hold on.
I doubled you down on all your positions so you don't get stopped out.
All right, well then you're going to talk to management. You got to talk to Greg. No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. We're just joking. Let's see what we got here. A good look on Palantir, eh? Proudly, they got another government contract today, or the extension of that government contract, I should say. Trying to weasel their way into the commercial world as they're heavy in the government contract industry there. All right, let's quickly go back to our trades. One moment, please. Let's pull this up. Yell. We're doing quite well on Yell here. Oops, YELL. Pull this up. as it breaks through 3, still hanging out above that $3 level. But we want to see continuity definitely on this one. Probably switch to the 5. Let's switch back to the 1. Yeah, we're above 3. No, it's cool, bro. We're above 3, but we definitely got to stay above 3. I want to front run this one through the break of 290, which had been a bit of a top. I mean, random level to have as a top, but price action doesn't lie. We take the jump there at 288, I believe. Yeah. Now we're above 3. Let's see if we can get through that 310. That was the peak over here. We weren't able to break through this crest, the 310, 311 crest. We'll see if we can hold up at those levels. We're above VWAP at the moment. Reason I took this, simple. What I saw as a compression pattern with lower highs and higher lows. Usually this resolves in the direction of the trend, but there can be bamboozlement. It's a micro capper. I don't want to say micro cap. What is Yell's market cap? Interesting to know. Yeah, about 155 million. Definitely very small. This company, I believe, took, wow. This company's 155 million market cap, and they took $700 million from the government for 30% stake in the company like a couple of years ago, back I think in 2021 as a bailout. So what? Yeah, that was not a good look there. I think the Trump administration advanced them, $700 million for a 30% stake. So tough look there for Yell, but tradable on the day nonetheless. We'll see what this one does. Still a killer. I like that. Still a killer says Airbnb crashing. That's a name we haven't looked at lately. Airbnb. Let's check what this one's doing. Down 2 1/3. Okay, it's been not so good lately here for Airbnb. A bit of a top yesterday, 155. We break down below 150 today. Let's see what the look is here. Let's go to the hourly to kind of gauge the levels. Okay, it's been a decent little while, and so it should be. I mean, we're hearing a lot about the travel and leisure sector has been absolutely booming. Anecdotally, of course, if you've been to an airport lately, you've seen the humanity at the airports, and there's a lot of people there, man. It doesn't matter if it's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., or 2 p.m. There is a zillion people at these airports, and somebody stands to make money from that. So good look here on Airbnb. We remember last time they reported, they said they had overwhelming demand, and their problem was supply. They couldn't seem to get enough supply, and there's a reason for that. Is because a lot of these cities, I know my condo doesn't allow Airbnbs openly. So cities are starting to clamp down. Condominium corporations, condo boards are starting to clamp down on whether you're allowed to run Airbnbs or not. And so that's limiting their supply in these cities. So that seemed to be a problem for them. Obviously, maybe the demand here outweighing that a little bit. All right, back to Yell. It broke up to 308, and then there it goes right back down. Let's see if it holds this 275 level. That had been the support level previously. For breaks, that's the end of the trade for me, and it'll be a false breakout. So not yet, not willing to pull the plug on this one yet. We'll see what this one does, but yeah, some bamboozlement coming in there through the break of that top, and then right back down she goes on YELL. Back to Nikola. This one breaks a 3 1/4 finally, and this one looks good because it's printing a series of higher highs. And this is very reflected here on the 5-minute chart on Nikola as it holds VWAP. This is the look on Nikola. All right, so the VWAP hold, and then you don't have to be a great chart technician to see that every single candle has a higher low than the previous one. Now we just printed a higher high, having made a new high a day, 327. Again, I keep repeating myself. Technically, the price action in the morning took us to 349, but that was in the pre-market and not the official print. So we'll see if this one keeps going. It is, I keep pulling up the data and I keep forgetting it. What's the percentage short of this name? Float checker. Float checker, there we go. Pull that bad boy over so you guys can follow along. NKLA, Nikola Corporation, with a short float of, 20%. Not bad. So we know that this one could definitely get going with about 20% of the float shorted proudly. How's it look over there? Good to go. We got the Prostradamus in the house. The software is installed. I'm looking at his screens. Everything seems
Not a
to be-
virus.
Thank God.
Not a virus. Coronavirus. That was a virus.
That was a
This
virus.
was not a virus. We've solved the problem, and we're 50 cents in the money on NCLH, buddy. Let's go. 50 cents in the money on NCLH. Finally got a nice win on the day over here.
Nice.
Just showing you my blotter. Look at how many stocks I've traded today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Including the futures, makes that 15 completely traded individual stocks.
I like it.
And that's 115, 17 total executions just to be flat on the day. So once again,
I like how you queued that up. You set that one
the
up
market
nice.
makers, the day trade the world fee structure, they all love me, except for my bank account. Let's see if we can make some money over here. Here's a trade that I think no one on the floor actually trades as much as we probably should be going forward is SYM. SYM, someone pointed out yesterday on the 4 o'clock show in the chat, the stock apparently makes those robotics for Amazon, Walgreens, Albertsons, Walmart, and so on, those package automated robots. Do they deliver? They don't deliver, but they just move around packages basically from one spot of the warehouse to the other warehouse. And they broke out to a new all-time high and had a 50% run up yesterday from $45, $44 up to $65, $64 or so. So monster run up over here on SYM. Today, obviously, after a monster 50% run up or 55% run up, whatever they had, you expect them to give back a little bit of the ghost over there. So that's what's happening. Back down to $54, $53.80, the lower day today, giving you a nice little bounce off that $53.80. And this stock now triggers SSR, being down 13.65% on the day. Sadly, not enough volume for like day traders such as ourselves to really be into the trade. But if it can get elevated in volume again and start showing us some moves like it did yesterday, that breakout of previous 52-week high, previous all-time high, giving you a nice little run up all the way up to $64 or so, those are the type of trades we're looking for again. So SYM, American Robotics Warehouse Automation Company, says El Sador. Thank you, my friend, for helping me out on that side. Let's see some other stocks in the stocks. Let's see some other stocks in the chat over here. XPEV is what I want to go to see if it helped that $20 area today. And the answer is C. We did hold 20 once again, exactly like yesterday. Monster holding of this $20 area, just like that $20 on Palantir, just in the opposite end this time. Opposite end, $20 to the upside. XPEV continues to hold. Looks like that Volkswagen deal is really giving it that boost that the stock needs. And since the stock did not go down 10% today, it will not be on SSR tomorrow. So maybe there's some long opportunities off this one, or maybe more short opportunities on this one. Bigger dive down on XPEV, maybe. Just an idea. I'm not saying that it is possibility. Will SoFi gap fill the daily? SoFi is back under 11, right? Will it fill the daily all the way back down? I think, what is it down to? 950? It's having an inside day right now, like most stocks are. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that word. I forgot.
You're just trying to start a problem, bro. I didn't even open my mouth. I love this guy. This guy's an instigator. I love him. Yeah, continue, Bradley. I got stuff to say, but finish
yes,
your thought.
SoFi just stuck in like yesterday's range at the moment. We'll see. If it does retrace all the way down, that's not good, especially off the earnings catalyst. So I would like it to not do that, being the long-term investor I am in this position also. So that's my answer right there to your question. Will they fill it? I would hope it doesn't. All
right, got in Meta. I saw a bottoming tail candle here on Meta. I got in at 37s. We're about to break the whole dollar here, so about 70 pennies in the money. We're knocking on the door of 233. I got in at 323. Sorry. I got in at 322.37. Let's see if we can break the whole dollar. We're at 99s. I'm seeing the whole dollar on the ask, not so much on the bid. Can we cross? There's a bit of resistance here at the whole dollar. Not the size is not showing up, so it's definitely iceberg. There we go. We cross. Who's calling me? We cross 323. Can we get some continuity on Meta here? We're 1 1/3 to the good on the day. We're almost $1 in the money on this. Here we go, 323.15. This one's moving up quite nicely. Let's leave. I took a little bit out there. Where did I take some out? I took some out at 75. So we took some out at the $0.75. Let's see if we can get continuity on this name. Goodness knows we need a win today. All right, what did I just do with that? Level 2, there we go. With respect to Nikola, it did dip into VWAP here. It made a nice little dip into 16. I had a resting order there. I got filled at 17s, excuse me. It dipped into 16, but I got filled at 17s. The trade is still valid, even though there was a false breakout through that high a day to print a new high a day. It printed 328, retraced right back down when it did that. Surprise, surprise. But the reason the trade is still valid is because the reason I got into it is because it held VWAP. VWAP was a former level of resistance earlier on from about 10 to 11, breaks through VWAP at 11 o'clock, now holding it as support. Let's see if that happens. If not, if it breaks through 14, that will be, or sorry, 13, that will be the end of my trade there. Let's see what Nikola is up to. Also, Yell, this one retracing back into that consolidation area after popping up through $3. Sadly, we didn't take any out there. We were nicely in the money, about 15 pennies or so, but neglected to take some out. Now it's back within that range. Do we hold this range, or are we going to break down? My stop is in. So whichever way it resolves, hopefully I'll be ready for it. So Nikola, excuse me, Yell, and Meta, the trades that I have on at the moment. Meta back up above 323 again. Can it hold here? We just printed a new high day, 323.15. It'll have to remain above the whole dollar proudly. What's this ANET?
It's a stock that had earnings yesterday. Don't ask me what they do because I have no clue at all. But they are also at a new all-time high, Sharif, almost like Caterpillar and the other stock that I was just talking about, SYM, trying to throw in the anchored view up over here to see where that line is. It's around $179. This stock is at a nice high of 190 right now, and maybe showing us a little bit of a rejection of this 190 area, 189.79 being the high a day, 189.50 is where I'm trying to get some fills short. Let's come on, man, give me some fills. Don't run away from me. Already pulling back away from my order over here. So I'm not going to chase this position. I mean, obviously, the strength of the trend is insanely to the upside. Clearly, the stock is bullish off the earnings report, up 21% here. Insane right after touching that 170, 50 areas or so, all the way back up to 190 here. So you don't want to fight this trend too much. Maybe you really want to short the stock when we start trading below the 50-period EMA. So I'm okay to take some fills here for an attempt to give it that 50-cent range on very, very light size. But when I really want to take that short with proper sizing is let the stock consolidate sideways a little bit so it's not just constantly ripping to the higher side by giving us higher lows and higher highs trend and so on. I would also like it to start trading below the 50-period EMA on the 1 minute and start making that descent to the south side. There's a lot of room to the downside if it does want to give up the ghost on the intraday move over here. So, waiting for, confirmation of that move and not actually getting the top take candle. That way, you don't have to get the full move, but you can get most of the meat of the move over there and end up with a nice little profitable trade without having to, pay for the risk over here like I am. Like I said, though, I'm keeping my sizing very small, and I'm going to give it that risk till the high of day, which is 189.80, 189.80 plus like a little bit more. Let's just say 190. I'm going to give it up to 190 for the risk over here for this position.
All right, at a Yell, it broke down below that 275 area, then popped right back up into 3. So a lot of volatility and a lot of, bamboozlement in this name looking to trigger stops, and they got me. So I'm a victim in this trade. Pops up above 3. I think it got as low as 250. So they were definitely stop hunting here because I believe it just stopped right in front of the $0.50. Let me double check that. Yeah, that's an actual wick. And the low is actually exactly at 250. Pops right back up into the high on that candle, which was 302. So a $3 stock in one 1-minute candle had 52 pennies of range in about 5 seconds. So tough name to trade if you weren't resting. Didn't have profit takers at those levels, but hey, small size, no biggie. This one here on Nikola, we're continuing to hold above VWAP, but you wonder for how long. It's consolidating at this area. Is this an area that I want to add more into? Now that we are basing out at this 315, 317 area, are we going to curl back up, or is the trade done on Nikola here? So we'll have to wait and see. I think if I want to add to this, I'm going to get it on the curl back up. Whether or not it provides me an opportunity to do that, a whole different story. But I don't think I'm going to add here randomly, willy-nilly, just because we are at the VWAP area. Yeah, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to let this one be for the moment. Let's see what it does. Meta, the other trade that I have on, rejecting that 323 level, not able to really stay above it, even though it made a new high a day at 15s. Let's see if it can continue to head to the north side. I'm holding my piece on this trade with the remaining portion with a trailing stop at my entry point at 37. So we'll see how this one resolves. So far, so good on the name, but definitely looking for a lot more. Whether or not provides it to us, a whole different story. Now, this is another trade that I was in earlier, Netflix. Now, it looks like it's curling back up here, man. It did a bit of a retracement. This is an interesting trade here. So this is something that I like to see. That 441 hold was quite good. Now we're back into 442.25. A bit of a reversal candle here. I'm going to have to actually chase this, sadly. We'll see what this one does. We'll look for a 443 break on Netflix. So in 3 trades, Meta, Nikola, and Netflix. Let's see how each resolves. So far, so not good on Netflix. Big spread on Netflix right now. Let's see if we get a 443 break. What else is going on? Let's see what the chat is up to. Let's talk to some people here in the chat. Let's see. Willy-nilly, like this market, says Chimps. Yes, it's been a tough market the last couple of days, especially on the Future. The Future's really not been giving you much, guys. Very, very consolidative. The NQ just barely staying above 15.8. The ES unable to stay above 4,600. So it's been very range bound and not really giving you those 1% plus days. We'll see what we get from the big tech names. We're involved in Netflix and Meta at the moment in terms of big tech. So we'll see if we get some continuity there from those names. Yell, I'm out of. A lot of bamboozlement on that name, Bradley.
Austin says, thanks for the $1 on SYM. Prado, bro, I didn't even give you that trade on SYM. What are you talking about? I didn't see a trade, nor did I call a trade, but I'm glad that you got $1 per share just from me mentioning this position not too long ago. So shout out to you for actually punching that trade. Shout out to you for finding that trade. And shout out to you for executing on said trade over there. So congratulations, man. I'm happy for you. Let's see if the stock can go all the way back up to that VWAP 58 or so. Let's also take a look at the longer time chart frame here. SYM. This is the level right here. 53.83, exactly. Once again, that level we were talking about. Look at that. 53.83 coming right back into play today. The low of day today, 53.80. That's all you had to look for. The previous all-time high coming back into play to give you a beautiful dip buy area around 11.50. Missed out on that opportunity. The stock ripping from there, absolutely going off to the north side. I wish I actually pulled up my longer time chart frame while talking about this. Did not look at my longer term chart frame. and I missed out this trade over here. We were just talking about it because someone in the chat mentioned it a couple of yesterday in the after hour for us. So shout out to you for anyone who actually took that trade by looking at that longer term frame. Ladies and gentlemen, Palantir at the moment, right back to $20. Oh boy, let's see if we can get trapped round 3 on this entrapment. Is that the right word to use it? Okay, I thought entrapment meant something else.
No, it's a legal term.
Okay.
Yeah, but like I think you can use it, just regular day parlors.
Okay, good. I don't want to get banned for saying something bad over there. But yeah, getting entrapped over there into this trade for Palantir. Round 3, let's fight.
I just have to add a stop, Bradley, so can you just continue?
Yeah,
for
sure.
1 second?
We're going to keep on looking for more opportunities besides Palantir, obviously. But Palantir, if anyone's asking, hey, Brad, after you get beat up once, twice, why would you go back to the third time over here? Maybe you learn your lesson of not to play with fire. It's the whole idea of how many times is the stock going to keep on fighting this level and not break through it. We saw that monster rejection at 19,995 coming in yesterday and pulling back completely off of that level. We saw that area coming back into play multiple times today and then rejecting that area. So eventually this level's got to give. How big of a seller does Palantir exactly have? So let's see that level get whacked. Look at all this liquid gateways coming in on $19.99 right now, trying to wipe out that level. There's still a little bit of a refresher game coming in, maybe some iceberg action happening too, but we want no iceberg lettuce. We want that romaine lettuce, maybe not even romaine. What's that lettuce that you were talking about last Friday? What's that lettuce that you guys were saying was the good lettuce? Were you part of that conversation? No? Yeah,
lettuce. I just know romaine, and what's the other one? The what's that round one called? Baby gem.
Baby gem?
Oh, it's fancy.
Yeah,
I've never had it.
Do I look like I eat lettuce, man?
You don't have burgers? You never had lettuce in your burgers, bro? Come on, man. Come on.
I had the lettuce today. What was the salad today? Was
There's
Caesar
a bunch
salad,
of lettuce back there.
romaine salad, and Caesar salad dressing and croutons. Yeah, it was good. Our lunch was good. Burgers too.
You got burgers.
Arugula. Yeah, arugula. Yes, sir. We're good. Thank you, Randy.
Randy showing his handiness again, baby.
Handy Randy?
Handy Randy? Yeah? Because he's handy.
That sounds good, bro.
You never called him that before? You used to call him Sandy Randy because he was sanding that
Yeah,
green
that was
wall
Mark.
over there.
That was Mark.
That was Mark, okay. Crypto blogger Sharif. Prad doesn't eat lettuce. He smokes lettuce. He smokes the devil's lettuce.
No, I don't. I don't smoke weed. Stop.
No, he doesn't. I'm completely making that up. I don't know where I would get something like that from, guys. All right, guys, here we go. Meta coming back into that 322.5. We're long 37s. I've got a trailing stop at my entry, so it doesn't go against me. We'll see if this one can bounce off here and get going. 323.15, the high on our friend Meta. The other one, Netflix. Let's see if this one can break through that 443. It had a nice little bounce there off 441. We need continuity through the north side here. I believe the high of the day on Netflix. Let me just double check that quickly. 445.25 on Netflix on the high of day. So we'll keep an eye on that for a nice pop. Ooh, Meta popping right back up into the whole dollar. Jeez Louise, a bamboozlement's real on this. Thank God I didn't get stopped out of this. Meta going again. Oh, baby. 323 just got reclaimed. Let's go for that high of day. 15s. We're waiting there. Nicola comes back into VWAP. You don't want to hang out at your level of support, obviously, because it makes you nervous. Anyway, I've got my stop in place, but I'd rather this one bounce off. I got a nice little ad at 17s, currently where we are right now. Initial entry was 22s. So cost basis of, I'll tell you in 1 second, 20s. Now, if I was good at math, I would have been able to tell you without looking at it, but I'm not. So, yeah, those are the three positions that I have. What is the chat up to? Prad's all about that purple broccoli, says Charles Lambert. I like that. Tongue in cheek. Sharif doing the dance with no pants. Yes, I've been caught off guard today many times. So you could actually make that statement. Shout out to you, James. good friend and a regular viewer of the show. Dan, all those longs, they add up into hundreds of points banked on the long side with the same range we've had for days. That creates acceptance of higher value on longer term time frames. There you go. From the man himself, shout out to Dan Emmons and shout out to Milwaukee. How's the weather out there, by the way, brother? Is it still humid? Because we're over our humid spell over here. It's been a good couple of days over here, Bradley, with the weather. I don't know if you like this weather or you like the humidity.
Palantir is such a trap, bro.
What happened, Bradley?
It just breaks by like half a penny and then just pulls right back every single time. It's the third time it just goes above by like, boom, 20.015 or no, what is it? 20.005 and then pulls right back under 20, just traps you on that long. It's like, geez, Louise, man, just give us this trade. Break past 20, run to the north side. You know the stock is going to fly, too, once it breaks this 20. So let's just see it. I'm going to throw a bigger size order now, and I'm going to put it at 20.02 because every time they keep trapping me on this 20.01 area. Let's see what happens. A-net trying to also burn me over here. Back in the red on the day after being flat, wah, 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 but at least we're not that big in the red. So, you know, we've just been varying all day between flat and a little bit of red, flat and a little bit of red. So that seems to be the story of the day for me today, as S&P 500 is basically, you know, playing around with that 4,600 area and NASDAQ playing around with that 15,800 area. Here goes A-net right back to the 190, sorry, right back to 190 to see if there's any buyers above that price point. I mean, the stock is up 22% today. There's got to be a wall somewhere, right? Let's see if that wall can show up. Here's Palantir trying to see if we can get past 20 again, but failing to do so every damn time. The stock does not want to get past 20 today at all. The invisible seller, the wall of selling that's happening at 20 every single time is absolutely insane. It's actually insane.
Jay Lee wants me to look at ARQQ up 20%, 19.65%, not seeing a catalyst. Arquette Quantum is a United Kingdom-based quantum encryption technology company. The company supplies a quantum encryption platform as a service, so it's a SaaS, software as a service, which makes the communication links of any network devices secure against current and future forms of attack. All right, what's the float? 24.9 million shares, small float. Let's find out the short float on this one. It's popping up, baby. ARQQ, short float negligible, 2 2/3 to 3%, but there it is, $1.40 the high currently on ARQQ. Very lightly traded name. It's $1.40. You know, trading like kind of like a buyout with these 1 penny ranges. Good luck. Obviously, if you're sizing in and you're keeping an eye on it, I won't be participating in this one though. All right, back to Meta, back to 323 we go. I'm seeing a series here of higher lows. Could we be, you know, accumulating to break this 323 top? We have a 15 top. I'm seeing 10s, 11s here on the ask. Could we get continuity possibly into the 325 area? Nice little area there. If we can get a nice little pop into there, we'll see how this one resolves. The other one, obviously, is Netflix. Very consolidative at the moment. Sub 443 in that 442.5. My out is a break of 442. We'll see how that one resolves. Meta's having real trouble here at the whole dollar. And not surprising because the NQ is doing absolutely bupkis. It's been doing bupkis yesterday. It did bupkis today, much in the same way that the ES is as well. They're very consolidative. They're not giving you one way or the other. You can't take it long. You can't take it short. The futures have definitely been a tougher beast to trade just because it lacks volatility. There's just really no range on these futures today. And so, you know, these big tech names definitely always have nice correlation with the future. We'll see. If we can get a nice move through 444 here on Netflix, that would just be aces. We're printing 93s. Here comes 443. Can we get continuity through the whole dollar? It's been a bit of a top, you know, going back to about 12:15 or so. So for the better part of almost an hour, we haven't been able to break through 443. Bit of a consolidative state. Spread tightening up about 14 pennies, which is pretty good for Netflix, to be fair. We'll wait here and see if we can get that 444 break. Again, no real news catalyst for Netflix, but it's been strong today. It was strong yesterday. It's bucking the trend. The indexes are down. Netflix is up 1%. It was up more. There we go. We're printing above 443 now, so we're nicely, I don't want to say nicely in the money on this. We're a few pennies in the money, nothing really to celebrate. But this one can get going in a hurry. We know how Netflix can move. So I'm happy about that. Meta just made a touch of the high day. I believe it just touched 15s again. We'll see if this one can keep going here. I'm seeing some nice prints coming in on the future as we hold 15.8 on the NQ September contract at 15.820 at the moment. Could this be the buoy these big tech stocks need? I definitely would not mind taking a couple of dubs today, Bradley. We'll see if this one can get going here. Netflix, Meta, and our friend Nikola. Nikola still holding VWAP, guys. VWAP hanging out. Am I out? No, I'm not out, Nikola. Good. VWAP still holding here at 315. Now curling back up to that 318 level. New high of day on Meta, and we are almost $1 in the money. Are we going to hit the dollar club animation soon? We are, sir. All right, good. That's like the best news I've had today, Bradley. 323.50, the high. Could we get going some more? Can we get prints above the $0.50 here? You know, is it time to take profits? Probably is, because my luck sucks. We'll take some out there for our Meta trade at the $0.50. Good trade, like $1.20, $1.13 or so on that trade. Happy about that. Let's go back to Netflix here. What's Netflix up to? Where is Netflix? All right, good. We're above the whole dollar here at 443. I'll be sitting at 444 for an out. So let's go ahead and put 443, and then we'll sit in the 90s. We'll sit there to see if we get a touch. Last time we got up to this level was about almost an hour ago. So we'll see if this nice little bounce off 441 can materialize. Meta still pumping to the high side, though. 323.69. This one's going. I'm seeing Softy move as well. Softy wants to take 338 again. It's at 337 2/3 at the moment. Some good strength. I don't want to jinx it, but some decent strength coming into some of these big tech names as the NQ wakes up now, just 0.1% to the south side here. What else we got? We got AI moving again. Surprise, surprise. AI bamboozled me earlier. The heavily shorted name has been tough to trade because you really need to give it a lot of room here for your stop. But nice look on AI. Holds at 42 3/4, now knocking on the door of 43 3/4. That's the high a day. Where do we start off the day, Bradley? We started off the day at $42 on the dot, actually. So not bad. $1 2/3 to the high side on AI.
Yeah, I'm getting annoyed with Palantir here, so I'm gonna start trading it like a buyout, which is just provide liquidity every penny, and just try to take advantage of the amount of size that's being traded between these tight ranges at the moment, and just try to be net neutral throughout the whole process and just collect fees. Because what's the point, man? We're not gonna break past this level, and if it does give me a flush, then I will be somewhat short anyways. And if it does break that level, we'll be able to flip long through that break, and then have that ride that we've been dying to have throughout the day anyways. So here's that trade idea that I'm going to try and execute. Keep on just providing liquidity in and out, multiple sides, and just taking those fills, constant fills in and out, and now instantly we're now filled 99 short and getting out 70s, 97s, bang, just like that. Let's see what happens over here at 20s. I'm gonna throw out more orders at 99, throw out more orders at 98, and cancel my 96 order and throw out an order at 97. But I think that will actually flip me long, so I don't want to do that. So let me do this over here, bang, bang, and just let just come wick me to the downside, and just, you know, bang, just like that. Give me a flat out, give me out for profits, give me, let me collect fees all through this whole process. I'm tired of just sitting here doing nothing, waiting on the sidelines for the stock to break past that 20. At least this way we get to, rack up some quick fees every little. in and out because of the advantage. There you go, just like that. Failed break of 20 again. Failed break of 20 again, right in front of my face. I love it. The stock, dude. This stock.
Right in front of my face, like the stock is disrespecting you. I
is.
love it. It's like, don't talk to me like that in front of my face.
It is.
All right, guys, here we go. Moving up on our friend Netflix, 44365. We got in 44287. I'm waiting for that dollar club to fill. Let's go like this. Okay, so we're going to go like that, and then we're going to sit right at the dollar club here and see if we can get that
wow,
fill.
A-Net.
Go ahead.
Oh, man. A-Net stopped me out after making that run past 190. And only went up to 190 something, to 190 66, and now it's dropping hard. So that's a miss short on A-Net because we were too busy with Palantir. If I was watching A-Net still, the second it went back through 190 after stopping me out there, we lost 30 cents on it because we didn't want to give too much risk, whatever. But the second we saw it, go back through 190, we would have gotten back on it. But sorry for cutting you off, Sharif.
No,
Here
it's
comes
okay,
Palantir
brother.
right back
Go
to
ahead.
the downside after fail breaking in front of my face.
Yeah, all right. So we're hanging out here in the 60s, about 20 pennies removed from my resting order on Netflix. I'm sitting at the dollar mark. That will be the first out. We have more. If it should continue, it's up 1% on the day, bucking the trend. Let's go back to Meta, though, because Meta is pumping to the high side. We got in at 322.37. We are now 323.75. Could we be knocking on the door of 324? 325 was where I was positing we may end up on the day. Let's go to the hourly here and see what kind of levels we have at that 3.25. Let's zoom out here. And it's a good level, man. I mean, you don't really need to be a great technician to see that we flattened out here for hours. From July 28th at around 11 a.m. to about yesterday at 9 a.m., we had a 325 top, right? We're right back there. So 325, definitely the look for me on that. Obviously, we may not get that today, seeing as how the futures have been kind of range bound, but 323.83 is the high at the moment. If we can get some continuity here, that would just be Ace's market. So we'll see how that one continues to pan out. Netflix slowing down in its ascent up. The spread tightening a bit, but there goes Huadunk. Back into the 30s. I'm sitting in the 80s, so we'll have to maybe pack our patience with this one a little bit as it's not quite giving me the fill at the moment. But what is moving here on my side chart is Carvana. Just touched, did it make a new high? No, it's quite close to the new high. 48.62 is the high day, made it around 11.40. We're at 48.50, 12 pennies off the high a day. Good looking trend on Vana, up 5.5%. Multi-day runner, heavily shorted name. New high a day on Vana as it pumps into that 48.75, looking to take 49. Carvana, uber strong at the moment. We'll see if there's continuity on the name. There we go. 449 incoming. 48.92 now high. 95. This one's squeezing. Big green candle here on my chart on Carvana proudly.
I like it, man. Yeah, I'm watching A-Net over here to maybe see where we can possibly get into that trade over here back down to VWAP. At the same time, I'm still trying to just constantly churn in and out of Palantir over here. Let's see what Palantir wants to do near this 20 as NASDAQ trying to go for a new high day at 15,840, and S&P 500 pushing back above VWAP over here at 4,600, trying to reclaim that 4,600 area. Looks like we got fills on the downside over here on Palantir instantly after getting some moves to the north side. The stock wants to keep on moving around. Phil saying, one Molson. You're not going to get me saying your last name, Phil. Nice try. Right, Max? But Phil is saying, one Molson on me. Thank you for that $5 super chat. We do appreciate that one, my friend. 188, 187 on A-Net. Let's see if that one can hold up. What is the chat looking at? Tupper, TUP on NQ. Don't teach him. Don't teach him. No. The tip New York. Tupper on New York over coming out as, on Monster Trade to the north side today, taking that $5 level in pre-market, if I remember correctly. I mean, monster moves again for Tupperware. All the boys were looking for the trades on the stock too. I did too at one point. I actually got stopped out on the long, sadly, so did not work out for me. People in the chat talking about Upstart, UPST, and now it's $70 almost. Wow, I actually did have a trade on Upstart today. Let me show you my Upstart trade. I think it was a 68 breakout, if I remember correctly. My data, if my chart's missing. Oh no, it was right here, 65 short. It was a 65 short. It was looking like it was going to be good. And then, 66 short. It looks like it was going to be good. Later on, it goes to the north side at a new high a day right now on Upstart, almost near $70. There's some size on the bid here, 100 lots on the bid. Not a lot, but there is a buyer showing up at the random price of $61.61, trying to prop up the stock for another run up to the $70 area. Let's see if that one works out for that bad boy. SoFi building back up from the bottom as well, says another viewer in the chat. Let's go check out SoFi. SoFi already making that move a long time ago, I guess, from the lower end of the ranges over here. But the overall market now breaking up again. Does Palantir have that power to break out to the north side here, or does it crash again? Crash and burn again? That's the question, as it has been doing for the most part today. Not been able to take out that 20. Every time we get past this 20, there's an absolute wall over here for some sellers coming in and not allowing this position to really fly like we wanted to. You're a peacock, Palantir, and we want to see you fly. Do it.
Do peacocks fly?
No.
They don't. I didn't think they did. All right, we're almost a dollar club here on Netflix. We crossed. Come and look at the screen. The spread a little too wide, though. We got up to 44s.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. Come on, Netflix. Print me, man. As we dance with, I'm seeing 82s. Where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 85. So we need a little bit more continuity here to get the fill. We're not going to get it, obviously, because I want it. Maybe we won't look at it so much. All right, wow, 324.09 on Meta. This one's continuing to head north. Meta super strong right now, 1.7% of the good. The chart pattern looks fantastic. I think, again, that 325 going to be a really interesting level on there. Man, I'm pissed I didn't get the fill on Netflix. I just don't trust it, proudly. I think that it may bamboozle me. All right, back to Nikola here, the other trade that we have on. 3 trades. Meta's killing it. Netflix is annoying me. It's not giving me the fill. And, well, Nikola's been dead weight here for a little bit. But the good news about Nikola, it really held VWAP. If it's able to hold above here and curl into that high day, that 328, I think this will be a good trade. I may have to exercise patience on this. Hopefully it resolves before the midday is over, before I have to go back on the big desk there for the closing show. So keep an eye on that. What else we have here? Not much going on. Have to pack patience. All right. This other trade that we talked about today, ADMP. Ooh, this one. Big boy Huadunk coming in. We had a long period of consolidation here, proudly at that $5 mark, which also happened to be VWAP, a bit of a range, 525-ish. And then we got a big Huadunk coming here at 1245. We halted to the downside at 362. Pop back up, reclaim 4. But that was all she wrote, because it Huadunked again through the break of 375, making a low there of almost 3, now coming back into 350. A lot of bamboozlement in this name. ADMP still up 150 points on the day. It was a multiple halter to the downside. Stop doing that. To the downside, you're putting your head down. I thought you were like, okay.
I'm upset.
Yeah, well, it makes 2 of us. All right, so we get the cross on Netflix, but now we come all the way back down. So no fill for us yet on Netflix. We'll continue to wait for that. I hope Proudly's feeling okay.
Oh, man, look at this stock. I had the short, and now it pulls back, and now I don't have the short. It's just not my day today. At least I'm not losing money, right? So that's good. But I'm not making money either when the trades like these are working out. There goes Palantir. That wall at 20 is so insane. Watch the stock break 20 again like it did after hours, and then not give us the trade at all. Is this Aunt Kathy like just putting a wall of shares just on Palantir, not allowing it to go up to the north side? Like someone is just offloading at this $20 area. What's wrong with you? Do you not want to, get a better price on this position? As you can clearly see, people are punching into your orders, into your infinite order size that you have over here. You're clearly getting all the fills that you want. So why not move your order to a higher price and get a better fill? But no, they don't want that. They want the $20 area. That's all they want. They don't want a single cent above 20. It's insane to me, man. I don't understand this. The stock does not want to break this level. It is constant rejection. Hey, at least we had the short, and we made some money off that short over here. Hopefully you guys did, or if you're still holding it. But this is Palantir, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game that we're playing on Palantir today. This is why we always say, the markets can always stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. Here's a perfect example. Perfect example of what's going on. Rationally, you think, it should go break through 20 after testing it 100 million times since yesterday till today. But there's that seller. And that seller is dictating where the stock will go to right now at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's how it works. All right, back to Nicola. This is the one that I've been on all morning. We'll see if this one holds.
This is bigger than the JFK conspiracy.
Very consolidative on the future. Still, the ES tried to reclaim 4,600, got up to 4,601. And now dancing with 45.99. We'll see if we can get some continuity on the ES. The NQ was decent. It bounced off VWAP and 15.8. Popped up again. Made a new local high at 15.844, but having trouble, again, continuing on the move up. So we'll have to see what that one does. Meta made a new high at 324.14. No outs for me yet on Meta, waiting for that 325 to come in to take the remaining amount. What else we got over here? Let's see what else is moving. Proudly, IDAI. This one showing up, probably catching it a little bit late. IDAI, yeah, we talked about this one earlier. It's the AI name. It has the what is this? Global provider of identity services, artificial intelligence identity services, made a 168 high, now sadly breaking down below VWAP, so this may not be tradable for a long at the moment, trying to hold that 130 level. What else we have in small cap world? Let's see what this one is. RBT, yeah, this one is Rubicon Technologies, quite consolidative at the moment. Let's see what else is doing. Volume. No, none of these ones are going to be it. 32.1 million shares for QBTS. What is this? QBTS up 17%, having done 32.1 million shares. The average volume 6.87. This one does what? Oh yeah, this is a quantum computing company engaged in the development and delivery of quantum computing services. It's a SaaS. I already talked about this. Yeah, 258 the high. It's at 248 right now, above VWAP. Maybe a dip off that level. We'll see how that one resolves itself. Nothing else for me going on at the moment. Let's see what the chat is up to. Palantir is taking a deep breath and going to rush 20, says Patrick Hadley. AI says, Yuval, we talked about AI, 44.45 high, breaking down below $44 right now. See what Affirm popping high a day, says Ty. Sure, let's have a look at Affirm. Very good lately on Affirm. In fact, Affirm, year to date, guys, Affirm, I'll tell you in a second, is up. What happened? Affirm is up 100% on the year. Wow. Good look on Affirm there. On the day, though, it's quite flat, 0.36, only 1/3% of the good, 1966 high. Currently at 1945. Yesterday, we closed out at 1940, so we're like only a couple of pennies above where we closed yesterday. So nothing for me on Affirm, to be honest with you. Intraday, you're seeing a series of higher lows, which is nice. Nice little trend there, higher highs, bit of an upward channel. Yeah. This is kind of like a range-bound trade. You could get it off maybe 19 and a quarter, 19 and a third here if you want to play this range. The upward channel has held quite well. So, yeah, possibly a good look on that for you. All right, Netflix retracing right back down into 442. So we are now out of the money after being in the money $1 on Netflix, but not being able to take any out because, well, the spread was too wide and we didn't cross enough. So too bad for me. 442 holding. If we break through 442, that will be the end of the trade for me on Netflix. So we'll have to continue to watch that. The other one on board, let's see what Nicola is up to. Not much. Still holding above VWAP, but not doing a whole hell of a lot, Bradley.
All right, yeah, looking for trades over here. Just recently getting into Western Digital for a short attempt. Western Digital came out with earnings, I believe, last night. They actually dropped down today. Somehow reclaimed most of the move in the pre-market. Off the open, they look like they wanted to run towards that high of 42.70 or so, take out that high, but they failed and pulled right back into the after-hour lows. Found some support in the after-hour lows, and right now right back into today's highs range of 42.60s or so. So I'm trying to take a short over here in front of the high day for WDC. Previously had a small long, and I gave it a really wide spread that I got triggered on. So I had small size, so losing on that one I was okay with. So, you know, with this move now, as I was cycling through all my positions on the day, looking at where stocks are and how they're trading, with this move on WDC going positive, with the market looking like it wants to curl back, market's been weak. WDC announced a pretty mixed earnings report. I'm looking for a reversal back down into the lower end of the ranges over here on the stock. There is some size on the bid right now, that 42.41. Looking for that size to get wiped out. If that 144 lots can get taken out on the bid, I think that move to the downside on the stock is kind of confirmed at that point, and then we can enjoy the ride south side, have that shorts pay us out a little bit, and then go back to gambling on Palantir and giving it all back maybe, as the stock is enticing me again with this $20 area, as we are now only 3 pennies again away from 20. That invisible seller is just, oof, they're living in my head rent-free today. Absolutely rent-free. Party hat RuneScape. What? Nicola wants to run, says Gary Watson and KLA. Nicola wants to run. I guess it's run, Forrest. Run for Nicola. Waiting to see if it can pull that move out of its bag of tricks for itself and push to a direction that we all want to see it, which is only upside, because stocks only go up. And Palantir actually negates that statement very much so today. I guess I can't say that. Palantir is actually up 0.68% on the day, so stocks only do go up.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that I am going to get stopped out properly here. On Netflix, should we continue to break down below 442? Looks like that level's come and gone, and I will probably get triggered shortly here as we break down below that 442 level. An 87 penny loser, almost $1 loser here. If it continues to break down after being $1 winner, should have probably taken profits on a day where everything really is up in the air, quite frankly. It's not holding up here at the moment. I'm also keeping an eye on NVIDIA. NVIDIA almost went green. Yeah, I got to get a Netflix. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with these stop orders, but they ain't working for me today, so I may need to use Edge A stops from now on. But 46.31 on NVIDIA was the area where we're going to go green, about that 46.75. Sorry, 46 and a quarter, excuse me. We just touched there right now, and then there you go, right back down. So these stocks just don't want to go green on the day, and they don't want to go decidedly red either. So very much still range bound on most of these names. That is except if your name is Meta, though, because Meta just made that 324 break. It's up 1.9% on the day, so it's looking good. Let me just look here quickly to see how much money I lost. Oh, that's nice. All right. So we'll keep an eye on Nicola here, as Nicola and Meta, the last two trades we have on Bradley.
Dean Jennings with $1.99. Tune will be discussed on WSB tonight, like Yell was. What's this, like a cult committee party where you guys all sit around and discuss what next stock to pump and stuff, that's kind of illegal. So you might want to be careful, announcing that on the interwebs that, hey, we're all going to pump a stock together. Be careful. Overall, though, yeah, if the volume does come into that stock like Yell does and starts pumping up, we'll for sure take a look at it and we'll start trading it. At the moment, my position is in the money, only 4 pennies now. Woo! I can't get too happy about that one, so we'll wait patiently. People are saying Caterpillar still making those monster leaps and bounds to the north side today. Insane. 287.7 new high a day.
Guys, go to his screen.
287.70 new high a day, and this stock does not want to give up the ghost at any point. Insane moves over here, 8% up on the day at the moment, grinding off the 100-period EMA, grinding off the 50-period EMA also. We're at all-time high ranges. Every single price above the previous all-time high is just discovery zone. People in the chat saying, watch Palantir almost at 20 again. Yeah, trust me, I have it on my second screen. For sure, I have it on my second screen. Along with WDC, which is waiting to see if that one can pay us some shekels, as Sharif always calls them, shekels, waiting for some shekels to be poured into our pocket. I'm actually noticing that J&J, which is a volume leader today apparently, with the relative volume of 2.07, is back under $170. So let's go over to J&J. I remember trading the stock not too long ago. It was actually fun, but now that it's pulling back into some of these ranges that we have previously traded the stock in, looking for, ooh, look at that, nice little triple top, some sort of a top over here coming in around 168.50 to one. What the heck is that? Is that just 2 points differential? So I'm just deleting that line then. So 168.42, we're currently right there at J&J. I'm going to take a short off of this area. I'm going to give it the high day here. Give me that fill, please. There we go. We got that fill. We're now short on J&J, giving it the risk of high day. Let's see if we can get a nice little pullback off that. Wait, was that the daily chart? Or was that the 5-minute chart? Oh, that's the 5-minute chart. I don't like this trade anymore. I'm going to punch out of it real quick. Punch out of it real quick because that was not the plan. I want to go to the yearly chart, go here, and I wanted to look at this. Okay, so these are the levels I want to look at. We got excited because we saw that triple top show up and we thought it was on the daily chart. That was not the right chart that we wanted to be on. So we're going to jump out of that one and we're going to look for the right trade over here. So these are the levels that we were previously interested in. Looks like we missed the long off that 166 area. We had a line around 166. What is that line? 166.27. So pretty much pulling down to that 166 area, giving you a nice little bounce off to the north side. We missed that trade. Now the next trade for me on J&J is most likely around this 168 or so. So I'm gonna have to wait for this one to pull up a little bit. Gonna set alerts also near that 170, 168 area. I guess the only trade I have right now is once again Palantir back at the 20 and Western Digital at the high day.
Yeah, YELL, yellow, breaking out and making a new high a day, 345. It had held three, not bad here.
Sorry. Go Palantir, please don't stop now. You are above 20. You are above 20. Go. This is the first time you're above 20 properly, and you have an iceberg at 20.01. Oh my goodness. I guess the stock really does not want to go today. Here it comes. Volume increase on the day? No real volume increase on the day either. I'm looking for any sort of indication that we can't see. Now we're through. We're off the 01s. We have the size we need. Let's see if the stock can go. People on the floor are getting annoyed because I have the size, baby. Let's go. We're making the day back. Let's take some profits on here. Oh yeah, Palantir. Oh yeah, pay me. Oh man, no, don't come back now, Palantir. Keep going. Keep running to the north side. You didn't break 20 just to get back under 20 after this whole time, right? Punch through these longs, take out those levels, keep climbing up. The high day was what, 2010 if I remember correctly. Let's get above 2010. What a battle of a day of Palantir that we've had. I'm not even showing you Palantir. There's Palantir. I took some profits on the initial pump up there, and now we're waiting to see if we can get a bigger pump up. Let's see if we can turn back to green and actually end on a nice position, nice P&L day today, and keep that green streak alive. Keep that mean green streak alive. Let's go. Push it. Come on, Palantir. Don't stop, baby. Don't stop. Don't get back below 2001, man. I'm going to be so upset.
I said to yourself.
I'm going to be so upset if this goes back below 2001. Why do we go back to 20 and then not go through 20? You know, come on. Like, that'll be insane. Sorry, Sharif.
No, it's okay, bro. I love your passion, man. There's no question about it. You got a lot of passion in spades today. Long NVIDIA 467.38. It just went green on the day. Yeah, barely. Took 38s long. Took a nice little out there as we almost touched the whole dollar. We're creeping towards it again. Let's see if we can become part of the dollar club here. Proudly pumped up. I love it. Good look, Proudly. What do you got over there?
Palantir, take it to the moon. Let's go, baby. How many times have we struggled with the stock today? Fool can be only fool once because, hey, you can't fool me twice. There's some size on the ask over there. Let's take some more profits. We still have about 30% of our size left over here on this position. Palantir just went from being our worst stock on the day almost to being the best stock on the day. It's a beautiful time. What a great time to be alive. Palantir not only paying us on our small account, which is our day trading account, but also paying us on our long-term account. I'm going to take more of my bag out here in front of that size at 2020 just to protect my profits because, oh boy, was that stressful. Protect my money, protect my capital, and protect my confidence. And let this trade now, let it move around. I'm going to throw a stop out at 20. You know, now I can kind of trade like max maybe, throw my stop out at 20 and forget about it.
All right, took a piece out on NVIDIA. You know, we'll see what it does at that whole dollar. Retracing a little bit now into the 2/3. We're in at a third, so if we can get some continuity through the whole dollar, I've got a resting order there at the 30-ish area. So we'll see what this one does. But yeah, you know, very range-bound day, and I'm very suspicious of these moves. So we're trying to scalp what we can, where we can, because really we're not getting the continuity much of anything here without bamboozlement. Right back down is NVIDIA into that break even on the day. Break even, by the way, point is that 37. So we got in right where it went break even and right back down we go. So we'll see if it triggers our stop here at the 467 and a third. It's back up to 2/3 now. We'll see if we get some continuity in the name. Meta curling down, Netflix curling down. So some of these big cappers curling down. I'm seeing some red come in on the NQ as well, and that's going to be the end of the trade. How do you get a partial fill on like a few shares like that? There we go. We get the out there, break even on the rest. Very bamboozling name. Let's go to Nikola. Still very much a sideways trade here in the 3 teens. Not really able to break above that 320 for a while, so we'll see how Nikola fares, but still above VWAP at the moment. So scalping where I can because I'm not really getting the continuity on the move. All right, let's see what else the chat is up to here. IonQ is a money printing factory for the past week or so, says SoCL. Let's have a look at IonQ. I know that Hyundai has a car called the IonQ.
Hyundai?
Hyundai, yeah. Let's see here. Yes, you're absolutely right. Look at the chart here on the 30 minutes for IONQ. It has been very strong. What is this stock, Bradley? Let's put up the ticker so everyone can follow along. We'll talk about this one. It's a $3.9 billion market cap. The float is quite large, 175 million. IonQ is a quantum computer company. Yeah, I remember about this. Okay, so decent move here. We start off in late June at like sub $10. We're flirting with 8. Now we're talking about $20 being a top here. 1972 on the day. It's been a good move back down into like 18 area, 17 3/4, and now we're talking about 19.5. So nice V-shaped retracement today. Still definitely within yesterday's high. Yesterday we got about to 1980 or so. Haven't broken that high on the day today. So good look on IonQ. No news alert for it today on my blotter anyway, but it's obviously, you can tell by the trend here, it's a multi-day runner, so lots of positioning in this name, right? We talked about positioning with Obi-Wan Kenobi when he was on. Half an hour left on the show, guys. Let's see what else is moving. ADMP making a big recovery here after Huadunking big on that VWAP. I want to call it VWAP rejection because it flirted with VWAP the majority of the day. ADMP, let's put that ticker on there. Yeah, there you go. It had a halt down, then it starts stair-stepping back down. Now it's starting to curl back up through that $4. VWAP's at 5. So if you're looking for a VWAP retracement, this might be an interesting look here on ADMP. Looking to break through 4, currently at 406. Like I said, VWAP, that $5 area, and an obvious level of resistance going into the morning. Wasn't really able to break it and stay above it. Some, quick breaks here, wicks, and then huadunking right back down. Is ADMP.
Wow, we missed that beautiful short on ANET, man. Look at the amount of dollars to the downside you would have had if you just re-entered that 190 short. 190.66 was the high day of ANET, and we were short basically at 190 or so. So missed out a pretty monster move over here. Shout out to anyone who did have it. And remember, I also said you could have gotten in on the break of the 50-period EMA. We missed that one too, which happened to be the 189 area. So missed the 189 short. Now you could have re-entered. You could have entered over there, or you could have had the 190. So multiple positions where you could have gotten in. We were just too distracted by Palantir. At least Palantir helped us break even on the day and get profitable on the day. So it's not all for nothing. We are happy with this move over here. Now we have the stop sent out for the last few sides that we have left at almost break even. So if it does stop us out, that's fine. We are basically done with looking at Palantir from here on out. We wanted that $20 breakout. That $20 breakout did take place. Someone in the chat did say though, hey, Palantir popped 15 cents. Is that really anything? Is that even worth it? You're probably not wrong, right? But think about it this way. The stock has been grinding this $20 area all day yesterday, all day today. We actually reject that $20 area for a monster pullback. Today, we keep rejecting it, and the reloads of 20 is the insane part too, right? The amount of times they keep reloading their shares to short to $20 area was absolutely crazy. Finally, once that level breaks, for example, you take 1,000 shares there, you get filled 20.01, the stock pops up to 20.20. For risking 1 cent, you're getting 20 cents. That's the 20:1 risk to reward. It's not about how much a stock moved in how much of a span of a time. It's the setup that you put into work, and how good of a setup was it? How many times can you rinse and repeat that setup, and how much scalability is there within that setup? For example, on that trade, 71 million shares traded on Palantir today. If we were to look at the volume profile, I'll bet you most of the volume was traded around $20, right? So you could have taken infinite amount of volume at that $20 area. Let's say it's 5,000 shares, and you get that 5 cent pop, 10 cent pop. You're laughing. You're absolutely laughing with that pop. You're not worried about how small of a notional value of a pop it is. You're looking for those scalability trades, right? And that's why we love trades like these, because you can jam all your size in there, your buying power, and have that right up to the north side if that trade works out for you. And if it doesn't, even when you jam that size in there, you barely risk anything on the fail of that trade. The same thing cannot be happening on Apple or something, right? You can't just jam tons of size in Apple, because the first point is the notional value of trying to jam a ton of size in Apple is already ridiculous. And the second point is you're not going to find that liquidity in a 1 cent range to be able to jam that size, such as you were able to find it on Palantir. So Palantir, I'll give you an example again. Every time that I took that breakout over here, first time, 100 shares. Second time, 200 shares. Third time, 400 shares. I would keep increasing every time it would show me that the level was getting refreshed. Over here, I think I took 500 shares and I lost a penny. Over here, I took 500 shares a couple times and 1,000 shares a couple times, lost a penny. Overall, when I did catch that position with the size that I need, boom, it makes up for all of the losses that I caught on the day for this trade. And it's now my best trade of the day. It's that risk to reward that we look for. It's the scalability that you look for, and how many times can you actually do it out there on the market, or not just on this position, but across other positions too.
All right, Fed's Goolsbee talking at the moment, saying the following: JOLTS data looks consistent with strong labor market moving to a more balanced phase. Recent FOMC decisions, close calls for him as the Fed tries to manage the transition. Also, Open, no, refresh existing window. There we go. Feds Goolsby says he is in a he's a closet inflation optimist. That's hilarious. I've never heard that used. All right, so I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's quite lengthy here, but making comments. I'm not sure if that was earlier. They're just showing up on my blotter now, so I'm not sure if he's speaking currently now or what the situation is. Let me know, chat, if you know. I'm looking at my blotter to see if there were any earlier comments made by him, and no, there aren't. So they're coming in now. So interesting. We'll see if the market moves on any of these comments, by the way. So good look there. Brendel letting you know that Goolsby was going to be making that talk earlier today. All right, let's have a look at Nikola. It's back up into 321. Curling here. Let's see if it can break that 3.25. It's had trouble breaking through that range, but yeah, the volume is going to have to support this move up, by the way. AI finally making a move. This one's back at high of day, 44.58. That's where the high of day is. It is there currently stair-stepping its way back up, now up 6% on the day. Good move for AI. Tried to have a trade in this. Got bam. Oh, I did have a trade. I had a good trade on it. It's positive. Good. Yeah, currently 44.62. It's continuing to print newer highs here as it stair-steps up. No company-specific news for our friend AI today. It's just, it's moving, baby. Let's see what else. Feds Goolsby. Here we go. Feds Goolsby. We must get inflation down. Golden path of getting inflation down without major recession is a tight line, but so far so good. Markets fully expect Fed will bring inflation down. Didn't I remember my thing? Refresh existing window. Feds Goolsby says need to see sustained steady progress on inflation. I'm a closet optimist. All right, we got to that already. So interesting. We'll see if the comments he's making now are going to start moving markets. The only trade that I'm left in here is Nikola. We're like 2 pennies in the money. Definitely looking for that $0.25 break. It seems to be a top in and around that area, probably.
Just want to remind people that there's not just one way to make money in the market, right? There's tons of ways to make money in the market. There's no reason to pick on other people out there for having their setup or not having their setup.
Here we go.
What's up?
All right, guys. Arsenal fans. Arsenal fans. Yes.
Who's that?
David Rea. He is a goalkeeper.
Brazil?
I think he might actually be Brazil. No, he's Spanish. Yeah, he's Espanol.
Espanol.
David Rea agreed to personal terms with Arsenal. He wants the move. Okay, so here we go. Deal depends on the club now. Brentford have been informed by Rea that he wants to join Arsenal. Anybody following this saga might have been scratching their head yesterday when this news came to light, because while Aaron Ramsdale had a hell of a year last year, I don't have a problem with him. And we have a backup goalkeeper, Matt Frazier, the American. He's been playing a lot for the U.S. national team. So this one was a bit of a puzzler, but it seems to be Mikel Arteta is a fan of this guy. So we may get this transfer move. Now, they're not going to ask peanuts for him. We're talking about in the range of 35 to 40 million pounds.
What did you just say?
They're not going to be asking for peanuts, like small amounts of money.
Okay.
Peanuts,
Okay.
guys. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, they're going to be asking for some moolah here, and that is an interesting sum to pay for a backup goalkeeper, unless you really don't believe in Ramsdale or you believe that Rea is actually better or potential better than Ramsdale. I'm watching Nikola as it curls up into the $0.25. It's at 25s again. The high of day, technically 28, but we know it made its way up to 49 in the pre. But the volume's coming in here, and the price action is starting to move back up. The local high, like I said, 328. We've been sized into this one for a while. We bought all the dips off VWAP, and now it's just a matter of whether it resolves in the direction that we hope it will resolve in or not. So been holding this one a minute, been packing my patience, and I hope very dearly to be rewarded on this, as it has been a very tough day trading because everything's been so bamboozling. But here we go. Nikola looking good at the moment, not taking profits here, really looking for that move. And then we may talk at that 35, 40-ish level. Obviously, again, the pre-market high, 49s on the day for Nikola. What else is going on here? Not much, not much.
So it was all for nothing for Palantir, eh? It was all for nothing, Max. Did you have that breakout? You had that breakout. See, what did I say? That setup is a good setup, man. People in the chat over there were like, oh, you know, only 15 pennies or whatever.
People thought I said a different word. Is that what you
That's
thought
what
I said?
heard. That's what I heard. Yeah, exactly.
Well, they're pretty close.
They're pretty close, yeah. But it looks it was all for nothing. As we just recently got back below $20.
Can't get away with anything with the chat, bro.
No, with the chat you can't.
Stays undefeated.
Let's see if 20 can actually hold over here on Palantir and push back up. Looks like we are doing that at the moment. We are back above 20, and the previous sellers who were around 20 are no longer existent. Can we see buyers coming in and now putting those icebergs and help the stock stay propped up? WDC now 10 cents in the money. We are getting that curl. Money, 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 money.
I got you, bro.
Thank you, brother.
man.
Thank you. Come here, my man, my boy. We're getting that move now on WDC. It's giving us that, you know, below the 50 period EMA on the 1 minute
Size
that we
at
like
26.
to see. Size at
I'm
on
not
which
talking
one?
about you. Nicola.
Oh, you
Sorry.
scared
Go
me
ahead,
for a
go ahead,
second.
go
I
ahead.
thought my stock, because it was pretty much around the same prices. But size on a certain price for Nicola, says Sharif. I don't want to take that away from you. So let's go to you.
Bro, it's nothing that exciting. You can continue, my friend, because we are
I
still
actually
very
had
much.
nothing left to say. That's
All right, no problem. We're still very much within that range, right? So you want Nicola to definitely make a new high here. The only thing is, do we get the bamboozlement through the new high? We saw that happen earlier on, I believe it was Yale. You got that break through the new high and then immediately Huadunk back down. That's something typical with small cap gappers that are easily manipulated. There we go. Easily manipulated using, obviously, large buying power. You're going to have a lot of the guys on the floor here could easily manipulate that stock, to be fair. So we'll see what this one provides us. We're still waiting for continuity on Nicola. What else we got? I find that interesting that they called it Nikola, because like I thought it was Nikola Tesla, but they're hydrogen. So why would they call it? Nikola Tesla made the electrical thing, right? The electric
Tesla
engine.
coil?
Yeah, the Tesla coil. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. And so I was like wondering why they called their truck Nikola.
That's actually
It's
a
a
pretty
little-
good observation. Yeah,
Yeah, it's hydrogen,
it's a
right?
pretty good observation. I
We
didn't
know
even think
why
about
Tesla, because Tesla is obvious, or they're electric only, but
that. Did you see the new SpaceX thing that they did? So the SpaceX Starship or whatever, the big Starship
Yeah, I
rocket.
love
Remember
that.
when they
It's a
launched it and it
monster.
failed? When it actually took off, it created a huge crater on the ground from where it took off of, right?
Okay.
So now they have this new system, which is it's like a shower, but upside down.
okay.
Think of a
It
shower
blows
upside
water.
down, blows water
Yeah.
up while the engine blows fire into the water. And this
Okay.
is to keep the overall stand that holds the Starship so it doesn't like deteriorate and doesn't break apart on you and so on.
Was that one of
It's
the
pretty
reasons
cool.
it failed?
What's that?
Was that one of the reasons it failed
No,
last
no,
time? Like, okay.
the rocket didn't fail because of that, but
Okay.
like the stand and the platform where it launched off of got completely ruined,
Yeah, yeah,
damaged, and it was not recyclable, which is
That's the thing.
Right.
Good call on that.
Yeah.
And everything has to be recyclable for him
Exactly.
because, well, that's how you control costs. Rejecting off 26. Surprise.
it's
surprise.
a dual fire water system. I'm not saying it right
amazing, man.
properly. Just
That's
in time
amazing.
to say.
Yeah, I get what you mean, though. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. I get the point of what you're trying to say. Day trader cut, Feds Goolsby. I won't pre-commit to a September FOMC vote. I want more proof of inflation easing to end rate hikes. Okay, great, buddy. You keep doing that. Let's see what else we got here. Just keeping my eye on some of these small cappers. Oh my goodness. MSGM. What is going on here, guys? 122%. This one just showed up and it just started popping up here on my chart. Let's go. Let's see what we got. Okay, so this has been moving all day. I don't know how this wasn't on my radar, but there we go. 780, new high day, just broke through the I want to say 750 top. You had come to that level around 1245, come back to that level just about like 10, 15 minutes ago, and there it is. Here comes 798 high, quite dangerous, spready for a $7 name, so be careful on this one, but the movement and the The momentum is real. $8 high as it continues to go 133% to the good. 8.10 high, 8.14 high. This one's going, guys. MSGM Motorsport Games. Engaged in racing, game development, publisher of esports. Okay, great. We know what it is. What's the float? The float is, yes, 1.2 million shares. That gives you an idea of how easily this could be manipulated using big size. MSGM really getting going here proudly.
MGAM?
MSGM.
Wasn't MGAM also moving today?
MGAM?
Yeah.
MGAM?
I think MGAM was moving last night. People in the chat yesterday, 4 o'clock stream, were really calling out MGAM. They wanted me to take a look at it. Yeah, look at that move in the after hours. I mean, what in the world happened there? 5 cents to almost $1 on MGAM, but today's opens up below $1 and straight trades below $1 throughout the day. You guys know that I am not a penny stock trader, so unless the stock actually trades above $1 properly, there was no executions for me to be made, sadly. So that's gonna be a NEPA for me. So I'm gonna go back to ANET over here. Actually, WDC stopped me out and is now going back down. Are you kidding me? Whatever. I'm not going to worry about this position at the moment. I want to go to ANET because look at that move on ANET. Wow, ANET continuing to still go down. And now if we do get that pullback to 187.50s or so, I would like to see if I can get a short attempt over there. Looks like the stock might just be able to pull back all the way to VWAP at the moment. Monster short that Pratty Daddy missed, but it did point out to you guys on how to possibly enter it without, throwing out the orders myself, which was, hey, re-entry through 190. We missed that because of Palantir. The short through 189, which is the 50-period EMA, the failure to hold the 50-period EMA and closing under the 50-period EMA was a setup that I gave you. We missed that. I wonder why. Once again, thanks to Palantir. And, monster move over here coming in. Currently, it is trying to show some buying in front of 185. We are seeing bidders step in. The spread tightening up in front of the consolidation over here too, showing that we are punching the ask and we are also willing to pay higher for the prices. So that's all good indications for the stock to make a somewhat of a return back up north side. I would like to see how this 187.50 area plays around, or even 189 plays for possible short attempts of a double top 189 short or even 187 short. But honestly, what am I talking about, man? The easier trend of this trade today is obviously following the overall trend, which is to the north side. The overall trend is positive earnings catalyst. This is the first dip that you're getting on this position. You could try a long off this dip with a tight risk to reward. If that long fails, then just go long at VWAP, right? That's the overall idea. Trend is your friend. That's the way you should be thinking about it. But you guys know how my brain's wired.
Yeah, I hear that. I know. You love your counter trend trades, and I feel that, man. I remember there was another dude who sat in that very chair as well who loved those as well. Mean reversion. You know what's interesting? I was actually
Are you trying to say that he's not here for a reason and I won't be also? No, I'm joking,
not at all, bro. Oh my goodness. I love these innuendos that you throw, bro. It didn't even cross my mind. I was actually reading an interesting what happened?
It's going down, bro. I missed the short. Sorry, go for it.
I was reading an interesting article yesterday that said intraday or momentum mean reverts, trends. Might sound kind of stupid. So volatility, I said that wrong. Volatility mean reverts, but trends continue to trend.
Yeah,
so if you're looking at it from an intraday perspective, it makes absolute sense to take something against you, even if it is strong on the day, because volatility tends to mean revert. But if you're looking more swing long term, the trend is definitely your friend in that part. So I don't think what you're doing is wrong at all. I think there's absolute merit in what you're doing. So
what does that mean? Pride is a glass half full type of guy.
Are you?
I don't know. What does that mean?
You glass half empty or glass half full?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so you know exactly what it means. Because do you see things from a positive or a negative perspective? Optimist or pessimist?
Both.
Or realist?
Both.
Can you be in the middle?
Yeah.
Realist?
Yeah.
Not positive,
Yeah.
not negative,
Yeah.
but real.
I think I'm more on the negative side.
So you're a glass half empty kind of guy.
I guess so.
Okay. I love how we did this live.
guess so.
We're Prad's discovering about himself live and living color.
I think of
on
everything
here,
that
baby.
could go bad first, and then I think of everything that could go good.
You think about bad first and good.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I would think you are a half full type guy. I look the opposite. I look half empty. Excuse me. I look at what could go better, and then then I'm like, okay, no. Check yourself. You're getting too excited. What could be the problem? That's just not with trading. That's with everything, right? In real life. So I think a little bit of a divergence between me and you in that way, but that's good. What else we got here? Okay, let's go back to Nikola because we're right back at that 326 level. We rejected off there multiple times. Look at this. I know this is the 1 minute time frame, but every time we get up to 326, we seem to find a bit of resistance. I know it's not really reflected on the book. I think the better size on the book definitely is at 330 level. That's where the majority of the actual size is, but I posit to you that we do have an iceberg at 326 because we've been rejecting off there far too many times. Somebody's initiating a short at 326, whatever. We'll let this one resolve in the direction of the trend. It's been holding VWAP, and that's really the only reason I got into this bad boy is because it held VWAP. So we'll see what this one does. All right, let's see what the chat is up to.
I got an answer.
Go.
I'm not half full. I'm not half empty. I am like the water, like Bruce Lee said. If I'm in a container, I'm happy. Otherwise, I just flow.
Okay, but I don't think that was answering my question.
Answer's mine.
All right, what is this?
Answer's what? What?
Currency, unrestricted exchange rate policy, equities, publicly traded shares of a corporation, stock volatility inversely tied to its float.
Float.
Glossary.
Oh.
Ooh, very cool.
We're doing like on-the-fly glossary over here, teaching people what the words mean. So
I'll
float,
take it.
fat finger. What? Really? Okay.
This is hilarious.
Okay.
I love how they have the pronunciation of finger too. Like people don't want to say fingers.
Fait finger. Is that correct?
You
That's
take
not
that
even
off,
right.
man. We
Fait
don't need
finger?
pronunciations. No, that thing was cool, but like the pronunciation is, I think people know how to pronounce fat fingers. All right, interesting look there. Yeah, I think that's very cool to like, because sometimes we use terminology that not all the chat knows because we have a lot of new viewers every day.
Ask and so on, yeah.
We're using these terms and they're not able to
100%.
follow along. Yeah, I think that's a fantastic idea, guys. All right, what else we got here? Keeping a look at the chat to see if there's anybody putting any tickers, not seeing anything. Surprise, surprise, proudly. We rejected off 326 again on Nikola. That is a level to keep your eye on. No question about it. Keep your eye on 326. I want to talk about another stock. This one has been very undercover.
Cuffer?
SMCI. SMCI, guys. All right. Look at this. SMCI is super microcomputer. Now, it's up 1.3% on the day, which is not much. But let's have a look at this daily. Look at this daily, Pradley. You like that daily? This has been a sympathy play, SMCI, with NVIDIA, my friend. Look where we start off the year. Look where we start off the month. May, this stock was $90. In May, this stock was at $90. It is now $335. It's not a day trading stock, I would say. I think it's quite spready and quite illiquid, but you really need to give respect to this kind of move. Year to date, guys, up 300%. SMCI. It is outperforming NVIDIA. NVIDIA is up 219%. A lot of people saying this is a sympathy play for NVIDIA. Super Microcomputer is the name of the company. Super Microcomputer is an application-optimized total IT solution. The company provides Silicon Valley-based provider of accelerated compute platforms that are application-optimized server and storage systems for a variety of markets, including enterprise data centers, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence. And don't forget 5G as well. So good look on SMCI. It's been an absolute beast, and it really did not show up on my radar. I was not aware of it until a few days ago. So I thought that I'd pass that off to you. I added it to my watch list there on the day. So interesting trade on SMCI. LC Kaminsky says SMCI still only trading at 2x sales. That's obviously a fundamental metric there. So it's not a technical metric. So make sure you understand the difference between those. But thank you very much, LC, for that. Yeah, she wrote it again. So good piece of data
He said
coming.
Prad gonna short it. What am I gonna short?
I don't know.
What's
Did I
that
say
stock?
that?
SMCI? No, someone in the chat said now Prad gonna short it. SMCI. Okay, let's look at this stock. If it looks good for a short, I'm gonna short it.
Go for it.
Yeah, I like that short. I'm joking, Chad. I'm joking. I'm just
Sure.
following around with the banter over there. People in the chat talking about AMC doing bad. Yeah, I actually tried a long on AMC today at $5. Could you believe that? I tried a long on AMC.
I heard you yell it out, yeah.
Me?
Yeah, in the back.
Oh.
You yelled it out earlier.
I mean, yeah, it was ripping to the north side. It went as high as 517. I was surprised that AMC actually wanted to trade above 5 today. I gave it that risk up to 495. Later on in the day, obviously, a new low coming in right now at 480. The stock does not want to trade above 5 at all, man. Has no power, no strength in it to trade above 5 any day at all. For the last 3-4 days now, we've been struggling ever since it had that catalyst breakout to the upside. People in the chat talking of break of 70. What are we talking about? Upstart 70 right now? Shut up. What a call out on Upstart for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. That stock for on a longer time frame. I mean, we gave you this call out right before the whole move was happening, which was look out for this this previous 52-week high breakout. Look out for that previous 52-week high breakout and for a possible gap close in coming towards that 76 area or so. The seahorse pattern now finally breaking and taking the stock to the north side. What's that? That's right, the seahorse pattern finally breaking. Nice dinosaur, says Chad. It's not a dinosaur, it's a seahorse. And we're getting that breakout of 70 incoming very soon. Let's see if the 70 can break. We're only 3 pennies away from it. What does a seahorse even sound like? I don't even know what it sounds like. But
I don't even know if they make noise. Do they make?
They gotta make noise.
Think so?
Do fish make noises? It's the seahorse probably makes that same noise. Yeah, bloop, 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 bloop. There's the iceberg here at 70.
We don't just trade stocks here, folks.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, there's an iceberg here at 70, so I'm going to short the 70 with a very tight risk. I'm not going to give it too much of risk at all. I'm actually going to give it exactly 2 cents of risk for this trade on that position. Let's see if that iceberg can reject the stock and push it back down. If not, then we break through it and run up and I lose 2 cents. Wah, wah, who cares? I don't care about losing 2 pennies because for that potential risk to reward over here on that failure of that iceberg, just like that, bring in that money, baby. Bring me more downside over here because that wall on 70 is like the wall on Palantir. I'm getting a little too excited though because we got like a 10-cent flush, but we need a bigger flush. Come on, push it down. Let me see that wall's breaking, not to the upside. The wall is to the upside. Let me see that bid's breaking and take the stock down now. Inverse orders are on board. Inverse orders meaning basically these guys are paying to get the fills.
I see your
There's
comment.
that short.
I saw that comment.
There's that short. Capture those profits. Take those moves down. Take some swings over here. 12-cent move down instantly for risking 2 pennies. What's that? 10:1. There we go, baby. 10:1. Now we're getting even more of a move down. Let's take more profits. Bang, bang. Profits, profits. In me pockets, pockets.
All right, Yell is creating a series of higher lows here, possibly trying to curl through that $0.75. I mean, there's a lot of volatility in this name, so be careful. But it was trying to curl here, found a bit of a top at 325. But yeah, creating a series of higher lows all throughout here. So if you're able to get it on the lower end, I think you're able to make this trade a little profitable. Even though, you know, the volatility is fast and furious on this one. Keep your eyes peeled on this one because it could reject. Let's see what 3 does. It's coming right back into 3. Just as I say that, the rejection comes in. But is this a buying opportunity off that 3? Because 3's been first of all, it was an area of resistance. Now looking as an area of support here, up 76% still on Yell. All right, let's go back to Nikola because we don't have that much time left on the show. I think we got like a minute or something. Nikola rejecting off 326 again. Surprise, surprise. Back down into 324. I've got my stop instituted, so I'm going to leave this one. I'm going to let it run maybe here during the afternoon to allow it possibly to trigger to the north side. If it's able to break through 328, that's technically the high, but I submit to you that 326, there's a hidden seller because it keeps rejecting at that level, and the size on the book just doesn't impress me enough to be able to hold us down. So possible iceberg 326 on Nikola. I think we are now overtime proudly. It's been real having you on. Happy Tuesday to everybody. And we're going to send you off to Brendo, who's at the big desk. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Welcome in, 2 o'clock, as we head through a pretty choppy, let's be honest, afternoon here. As far as the overall markets are concerned, that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of individual movers. As the guys were mentioning, they're flying around this afternoon. We'll touch on a few here